This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Let's go!
Buena, weón!
What a shot! Ay, ay, ay!
The stakes couldn't be higher today as two teams will move forward into the playoff bracket and two teams will have their year come to an end. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas Last Chance Qualifier, coming at you live from the Riot Games studio in gorgeous Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, joined by Mimi White and a very special guest, a good friend of us. We have Baby Bay here from FaZe. Baby Bay, good to have you, my friend. First and foremost, how's your summer been, man? How you doing? You doing good?
It's been relaxing, I'm not going to lie to you. I've been able to actually go to the gym, get some sun, even though I'm a little white right now. I promise you, I was a ghost.
You're white?
I was looking like you. I was looking like you.
I know. Off my gamer skin.
Yeah, right. Go get some vitamin D, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, boy, look, it's a joy to have you, and we're going to have a good time today. It's going to be awesome. Baby is going to be with us throughout the entirety of the broadcast. But you know what, though? Kind of want to see what's been going on with the rest of the squads. Let's check in, see what they've been doing over the break, right? And a little thing we like to call Where Are They Now? VCT LCQ Summer Break Edition. I mean, I don't know if there's an edition. I'm just rolling with it. But let's start off first. I think we got Crew, I think, is it? It'll be in the wide wall over here, Baby Bay. Let's see what the rest of the teams are getting to, because apparently Crew went cruising. Ah, you see?
Oh, my GB. That's just, that's a fan-silly type dash.
This guy orchestrated this.
Look at that. They have a pink boat, you know?
I mean,
It's
that's
pretty
not a cruise. That's like that's a yacht.
That is
I didn't know. I
That's
didn't
the
know they
Sergio
sailed
Aguero
like that.
yacht.
Also, I don't know if dolphins are that close to the yacht, and I'm almost certain it's not legal to have your boat that close to shore.
It's actually a beach in this photo. That's why they're all on deck. They have to evacuate in a moment.
Yeah, it's in Sergio's private island. That's actually where it is. Okay, well, you know what? That was Crew. This is Furia here. They actually stopped by the zoo to free the big cats. Nothing can go wrong, obviously. Not like anyone's ever been leopards eat my face Reddit, you know? But that's basic. Have you ever been to the leopards ate my face subreddit?
Don't go there.
What are you browsing?
No, it's...
This guy's in the trenches.
Oh, yeah, what can I say? What can I say? So yes, foto de familia. Look at that. All the cats.
Aw, you guys.
I love those
The
hats.
hats. Actually, yeah, MW's era has a hat that is just like that. Glad he busted it out, you know?
Got some cats, got some hats.
It's great. Oh, next up we have 100 Thieves. You know, they're trying to keep cryo cool in the sun. Oh, look at
Oh, that's legit. Yeah, they were definitely there in their jersey.
Yeah, they were.
I love how he's just a fan right here.
Dude, Stellar.
What's it even plugged into? This is wireless? This is wireless, man?
Guys, you're at the beach. Smile, you know?
Yeah, they're having no fun at
No fun. Bang hates holding that. It's the worst day of his life.
That is the most depressing looking ice cream I've ever seen held by another human. Okay.
Bang when he thought he was going to China.
Yes.
His honest reaction.
Okay. Well, lastly, we have Sentinels. They had a backyard barbecue, and always professional
What?
Coach Kaplan. What is this?
What is that dog?
The glizzy is outrageous.
That is, yeah, that is a hot dog right there. Oh,
Their
my-
coach is looking a little different.
Yeah.
What? Wait.
Yeah, wait.
What the?
That's not
What the?
Kaplan.
That's not
Yeah, that's Sean, Coach Mike. Coach Sean. But look at Marv. Why? Like, firstly, the ball cap not fitting his head.
Why do you call it a ball? It's called a swim cap. It's not to be bald.
gonna
It's
lie.
to protect your hair that you
Whatever,
have.
same difference, man. Okay. What does it
Pretty
do? It
drippy.
achieves the goal.
He's pretty drippy right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he is.
drip.
But He looks miserable though. God, inside of the. Okay, I'm good.
He looks like a model.
We can go ahead and move on
right
from
there.
this.
I'm not gonna lie.
All right, guys. Well, yesterday we kicked things off with Crew scoring a massive win, the first win of the year, and it came in the LCQ against MIBR. But now they find themselves in serious territory here, because they're going to have to take on Furia. And then, of course, we have Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. That's going to be one of our other matches that take place today. Both of these games are going to be elimination matches, and of course, best of three, same business here. But win here, you move on, you face either C9 or Leviatán. Lose, your season is done. And we have that Cloud Extravaganza that is going to be coming up after this matchup of Furia versus Crew. It's Sentinels, 100 Thieves. Guys, we got great matches across the board. Baby Bay, we have two matches today. What are you looking forward to here?
I'm looking forward to both matches, but obviously everyone wants to see the Clout match.
Yes.
Let's just be honest here. We want to see 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Who's going to take it home? There's a lot at stake here, So,
Yeah, exactly. And I'm personally excited for the Furia Crew game because, Mimi, I'm actually curious to see if Crew can actually keep this run going.
Crew looked legit yesterday when they were playing, and Furia is still kind of riding off of the struggles at the end of the season, and it's still that question of how much they're going to improve. I think there is a real chance that Crew could start a run in the LCQ with this game.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for, right? We want to see if Crew can actually make this thing a reality, and today is really the day where those answers are going to come to us here. But you know what, guys? Look, the event is high stakes, all right? We all know this, all right? Which means that the Twitter discourse is even more unhinged than usual, all right? So let's go ahead and play a special edition of Fan or Fraud. Wait, why is Mimi's face on there?
I'm not a fraud. Me personally, not a fraud. Very legitimate. I do business, no things, no fraudulence. But I did produce some fraudulent.
Oh, this is
tweets.
you?
Yes, I
Okay.
put some tweets together for you folks. Half of these are going to be from fans of either 100 Thieves or Sentinels. Half I made up. First two, we've got on the left. I've said before, and I'll say it again, Crew is definitely the best, worst team from all regions. It seems like, with a little bit of luck, they would have ended the season with at least 2 or 3 wins, hoping for them to upset some teams in LCQ. Really reasonable right there. On the other side, B, simple, 66.4 ADR. Hesnit, 169 ADR. I think it's clear who's
Talking
better.
about like simple.
Simple, yeah. Bigger number, better player.
The Reina ranked place.
I agree with this person. The question now, which one is real? Which one did I make up?
B, you made up.
Why?
Lock it in. Lock it in, because that was a joke from a co-stream I think that you were aware of.
You're metagaming.
I am metagaming.
You can't. No, this guy's cheating. You're out of the competition.
Got him.
Get
You're out of the
wrecked,
competition.
baby.
Fraudulent.
You heard nothing from him.
Fraud.
We're axing that. We're axing that.
You're our guest, baby babe. We'll let you pick.
I mean, I was gonna go with B regardless. No one puts disrespect on Simple's name like this right here.
I know, that's
All right.
crazy.
Disrespectful.
Let's see who's
No offense
right.
to Kesnet.
All right.
Do the frauds hate Simple or do they love Kesnet?
I mean, listen.
Yep.
Fraud
He's
exposed.
in my head.
Just another
You
day
can't
in the
answer that.
fraudulent life of Mimi. Okay, well, let's go ahead and see what we have up next. What's the next one?
Number 2, another one right here. B, Simple. Just fell to my knees in an IHOP. Really nice right there. This one's on MIBR. Zwin versus 100 Thieves on the left. Hey, a little bit longer here. It's all caps. How in God's name is that how it ends for 100 Thieves? Knifed by an assistant coach? What the hell was that game? Yeah.
All right, and then obviously just fell to my knees.
GB, you start this time.
You know
do you
what? I as an often IHOP enjoyer, I will go with IHOP. I don't know if you can tell, body built by pancakes, man.
Go for it. It's what?
This is
You
the
can
fraud.
just choose
This is the
to
fraud.
go to an IHOP.
What? Why?
That's not the game.
I don't know. I just like IHOP.
think
B,
that was
lock it
fraud?
in. Let's go.
All right, let's see if he's correct.
I'm actually kind of curious now if I'm
no.
right here. All right, I picked B. Damn it!
And
I thought
he's
it was
wrong.
legit. I'm not gonna lie.
And he's wrong. You gotta throw in a tweet.
I went with
that's
my gut.
fraudulent, But
I
really,
thought it was-
good
that
on
was a
his
good one,
tweet.
Mimi.
All right, we got one more tweet to
It was
take a
so
look
out of
at.
pocket, you know? I was like,
Really
there's something
was.
wrong here. Yeah.
All right, another long one here. We're gonna have to zoom through this one. Don't read that one yet. Don't read that one yet. Let's read A. Today, I had an exam in school, and when I was done, I raised my hands and yelled, "Sentinels!" And my teacher smiled at me and took my paper. She knew I was finished. That's A. B. This one is, hey, I'm a person who is really keen on getting the right gun buddy. I've been playing the game since launch, and I really wish to get my hands on the buddy. Actively tune into the pro tournaments and watch my favorite pros, such as Tens and a Proto, use this buddy beautifully.
I mean,
Baby, your thoughts?
why a pro? I mean,
I like a proto.
I mean,
very
yeah,
funny. He's very
Proto's great, but I think B is not you. I just don't. Why would you mention a Proto? I feel like that.
I love a Proto. It's a great
that
player.
and the gun. I don't know.
Continuing to metagame. Your thoughts. Let him speak.
There's nothing
Let
wrong
him
with
speak.
it.
I feel like there's people that actually like will do anything to get this riot gun buddy, so I think this is real. I think
You think it's
legit.
real?
Yeah, I think it's
Hold
legit.
All right, let's
Okay.
see. Which is real?
I'm so
Which
curious.
is fake? The answer is
What? No way. That is.
this is fake.
You got me.
Guys, if any of the production team are listening right now,
Ladies and gentlemen,
hey, what kind of hashtag?
we got him. that was good. Well done, Mimi.
All right.
All right.
I feel like we learned something about just the psyche of the fan. And
We really.
Maybe me too.
I'm just curious, like when they raise their. Anyway, you know what? It's all ahead of me.
How
at
does
this
that make
point.
sense? Sentinels was finished in that game.
I guess.
The teacher understands that. How don't you?
I'm so sorry. Throughout the event, make sure you get out there at social media. Use the hashtag VCT Americas, as well as Americas LCQ, as well as hashtag VCT.
That's a lot of hashtags.
Join us. Yeah, there's a lot of hashtags. We're hashtagging it up out here
Hashtag
all the
maxing.
time. What can I say? But guys, yes, that means that we're going to take a quick break. We're going to gather ourselves here because, let's be honest, after Fan or Fraud, we're definitely going to need it. But when we come back, we're going to jump into the discussion about Crew versus Furia. You don't want to miss it. And as always, we'll see you on the other side.
Ya logra la labor, pero todo queda en manos de Melzer. Melzer, el guardián, nos queda el bolsillo. Tiene el número 2. Claro que se le va a dar. Vamos, Melzer. Não plantou C4 ainda. O DGzinho vai abrir. E é o Ace do DG.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas LCQ. Now it's time to dive into our first match of the day. It's an elimination match, and it's Furia versus Crew. And since we've talked about Crew extensively yesterday, let's start things off with Furia, because early in the stage, it looked like this team was going to be a genuinely real contender for the crown. They started off hot, it looked good, and then they got little broed by Loud. And Mimi, since then, it really has just been topsy-turvy for this team.
Very early in the season, people had such high hopes for this team. People were predicting they could be number 1, number 2 in the power rankings, and I don't think that was necessarily wrong, even with hindsight. Early on, they beat Leviatán when they were looking at peak form, when we thought they were going to be a top 3 team in the league. They looked dominant up until that game against Loud, and after losing that, it was this massive downhill trajectory for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Past that point, they struggled to get games over the finish line. They actually ended up playing the most rounds of any team in the league because so many of their games were 2-1 losses that went to OTs, 13-11s. And as the season went on, it just felt like they got sloppier and sloppier. And actually were making some of, I think, the similar mistakes the Crew were making, centered around both teams' centerpiece duelists, where they were often getting ahead of themselves, and the setup wasn't there like you expect from the teams of that caliber.
Yeah, and Baby, what's that like for a player to start the season really strong, to be like innovating in the meta? They were one of the first at the Harbor Viper to have all your players looking like top of the league players, and then have that slip away from you and having to try and recover.
VALORANT is such a game of momentum shifts, and all it takes is that one loss to throw your whole team off. And like in the beginning of their season, Khalil was having great performances across the board on that controller role, actually like dominating, like straight up dominating in terms of their whole team. And I think he kind of took a little bit of a step back after that game. And like, who knows why? Like, it's a huge mental game. And, hopefully he can bring it back for today, so.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping for as well. Now, you may notice that there is a little bit of a difference on the stage there, because heading into today, we actually do have a roster update, because QCK is out, and we, of course, wish QCK the best, and hopefully, gets well. And then we have Conan, actually. He's going to be subbing in here, and this is going to be quite interesting. Why? Because now you're in a do-or-die situation, backs against the wall, and you're coming in. That's a lot for that guy to have to deal with on this day against Crew.
Yeah, 100%. For the uninitiated, Conan has been a strong player in Brazil for a while now.
Sure.
But for the viewers outside of Brazil, you haven't seen him because he's been just below that echelon of the teams qualifying for international lands. In the scene, he's been a really solid initiator flex type player, but also stepping into this right now, he's filling in the shoes of their Sentinel. So there's a big question mark around how they're actually going to structure the team and what they've been working on in this offseason and how much time they've had with them in this offseason too.
Yeah, the roles are going to have to change around a little bit, I'd imagine, or he's going to have to change his role to be able to fit into this roster cleanly, which is always something so difficult. But this team does have history for Furia, being so successful in these tournaments. Thus far, they're yet to lose in LCQ. They won both back in Brazil to make it both the Champs 21 and 22, which is such an impressive record for them to have.
Yeah, and it's impressive. And I think, Baby Bay, to kind of like, bring you in on this, right? Like the LCQ trajectory, right? Having to make that run. When you try and think about the difficulties, the challenges that face, I know you mentioned before it's a mental game here, but now you're playing with a sub in this situation. Well, professionally speaking, what are you thinking about Furia and their chances going into this game with that information?
I think that this Conan guy has definitely been playing a lot of ranked. I see him all the time online. He's cracked out of his mind. I know that as a fact.
Yeah.
And obviously, they're going to be confident slotting him in. And just having the confidence that you've won every single LCQ that you've ever played in, I think he's going to feed into that as well. And it's just going to be great vibes across the board.
Yeah, and they're certainly going to need it, but they also, thankfully, do have a lot of firepower on that team, right? And one of the names we always got to talk about him is Digizin, right? The drip daddy himself, the best-looking man in the room with the most chains. This dude can very much be make or break for this team here, Mimi.
Yeah, he absolutely can. I mean, what he does with the operator in his hands is ridiculous. And when this team was at its peak, it was really driven by his performance. Remember, Americas was really the first to pick up this Harbor Viper meta. Furia was early on that. It's one with solo initiator, solo jet, puts a lot of emphasis on that player. And what he was able to find with that operator was so consistently great for them. But when Furia started struggling, you kind of saw like the classic Jet thing where he knows he's so good and he wants to go for those plays to turn games around. And a lot of the time that led to him being punished.
Yeah.
I've definitely been there before. I know exactly.
I knew you were going to say it. I knew it. I was waiting for you to jump in,
What
man.
he's talking about here. Like, sometimes as a Jet, like when things are not going your way, you try to overcompensate,
Yeah.
and that can actually lead to you playing even worse than usual, you know? And I think that's what you're touching on, you know? But when this guy does get the op in his hands, and he's always been a top-tier opper in
For
other
sure.
games as well, championship player, winning international lands with Mazen as well.
Yeah.
He's just a force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, we're definitely going to see him getting that op up into his hands early on. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to compare him to Kesnet in this one. Maybe we were talking before the show went live, but for Kesnet and for Crew, they're a team that is like really good at these raise maps, and Kesnet is insane when he's on that agent, whereas Digizin is the duelist on the other side, is this Jet guy who's just known for his operator.
Yeah, I mean, Kesnet is definitely one of the best raises I've ever played against. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. Even since last year, I was playing against him, and he would just dominate me on split when I would play scrims. It was absurd.
Wow,
So
fascinating.
he's annoying to play against on that raise role, and I think that's why you saw them win so cleanly yesterday
Yeah.
against my VRs.
No, you're good. You're good.
I can't talk right now.
And I think for both teams late in that season, Furia especially, compared to where Crew were yesterday, how good they were at actually setting up Kesnet, they were
Yeah.
constantly hitting like perfect timed like Molly nade combos, etc. They were playing so well around him, and that's what Furia were lacking around Digizin at the end of their America season in
Yeah.
the playoffs. So if that ends up continuing to be the case, as crazy as it is for the 09 team, they might have better coordination around their duelists than Furia will.
Well, you know, that actually gives us a perfect segue as we dive right into Crew, right? The 7th seed and, you know, technically the only team that actually won a match here in the LCQ so far. But that being said, to Wyatt's point, you know, Baby Bay, it was very clear that we were seeing more coordination, more prep, more strategy going into the play here of Crew. And yeah, I mean, how do you make Crew's chances now, considering what you know about Kesnet and these players and what they bring to the table?
I mean, like I said earlier, this game is so momentum-based, and to finally get your first win, and it's an LCQ, like,
Yeah.
you know that they're just hungry to keep going and keep the streak going. And they want to win. We have interviews of them saying that they just want it so bad, which
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll play later on.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, and, like being down 0 and like 0 and whatever in this season, it's brutal. You
Yeah.
know, and you're just itching for that first win. Now they finally got it. They're gonna
Yeah.
be popping off on all cylinders, and they have nothing to lose.
Yeah,
That's the best part about it.
That really is it, right? They have nothing to lose, and when you come in with that passion, that drive to win, actually, as a matter of fact, you mentioned it before. We're going to go ahead and bring it up now because we did get an opportunity yesterday chat with Kesnet. We also chatted with Klaus as well about this matchup with MIBR and the mindset that they have. Let's actually go ahead and hear what they had to say in the post-match interviews.
Lo primero, es raro estar aquí porque ya perdimos todos los matches en la serie pasada, pero venimos trabajando, esforzándonos full, nos tomamos pocos días de break y quisimos venir con la rabia, con todo eso, de que nunca se nos había dado un partido, vinimos con todo, trabajando duro y hasta que se nos dio, en algún momento se tenía que dar.
It feels similar. Like when I wake up, like just as I feel like the most thing that I wanted is just win all the tournament and just I just wake up and say like today I will like
Today I'm doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
I'm doing it. I love it, man. And that passion, Wyatt, you can clearly hear it there.
Yeah, and for reference, what Klaus was talking about, was comparing the feeling he had waking up yesterday to the feeling they had in 2021 at Champions when Crew went on their iconic run where they pushed that legendary Gambit team to the limit. And he said that is how they're feeling right now. And you could see it in the play, too, with what Kesnet said about the rage, like the aggression, the way that they were popping off, the player reactions. If you remember at Champions, too, their reaction when they beat Sentinels is one of the biggest team pop-offs ever in this game's history.
Yeah.
They are so about having that ruthless vibe that they just lost the entire season. And with these three guys on screen being in that kind of form, it is so reminiscent of that.
Yeah, they were playing insane. The core of this team really stepping up for Kesnet and in particular Klaus as well, going crazy throughout that matchup to levels that we hadn't really seen to the same extent in the regular season. And Baby Bay, for this team, it really does feel like for some teams, there's always someone who goes on a run, does something surprising in an LCQ. Tournament formats like this versus the more kind of like slow regular season week by week make a difference if you can just get that first win, get that momentum?
Definitely. Like in normal seasons, sometimes it could just feel like a mesh. You know, everything you're just playing to play. But when it comes to an actual tournament, now is when you start playing for real and you bring out your A game and you do things that you've noticed there's weaknesses all season long with the teams that you've been playing against, and they're not going to be prepared for it because maybe you've been holding back on certain things. Like, you're really going to give it your all in these moments, and especially when your tournament life is on the line, right?
Yeah, and I think that also kind of leads us right into what we saw yesterday from Crew, right? Because, you know, I mean, guys, like Mimi, that was just a completely different team, right?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We know how good Crew can be. We've seen it before in the past. But it was really nice to see this team really just go back to the fundamentals and the things that made them click initially, and they found success as a result.
I think the biggest improvement point for Crew was how they were playing their late rounds, and in particular, how they were playing around plants. On Bind, they did a really good job of emphasizing using their utility to stall out these plants when they were on the A site, and then just playing to flood retake together. All the Crew in the regular season, you would see players going out, taking an individual risks, sacrificing some of these rounds. This Crew looked so much more coordinated at taking that pause, calming down for a second, and then really using their utility to flood back in together. And they were stomping MIBR. The improvement really worked for Crew.
Yeah, and you can see when teams have this overall improvement with the teamwork, that individuals will start to shine again. I think it's something we saw with EG. As their play as a team stepped up, all of a sudden you were seeing Jajimo and the rest of the guys calm. They were looking way better than at the beginning of the season. And it's totally reasonable that the similar thing can happen now for Crew. The guys who used to have impact on that team, like Klaus and the new guys coming in, Davies, who's been stepping it up, they can fill those shoes and they can actually have the impact that they need to win games that they weren't early on.
Yeah, actually, Baby, to you in that regard, right? Like, is that something that you have felt in the past as well? It's like there is a big difference between like the individuals going to the server and then the team going into the server.
Absolutely, and I feel like when you play these raised comps, which I think Crew shines on, it kind of forces you to play as a team because you can't really have this like jet solo play domination, you know, where you just do crazy stuff all the time. I feel like Race is much more of a character where, you know, if your team sets you up correctly and you use your utility correctly, like we're talking about in post plants and all that stuff, you're really going to shine as a team. And I think that's their strength right now.
And I think that's good for Kesnet as an individual too, because I think there is that very direct comparison between him and Digizin with the struggles in finding coordination with the team and taking too many risks at time. When he's playing on these race maps, not only is it an agent that he's so good on, comfortable on individually, but it is really clear that when he's playing, at the forefront of his mind is how he can use his utility with his team. And I think his teammates are also doing a really good job at being proactive to find that moment for him to not just be great as an individual and as a star, but also as a guy that they're building strategy around.
Yeah, you know what? It's so refreshing and nice to be able to talk about Crew like this, because I've been a big fan of this team for a very long time. So it's great to see this team finally find their form again. And look, let's not sugarcoat it here. The odds are 100% against Crew in making champs, but it isn't impossible. Here's Melzer, as a matter of fact, as he gives us his take on this situation. Let's listen.
Yo creo que el momento te puede llevar a ser campeón. Como por ejemplo, puedo dar como ejemplo EG. Yo creo que el rank que tuvieron desde el split hasta Master fue solamente momentum. O sea, agarraron el momento y no soltaron más, estaban confiantes. Así que si llegamos a agarrar ese momento nosotros, yo creo que podemos hacer fácilmente el mismo rank que hicieron ellos.
You have to think, Wyatt, like the confidence you would have if you're able to make a run like this, coming from the absolute bottom of the barrel, 0-9, a rough season, and then you get your first win in the Last Chance Qualifier of all things. That is truly the Cinderella run of all Cinderella runs.
Yeah, in a way, it almost parallels the EG run that we just witnessed. It's a similar thing, even to how the individuals are stepping up as the team steps up. And Melzer stepping up, too. He had some great performances internationally and started super slow this season. He was kind of a clutch god at points internationally with Lev.
Yeah.
And you saw yesterday, he was returning into that form. He was finding a lot of individual impact, too.
Yeah, if they can continue to do that, I mean, who knows, man? The opportunities truly are endless. But, folks, we are only minutes away as we get ready for this matchup, and it's going to be a good one. We have Furia taking on Crew, so make sure you get some water, get yourself a snack. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're diving into plenty more. We'll see you on the other side. right, we're almost out of time, so let's go ahead and get some quick predictions from the desk for this matchup. Crew versus Furia. Wyatt, you're going first. What you have for me?
Once again,
You didn't change it?
Once again, Crew.
I'm going deja vu.
With I'm going with Crew again. I believe the mentality, it's back. The killer instinct, it's back.
Okay, all right, Mimi.
You'll never believe this, but I also have reused the same whiteboard. We're still Kroopin, baby. They're so back. They look like a completely different team. The coordination in the late rounds, honestly, just the team playing together. It feels like the first time I'm actually seeing glimmers of that Crew of old, and they believe it too. So.
Okay.
They're going all the way.
I just wish you would have drawn something different. All right, Baby Bay, go for it.
As impressed as I was with Crew after their first win, I got to go with my boys, DG Zin and Mazin. I got to go with them.
Okay, I'm actually on that camp with you as well. I just feel like, don't get me wrong, I love Crew, and I'm a big fan of this team, but I just can't go against Digizin, man. This dude's going to pop off. It's going to be so fun to watch. And so you see here from the desk, we're split. Oh, boy, it's going to be a good one. But today, 4 teams will take the stage, but only 2 will fight to live, or live to fight another day, excuse me, as we have Furia versus Crew, Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Folks, day 2 of VCT Americas LCQ starts right now.
The goal this year is to be able to go to Champions.
The pressure is on.
Let's go!
Parece que ganarle a todos.
Skills do capitão de voz.
Oh, looking for the transfer! And he's gonna get it! What are you guys fucking doing? First mix off the second, does not!
Para você ser o melhor, você tem que ganhar dos melhores.
Buena, weón!
Anyone can take any game off one another.
Sauce against 3!
And the beast slider's now open.
What a shot! Ai, ai, ai! Sensacional!
Eu acho que já se vê pelo nome, né, que é Last Chance Qualifier, que é a última chance.
Eu acho que todo jogador quer estar no palco. Eu tive essa oportunidade agora. Então a gente vai vir muito mais maduro e vai estar muito mais confiante também nos jogos.
Eu acho que o time deu uma mudada. Não, com certeza vão trazer coisas novas.
Mas o Kalil tem a chance! Levou o King! Olha ele! Kalil!
No me estoy preocupando mucho de los cambios que tengan ellos, sino que vengo como más mentalizado en qué somos ahora nosotros, porque somos muy distintos a Crew, que se enfrentó a esa vea Furia.
Linda baja de Cloud, 4-3, ventaja para Crew. La ronda de semicompra se puede acabar. Nicolás Ferrari.
Y siento que somos capaces de ganarle en cualquier equipo de Last Chance.
No hay necesidad, deja que planten. ¡Se vuelve a tomar! ¿Qué hizo? ¿Qué hizo?
Okay, we're back with the VCT map pick bans for LCQ. This time we have Furia against Crew. Furia, you guys will have team select for being higher seed. Which team would you want? Team B. So Furia is Team B, which means Crew is Team A. We will start with Crew banning a map. Crew bans Fracture. Okay, Furia ban a map. Lotus. So what is map 1 for Crew? Split and side on split. Attack. Furia pick map 2. Ascent. And Crew, what side on Ascent? Attack. So second phase of bans, Crew ban a map. Pearl. And Furia banned the second map. Okay, so Furia bans Haven, so decider map will be Bind. and Crew will side unbind. Attack. Okay, we'll go over it again. Crew bans Fracture, Furia bans Lotus. Crew picks Split for map 1, Furia with attack. Furia bans Ascent, Crew with attack, or Furia picks Ascent for map 2, Crew is attack on Ascent. Crew bans Pearl, Furia bans Haven, so decided map is Bind with Crew on attack. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, thank you. Good game. Yeah, good game.
Bienvenidos al segundo día del Last Chance Qualifier. Viniendo de una victoria, pero buscando más, es Davis, Klaus, Melzer, Kesnit y Naxet con su coach Atom, Crew.
E agora estreando a nova line, Mazin, DGzin, Kalil, MWZera, Conan e o coach Carlão. Hoje é dia de fúria!
I'm at the top, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm high to never, yeah. Might at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah.
And here we go. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Win, you move on in this competition, lose, and your season ends here and now. Wyatt, the pressure's on.
Both teams, as you said, one loss and they're going home. A month and a half of practice for this moment. Crew, off the back of their first win, the mental is back. That killer instinct is back. Furia, though, Conan, the sub in. He has never played in a game with the magnitude of this. Their comp is going to be weird. How are they going to fit him in? There's a ton of pressure on this guy's shoulders.
And for both these teams, the trajectory couldn't be more different. For Crew, it was the worst possible season, 0-9, to now coming into LCQ, looking like a team that has reinvented itself with finally its core roster all together, and now maybe on a trajectory to start a run. For Furia, though, it was from a strong start in Americas to then this slow decline, and now another issue with having to sub a player out. This seems like the best moment Crew has to get another upset and to continue this run.
Very true. You know, and I think that, you know, Baby Bay, it sets up, sets up Crew potentially for success, but also, you know, let's be honest here, right? What happens if we go into a first few rounds and then Furia just start rolling with the sub? How does the mental then shake up for Crew, you know?
I think they already went through the worst that they're ever going to go through. You know, being 0-9, I don't think they can get a much worse mental than that. Yeah. I think that any rounds forward, even if they start off slow or whatever it may be, I think they look really happy and they look really hungry and driven to win this series. And definitely this is the moment to do it when Furia has a sub.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some questions about the maps. We're starting on Split. Both these teams have their permabans. There's not really any surprises here, but it is a question of composition. Last time we saw these squads, they were both playing the double duels, and that was going to be my question. Do we see Chamber? Because with the buffs, I think he can actually be pretty good on Split, and Furia already tried him pre-buff on this map. I think there's a real possibility of Chamber v. Chamber.
Yeah, it does seem very realistic, especially because the Furia team doesn't have a Sentinel main anymore. The only other guy who played a Sentinel was DeJazine on this map on Chamber in what, like week 1 or week 2? So I think an angle they could take with the team right now is having Conan, that initiator main, playing the Sky role, move MW to the Raze, which they have just now, and then DeJazine, if they want to run full-time Chamber, he might be back.
Baby, this seems like a good in-between of the things you were hyping up for this Crew team. You get Kesnit on his raise roll, and on the other side, you still do get an agent that's great for Digizin's up. It's kind of the best of both worlds for these teams.
Absolutely, and this is so interesting because Furia actually beat Crew with the chamber, and now we're seeing it flipped around. So they're actually running each other's comps.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out here. Everything's locked in, but we end up getting Jet instead of Digizin on the chamber. This is going to be really awesome to see how this all plays out, and we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters whose power level is always over 9,000. It's, of course, Vansili and Rivington. Enjoy, guys.
Should I start charging up and then tune into the next episode? I'm not ready for that. We're ready for the game to start now. It's going to be electrifying here between Furia and Crew, and the first map being split. This is basically a rematch of week 1 on the same maps too.
So long ago these teams faced, so a lot of identities have changed. Teams have changed, back and forth roster switches for Crew to seemingly now find this strength, this Titan momentum that they could bring all the way through LCQ. I am so excited to see what Conan can bring, having this guy on the squad. TBK in Last Chance Qualifier was the last time we saw him playing in a professional match against Furia. They lost 0-3 against Furia, and then he's like, if you can't beat him, join him. So now he's on Furia, and he's going to be playing here in Last Chance Qualifiers in Americas.
And Crew had a great start indeed yesterday in the LCQ, but that's also a pain point for them for today against Furia, because Furia was able to sit back yesterday and see how
watch
Crew
it
play.
all.
So study the play style and see if you could counter it. And we're starting things off very aggressively. Crew on the defense here on split. 4 players pushing down towards middle, while all of Furia, except for a late lurk, that's going to get hurt here from the middle for a B hit. It's open, a 5 versus 5 retake.
4 ghosts as well, so you know this is staying as the death squad. It's all really up to Mazian right now. If Mazian can play this slow enough, it's all the info that Furia needs.
There you go, they flash it, they hurt him a long time ago, so Mazian's the first to fall in this series. Pushing towards the spawn though are Furia. There's only one player there, that's Davies, gonna try to keep them back. Both duelists moving forward for Furia. Digizin and MW0 just waiting out in the corner. Meanwhile, though, you do have the execution starting to come in from Crew, but the retake on B main held back by Furia for now. Back to a 2 versus 3 disadvantage for Furia. As it's up to Digizin, looking for that clutch. Davies and Nax closing in, tapping on the spike. It's open. Digizin could actually play it on the angle. The first one does not connect. Now it's at halfway. He gets the shot onto Nax.
That's gonna be it.
That's gonna be it. Again onto Davies for the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my gosh. Digizin starts off on the first round, coming up huge. No right to be getting that clutch there, but the angle was given by Davies just too far to the left on the defense. He goes down with the ship on that one, and what control of the ship he had the whole time, too. Just knowing he can put that angle on to Nagzat, and Furia start off with a round they should not have. Let's see where they move to for second. Probably expecting a bit more pressure from Crew after they run down mid on that first round. Spike's still holding in Ramen right now, but using utility to clear everything out, giving Crew that consideration that they may have a really nice eco strat.
That's right. Conan, the one stepping up here for Furia in the shoes of QCK, as this guy was using that Trailblazer to see if there was going to be a stack from Crew in the B side, and that's Madzine with a nice opener.
What a creep up.
Because it already falls. Nice work play. Keeping only one player inside the B side on defense, and that's going to be Melzer. Picked off now by MW0. Easy plan about to come down.
Keep an eye on this. Mazine's identification, or identifying that A Heaven was not guarded. Davies finally gets him, but how often are Furia going to come back to this A Heaven to see if they can get control, get information, and then work the map as they did here on this second round? A quick hold on to B, and they should be able to come away with this without too much damage. We'll have to see what this chamber now for Davies brings in as we get into the gun rounds. He has played it in the past, and all time he's got about 650 rounds on it. Other ones, his Phoenix is 600. It's about his third played, so not too far back, so he should be able to see some good chamber play out of Davies here with that pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to witness as the round continues to move forward here on Split. As BBB mentioned on that desk, they've pretty much switched compositions for both Crew and Furia. So a lot of responsibilities for Davies on this chamber role. Thankfully for Crew, it's their map pick, and they also thought they were going to play the defensive side first. There's a couple of busts that happened for Chamber in the last time when you saw actually Digizine play Chamber on that map in week number 1. So can those changes coming up for Chamber, for Davies, will be good enough here for Crew to start putting these rounds together now that they have the rifles?
Yeah, and I feel like Crew has to grab a lot of rounds here. Not having the double duelist, it's going to be a lot on Kesnet once they get on to attack. So Furia picks attack coming into this with the ability to go defense, but no, they want to set the pace, and here we go. That double duelist is on the train tracks and rolling through now.
And that's a great start. The trademark already set up here to not allow NW0 to get too much space on the double satchel. Crew already looking to play what has been their signature move against MIBR yesterday, to flood in for the retakes as the plant comes down on the A site.
What's the defense? The utility is there for Crew, but I feel like Furia already has this garrisoned. Scaled to screens. MW0 with first contact.
Turns away from it. Boombot's fully flashed, so it cannot clear, but Kesa just swings out for that frag. A retake now ensues. Madzine holding in the back of the map with this stinger. Flash coming around the corner. Another perfect flash, but Madzine still dancing around. Only good for that one kill. Digizine on this last player stuck at the screens, chased down, hunted down, and dropped by Melzer in the end. And Crew manages to get the first round with 3 players alive.
Exactly, 3 players alive to keep this going, because they're going to be facing Furia's weapons on the next. But a great retake, a lot from what we saw yesterday on Crew. Patience, not losing anybody if it was Furia or anyone else taking the site, right?
Yep.
We saw it yesterday in MIBR where get to site, get position, and Crew would still have 5 full with util to retake, and they have been so good at those protocols. Really tough for these teams to have a good post plant. They showed MIBR, or they made MIBR seem like they weren't a team with the second best post plant in the regular season yesterday, right? It was just such a switch of gameplay for Crew. Now into round 4.
Poison orb emitting.
Slowed down, but still this B focus for Furia.
Yeah, always trying to keep Melzer pretty much aware on this B site. Double satchel through, close range for Gravity Well. And finally the assist comes across, but Digizine continues to explode now in the B site. Dropping a defense from Crew. One trying to spam through the smoke on the top of that for Crew. That's Nags, not connecting into any kills yet. Safe plant coming in. Madzine's looking for a very late lurk. The 1v1 moving forward. Davies spotted, and that's another player to fall for Crew. Might be the call here for the last 2 players to do whatever they can to save these last 2 weapons. Can they isolate Madzine now? And they will.
Furia has created and orchestrated this little strategy here that Crew needs to always find Madzine.
Yep.
They can't do much. They can't commit to a retake without finding where that flank is. And again, Madzine controls almost 3 people in that situation.
Yeah.
Does go down, but prevents the round from being even, or having a retake. So Furia is working the map so well right now to just stall Crew on wanting to push forward. They always have to look over the shoulder, and that's never a fun way to play Split.
Agreed. It's almost like they're doing that simultaneously as well. The other times when Furia are continuing to default towards his B main, the alert already is activated from Madzine towards that A site ramp, and that's how he got the first kills, keeping Crew together at the spots.
And when the front of the attack is Digizine getting the kills you need, Mazine's job then becomes so much easier. It's just,
as you just saw,
it's working on so many fronts right now for Furia. Ultimate for Kesnet comes up pretty quick for them. Let's see if it can turn this around. Instantaneous up towards mid. And Digizine wants blood.
It's going to be important now is not only the 2 rifles saved by Crew on that previous round, but if they could get value out of this showstopper now ready for Kesnet. NW0 still on top of the boxes, sees the jiggles of Nagzit, so those pain shells will push him out. A little bit too shallow, so Nagzit can still hold his corner.
Crew or Nagzit might go down here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, will go down here. Crew actually set up in this round expecting Digizin and MW0 to go up ramp. Okay, Bladestorm's up. They might go for a fast hit on A again, and it was mid. Kind of uncharacteristic to see the ultimate for a Jet go that quickly up to find a mailroom kill, and now they're back to A for that double duelist entry.
Yeah, after 4 rounds and then the 5th round starting to work towards middle. When Crew had focused this time on the extremities too, leveraging that potential showstopper from Kezen on that B site. But it's gonna try to get used towards the A. Pushing NW0 out of position, punished by Davies. A 4 versus 4. Plant yet to go down with 30 seconds left. Digizin once again inside screens.
They scale so quick to a position and just get in Crew's face. Another A ramp take. This will be a little bit of a repeat here from Crew. See if the protocol is the same, even with less members.
Melzer does have this Cosmic Divide. If they want to start things off, no TPs available for Davies as he was looking for that entry. The positions just seems too good. At least for now, as we fight back for Crew. Klaus and Kesnet. One more time, the heroes of the team. The late lurk from Khalil, and the headshot then from Melzer to answer right back. And Crew continues the great retake plays from yesterday.
We had a few thrifties peppered into yesterday's series. The thing is they came in at ultra necessary moments here. This would have been a big spread in the scoreline for Furia if they were able to grab the round, but the Sheriff shots across the team of Crew yesterday were on fire, and it looks like they're bringing a bit of that here today.
Agreed.
Fist bumps all around as we get into a possible 3-3 here, as Furia is just only 1 up. And these are retakes. Like you said, 2 defuses there for Crew. They found a way in. Even with Furia getting to that post plan. A team with the 2nd best attack coming into LCQ here off the regular season. So you know Furia is going to have aggression into the sites. Maybe that's why we see Crew giving up the space so they can retake so safely. Big default here.
Yeah.
I think everybody takes a breath.
A change as well, though, in the protocols. Conan flashing early on the top of ramp, keeping both players of Crew on the top of that area, thinking that at some point there'd be a double satchel or anything for MW0, but both of the duelists, from Furia are just holding it very quietly and cautiously towards that B main. Crew doesn't want to move at all, though. They want to be more reactive and letting Furia make the first step.
It's a lot of what they did to MIBR yesterday.
That's true.
Sound and backpedal, sound and backpedal. All that utility's gone, and you leave your opponents having to clear dry angles. Oof. That was Digizin last time. Look at them both working together so quickly to get into the site. As the Cosmic Divide goes down, it'll put some patience on this attack, but this is about to get very vicious very quick.
Exactly. Cycling around the ultimates for the attack. Furia then puts in the Viper's Pit after the Cosmic Divide. Seekers is trying to get a bit of info.
Seekers
at least
there
on that push, yeah, and it's available for Klaus. Melzer also has his own Cosmic Divide, but before the wall comes up, Digizin gets the first blood. Kesset falls, Seekers coming in, it does hit NW0. Close to the wall, our Crew getting ready to flood back, right back. It's traded off for a few. DBs capitalizing on 1 kill onto Digizin. Shorty inside the pit. Oh! Just too much damage as the HP was dwindling down and the pit is just too thick. Furia hold the post plant.
There it is. Nicely Furia actually started at B, and they've liked B. Much better time controlling it as well. The size of A is lending Crew the ability to get Furia on these different angles and peaks when they can hunker down inside that B site. Especially with these ultimates, they create all of these little angles that Crew is just scattered to find. Nice. That did require a lot from Furia, but they get the round, they get the econ back a little bit, and they shut down the momentum of Crew.
Oh, speaking about shutting down, that's Digizin once again. The main duelist, the main entry, the one that carries Furia into all of these advantages.
You wonder how much would change with Conan coming in, right? You know, Digizin's going to be on the front line.
Yeah. Not much yet.
Support, yeah, how much support still goes to that player, how much they try to prioritize the success of their duelists, and it still stays the same here. Looks like Conan is slotting in really nice so far. And still supporting those duelists with the initiating. Back to the other side, to this B where they feel a bit safer, and it looks like they are going to get MW0 to be their flank, or lurker rather.
Understandable play that was attempted here by Davies. They are on a sort of broken buy that you have. Hero Vandal in the hands of Kesnit, so he was trying to make a play with the Headhunter. Meanwhile, though, Melzer, with that Guardian, punished once again. And who better than Digizine? B site, one more time, up for the taking for Furia. And becomes now a late lurk from NW0. Back towards middle. You hate to see those. Crew now suffering the tail end of getting killed through smokes. They were the ones that were able to do it before against MIBR, but wait a minute. Klaus, one more time, 2 kills. The late lurk then activated. There's that first, and a close range on the second. He will trade off for his teammate, and Furia now take the lead, 5-2.
Digizine again, like you said, opening these up. The Spearhead, 4th first kill in a row to start off that round and get Furia their 5th as we move into the 8th round of the game. Oh, just a little misdirection on the Trailblazer, and that's the half a second Digizine needed to clean it up. They are quickly reacting to Klaus when he presents himself in these sites. Menacing impact frags coming out of him still. And Crew's gonna go ahead and call a timeout here. I think Crew is playing too passive to a detriment. They are getting safe retakes, but they're not getting enough info of where Furia has made it, how far they've scaled, really what was used into the site, because it's a guiding light, and you have, that time, just Digizine, but usually 2 duelists in. And I think it's been too much. Without the info, without just a little bit of how that's being executed, Crew is left in the dust.
Was still a bit of the game plan that Crew had against MIBR to give that space for that Brazilian team to think that they have open sights and are just really good for the retakes. But the real difference that we're seeing this time around, that space that's given to Furia allows a player just like Digizine to step up to the plate and already be on a heater. It just brings me flashbacks to when actually Digizine tried a chamber on this map on week number 1. He had a very slow start, and they took the whole map, switching back to a Jet into Ascent, and then we saw the good old Jet from Digizine. And he brings it up now already, starting here at the LCQ elimination game once again. And he's putting those numbers in already.
He doesn't have much to worry about either in terms of utility. If you think about it, even for MDV Zera, hold the thought. It looks like they're going with W.
Oh yeah, we're doing that again. This time with the showstopper. Paint Shell's now moving forward. No contact on anything in the space. Maybe taken. Will they clear? Melzer in the back. Foley flash. Booba moving forward. And he gets blown up. Second to fall on the top of heaven. Kesnit trying to fight back. Jumping through New York.
Wait a minute.
Across on the other end. MWC chases him down. Nags and Davies.
Spike planted.
Davies with the Tour de Force. And Conan with the re-heal on Furia. 3 players playing deep in the site. Trailblazer still available to get info on the top. The ladies moving through. Nagsat waiting. They just know. Crew that there's going to be somebody lurking, but they never know the timing. And the timing's now. An easy kill for Khalil. Davies left on an island. He's trying to swim back here to safety, at least on this 3 versus 1, trying to do that econ damage. But this time around, it's to save at least a Phantom. Furia off the execution and the showstopper. We're able to hold another solid post plant.
Quick, clean. Like you said, showstopper was there, and Crew not able to bring anything back on there. The tour de force gets used up, but they do bring a Phantom into the next round. It's just, how do you stop Furia? What I was saying at the beginning of last round is Digizine and MWZ don't have much utility they have to worry about. We don't see Sage as much anymore. There's no Cypher here, right? They can bounce right into sight, and it's on the aim. And what does Digizine and MWZ have? Great aim. So it's on them. They feel comfortable, and they're putting themselves in these priority, high, intense positions and still coming up with the results.
You know who else has a great aim, though? You had somebody like Klaus, right?
He's answered as much as he can.
Haven't had a chance to really shine yet on this map. Furia's been doing a great job just also using these smokes and this double controller composition that they have to not allow Crew to get these type of kills. As you try to get a late lurk, Mazine already gets punished for it. But Furia are already looking here to rotate back and fight back. The Trailblazer gives false information, and Crew's even bunny hopping away thinking. It's a huge mind game right now for both of these teams. Davies is staking forward as they double swing out for Furia. It's time to react for Crew. It's a 1 for 1. Make that a 2 for 1.
Wow.
It's time for MWZero from the grave, dropping 2 with the paint shells. And allowing Furia to move in for a plant.
All right, the rotation over. Marshall for Melzer. Kesnet may be the front of this fight. If they can get some of these blast packs to displace Furia. Tijazine's ready, though, to collapse. And gets collapsed on.
It's Klaus, man. Seekers are available now to spot the last 2. So you have to play around the rest of the utility. Khalil forced to pop up a Nebula very early. Grab well on the defense. The retake attempted. Conan swings out for the kill. But Kesnet answers right back. Khalil in a clutch situation once again, playing inside that smoke. Here's the footsteps of both! And as it dissipates, Crew continues still to have some great trade ability.
Yes.
And they finally come back with the 3rd round.
They're finally rewarded for this conviction of guarding a ramp over and over again. It wasn't Digizine and MWZero that went in, but it was that lurk again. Right here, Davies getting this frag. Stop that whole troublesome situation of having to worry who's the lurker. Where are they going to be coming from? You see how much more confident Crew was to move into the site and execute this retake.
Such an important kill you saw there that came out from Klaus, which allowed those Seekers to be ready and spot the last 2 players and have Crew finalize that round. It was a broken by the hand on that previous one, so they capitalize on that. The money is good in this round for Crew. So just making some noise here towards the back and forth of the A ramp control. And Furia seems to have won it at the beginning of this round.
I can hear steps. You ever hear somebody jump peeking? You know they probably have a partner real close. Nobody's going to do that and just give away their position. You can see 3 of them back there ready to trade this fight.
Nice swing by Davies. Digizine falls. Key component here. Falling down for Furia. But they've also always been good in these 4 versus 5 situations. Looking to see if Crew's going to peek back out, be a little bit more antsy, and decide to choose the safe route, putting the wall up. Flash to get information on the defense. A lurk kill from MWZero onto Naxxit at middle. Seekers then coming through. Another flash, but it's a rotate back from Furia back at middle.
All the way through. Trying to ring around the rosy here. They still don't have Spike just yet, so that will delay them, giving Crew time to get into position.
30 seconds
But still,
left.
they have Crew off their first defensive positions. It's kind of the goal of doing a strategy that goes across the map.
There's 22 seconds left this time, though. Nobody could actually swing in. It's Kesnet himself with the showstopper.
What a great stall.
And just that, exactly. The plant's not going to happen. That's one piece of util, no kills, that still allows Crew to get the round.
Not a round you expect to see with a 4v4 save out here. Crew doing a fantastic job of tracking Furia across the map. And that's going to be around... Oh! MWZero evens it up. Or
That's
uneven.
a big kill.
Yeah.
Because he gets that kill right there. That's a showstopper for this round here.
What's the answer? Nothing on deck for Ultimates on the other side. A great trade to start off. And again, we see the start, that first kill coming from the side of Crew, and the momentum for Furia is almost stopped immediately. Not as much confidence. They can't work off the audio of Mazine grabbing or MWZero on the flank. You see that death ball of Furia staying together and having to work more dry peaks or off the last bits of utility they have. It's not always easy to get the first kill, though. Digizine's been wild in the first part of this first half. Crew are only answering back now. And that was the first round the spike hasn't been planted. So you see how much Furia is getting to the site, being able to pressure. And Crew finally figures out how to put up a solid wall and stop that.
And just from the replays, reminiscent of what happened a few rounds ago as well, we've seen some success from Furia also in the early rounds of controlling middle. That poison orb that you're trying to put down on mid on the defense there for Nags, that still has a little gap, or the box is on the top. He can't really play that aggressive angle in that one and done position, or really doesn't have that support from the B heavens. But when you're starting to do that for Crew, you're leaving the extremities open, and that's where Furia once again could play those mind games and get control very early like they did and start activating the lurks out from Mazine again.
The operator purchase from Crew as we come out of the timeout. Both teams on timeout, so you have this inkling. You expect your opponent on attack, if that was their timeout, to have a tricky protocol here. And already a different setup on defense from Crew.
Oh, unlucky there as MW0 opened up with 2 kills.
The star timing, just pulling out the star.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, MW0 on point right now and inside the head of Crew on their defensive protocol. A little bit of lurk by Nagzet here, and it looks like they are gonna have to give up this space. That was just too quick, too fast, and a timeout grabbed for the side of Furia. Talked about it before. They have such a good mindset for using a timeout and being able to make that next round go into their favor, whether it's with an ultimate protocol with Digizine, we've seen it on a SEN, or just a simple strat to make it into sight. There was MW0's ultimate that, like you said, grabbed off of that last kill of last round. So the impact it has continues to affect the game.
Yeah, and that's the second time here. A Showstopper getting a lot of space for Furia on the hits. The question was coming across here at the desk. Any roles will change, if anything is going to be changing for Furia now that you have Conan, who actually had a lot of experience playing with Tibika in the past as well. In the Brazilian scene as a Raze himself. A couple of Sage roles as well. Ooh. But you can't forget MW0 on this Raze, who's also very potent. Now it also answers a question of, yeah, it doesn't really look like there's going to be any role issues for Furia. If you do want to have Conan have the switcheroo with MW0, MW0 is also a very, very good Sky player.
Absolutely. Fast W.
Or MW.
Yeah, MW going straight forward. This operator is still here for Davies.
And it connects. And that's the responsibility that Davies has. But unfortunately, a trade-off from Pain Shells once again in favor of MW0 and Furia. On 4 versus 4, Kizit trying to push forward and fight back. Satchel charge to break the crosshair placement of MW0, forcing him to fall back in mid.
Huge. Smokes are down. Now it's just Mazine to be able to work that, and they find the Lurker, which has continued to plague Crew in these rounds.
Yeah.
These retakes always been successful once they do find that straggler.
And that was that mid. And of course the fall back in the A site with everybody else. Big flash coming through. No connection, but at least Conan is there for the support. The headshot onto Melzer. A 3 versus 3. Reheal trying to come up here. Regrowth. Crossfire set up in the back of the site. A 1-for-1 once again. And it's a 1 versus 1 to see who wins the round! And it's Conan running out of bullets! And Kestet getting the defuse! As Crew salvages the round. And we end the half 5-7 in favor of Furia.
Incredible stuff to be able to come back. Furia not being able to hold on to the retakes on a few of these rounds where Crew continue to find their success, and it's clean from both teams, but I am worried of how Crew is going to bring this onto attack without the double duelist.
Yeah, and it's been some great plays whatsoever, or at least to start the first half here. Explosive on both ends. Digizine doing his job, but I think it's back to the desk, or should I say the analyst desk with GB, so they could break down that first half.
Thank you so much, Vansilla. Yes, the invisible analyst desk as well. You know, it comes with me wherever I go. But yes, let's go ahead and talk about what we saw in that first half of play there. It was very clear. B, free for Furia. A, not so free for Furia, but free for Crew, evidently. Quite fascinating to see how this played out. And it's good to see that this matchup is as neck and neck as it's been, Mimi.
Yeah, it is. And I think this is kind of defined by two things. On one half for Crew, what they excelled at was these late round retakes, continuing what we saw from them yesterday, where this team is so willing to be really patient in these late rounds. Take the time to regroup, play these set retakes, and they were really effective, particularly on this A site, where I think 4 of their 5 rounds were won.
Yeah, I mean, early on into this half, it was Digizine who was really taking over the game from that clutch on the pistol, then into those calm entries where his crosshair placement was just excellent. Davies would try to swing in, as you do early on the chamber, and was just getting deleted. And then later in the half, it was MW, those explosive entries, double satcheling in on the Raze.
And this gives them a good half on the side of Fury. But now my biggest question is, how does Crew's comp work when they switch on over
that's
to
what Riv
the
was
attack?
asking.
Because with both this Chamber and Astra, I think you really have to slow things down. We saw Furious successes in these double dive, these really fast executes. When you play with that Chamber, you more so want to take your time working the map, pushing up into mid, entrenching either your Chamber or Astra into a position where they can find that late round lurk. And I think that does force Crew to really continue to showcase the fundamentals that they've been working on.
And on the opposite side, Furia, they loved running this double duelist throughout the season, but there were a number of games where they got a big advantage on attack side, and then it just slipped away from them on defense.
For Furia, if we expect these really slow retakes from Crew in the first half, it's going to be about these really fast flood retakes with this double duels, and about if they can get Dujas in on that operator. He can take over games if they get to that point.
Well, you know, Riv, you were asking what's going to happen on the other side for Crew. We'll find out here. I know we're curious as well. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Thank you very much, GB. And indeed, now finally our questions will be answered for the second half. And the last time these two teams played on Split, it was literally split 6-6 on the half. The difference this time around, though, for Crew, when they had that success on the attack, though, they were playing that double duelist.
Yeah.
So now that they only have Davies, how do you work that utility around Kest and activating him around the map?
And it's such an expensive role you want to play, too. Do they even go for the operator? But you use that headhunter the same with the way Davies has been playing. Yeah. Questions will be answered quite soon here. Sheriff to start off as usual for Ditches in. See if he can make any impact. His A ramp is slowly being taken. Seeing what they can get out of the side of Furia here. Still a rotation by Davies. So that's going to be our lurk. Watching everything, staying in range of the trademark. Being able to give the team audio cues here.
Waiting on the util is Crew. The defensive wall coming down, now forcing Crew to move forward, allowing Crew to move forward, and pinch against Benzine, who still gets the opener on Davies. Snakebite on the ground. Head on a swivel, support coming through. He goes through his zone! Snakebite to get 2 kills, and we continue once again. Pain shells from MW0. And it's up to Nags on a 4 versus 1. Spike on his back.
Toxin screen down.
As the first contact is the last contact. Conan allows Furia to get the other pistol.
That was absurd. In the moment play from Mazine, getting forced out of a position, realizing his escape was actually covered, and being able to turn around and still make it happen here.
This.
Turn around. Just amazing mindset in the play. You got to do the unexpected. Even with the opponent staring straight down that corner at him, he still comes up with an amazing amount of kills and just stalls out Crew. We get into our bonus now, or next round rather. That was wild. There's Judge ready.
Taking that back.
A little bit too far, though, the support on that B side for that Judge in the hands of NW0. Just util instead. Pain shells Nebula, allowing Kesnit to pick up an orb. And as they hear the orb for Furia, that's when they finally move to NW0. Locking down the entrance in that B site, and Crew decide to fall back.
Right there.
Might be one pick coming through.
Blocking vision.
Trying to get a TP play. TP's not even needed. Davies just dispatches MW0 with that shot from the headhunter.
Slow play. We've seen Crew yesterday as well play a lot of these rounds slow enough to make it. Just like we talk about Cloud9, EG, how they play their ecos like actual gun rounds with the potential and knowledge that they can hit these Sheriff shots and absolutely lay out the rest of the side of Furia.
30 seconds left.
Towards A, they've got a good rotation out of Furia now, so they will have sight, and Digizine's going to be able to make that call.
Long range, Sheriff.
There it is.
Actually in favor of Kesset instead. So another to fall, and Crew well on their way to try to win here at Thrifty, as the plan is now safe for players inside the site. One on the rotate watch, the flank watch, and that's Davies at the A ramp, about to come head to head against the Stinger of Medzine. Meanwhile, though, Conan is walking out from screens playing contact. Duels on both ends of the A site, won by both teams, but the disadvantage still comes in for Furia. Flash after flash, a Spectre and a Stinger. A second flash coming through, and that's beautiful to drop the last two players inside the site, leaving only one alive. Davies couldn't get it done. It's Furia's turn to play some great retakes.
Furia continues to hold on to the accolade of being one of the best 4v5 teams in Americas. Absolutely incredible, and that one being a 3v5.
Yeah.
So put another one on the board for him there. Really incredible, recognizing that the seriousness that Crew is putting into these ecos, and that Furia can still manage to figure it out and just decipher what Crew wants to get out of this, especially on that retake. Yeah. Nice pile in. Mimi talked about it. You're going to get swarmed a lot of the time from this team, so you got to be ready.
Crew is trying to make that play with the pop flash around the corner, but when you're playing close range with a Stinger and a Spectre and you only have pistols to work with on the post plant, not easy to do. At least they've done that econ damage. Fury won't have too much to work with in our bonus round. 3 Sheriffs and those 2 SMGs that we just talked about. And for Crew, slow takes towards the mid and A-long.
Trying to take space. It's back to, in this composition, it forces you to go back to one of the really just the original meta or play styles we saw, is creep up mid, find that space. If you have an operator, the ops first, but they're doing it without that utility right now.
Yeah, just a lot of contact plays here. Conan spotted a few, walking up towards that B. A pop out from the snake bite at the bottom, trying to vulnerable some players. That's Madzine. Also has a Sheriff to work with as he's working the site with Khalil, trying to anchor that down. Snakebite continues to push him away. Leans out towards the right. Does have an angle here. But Nags it still wins it. Better weapon that he has in his hands. Big flank coming up. That's Digizine. Cannot connect. Finally, a plant comes now for Crew.
Spike planted.
Ooh. Yep. A little bit of a wonky bounce there, but NW0. No window of opportunity after that. Nebula shuts down the door, and Crew's looking in a good spot here to not lose too many players against Furia's bonus, and hopes to bring the second half back and keep the economy high.
If Kesnet could get this on the search, he gets ultimate. That would be huge. But yeah, Crew playing it safe, knowing they had the gun diff, and that's what we saw at a lot of these trades. Furia did see Crew, but Crew too fast to the shot, too big of a weapon. Thank you very much. I like it. Run! All right, safe. So weapon brought into the next round. Hero rifle. Good see here.
Well, it'll be tied in with
drop the round.
Everything else that they have here for Furia.
Oh, that's true. Coming to the bonus. These rounds are so long. I feel like we're deeper into these rounds. Or into the half. All right. Crowd behind him still. Crew definitely had that. Felt like a home crowd yesterday for sure as they were playing against MIBR. We'll see what they have now, round 16. That bonus operator for Digizine actually. So I feel like this actually plagued Crew a little bit when they had the op on Davies. It made them timid for the retake. If Digizine can't open up here big, then they might have trouble getting back into these sites for post plan.
Mazzine's just trying to play around. Cycling now, smokes. Oh, there was a timing there that Kesnet could have caught Madzine. As the second smoke comes up in vents, Crew's trying to work up towards this B heaven. And Furia, reacting on it, are pushing their 2 players outside B.
This can only work so many times, right? Just the creep up to heaven. They're playing the it won't happen again mentality against Furia. But now Furia goes to check that heaven. Yeah.
Seekers confirms now mid-control, but Madzine still gets punished. Being a little bit too ahead of the Seekers. Didn't notice that there was actually a lot of players from Crew. Defaulting now at the beginning of this round on mid. Rotating back from getting that first kill on Vents. Crew's looking to push towards the A site.
30 seconds left.
Digizine and Conan anchoring.
Big flash blinds Kesnet. So he can't value off the satchels in the site. Conan now hiding behind it, but he gets picked through the smoke. And it would allow Crew here to get the plant down. Cycling that over, that's Kesnet for the plant, so we can have the showstopper. NWZera just got spotted by Davies, and Davies decides to fall back, putting his trademark down. And now finally anchoring up towards the A heavens, but Fury decides instead to save that operator and a 2 rifles for the next round.
It's not too scary of a save at the current position of the game, but that op, like I said, we saw Davies and the team doing the same thing. We had a 4v4 save last half. And the fact that this operator can't either be in the fight already or in position for the fight makes it so tough with all these angles to re-clear and the utility you may have at the late part of the round. So I think Crew get the benefit of this one. Everybody out alive in a flawless round, but it is the save from Furia they have to be aware of.
And that's the thing. I don't know if they're aware that there's an operator yet.
I was wondering the same. I don't know if Digizine fired off a shot or kept himself completely safe on that round, but we know the movement of Crew will tell us as soon as they find it. They should run the other way.
Or run it down.
or run it down. They hear it, and showstopper, still a possibility. Kind of tough to find that dashing Digizine, but it could be a possibility for sure. Frenzy and Sheriff. So it's going to be a supportive round here for Furia, probably holding angles, being around each other, and safe until they can get a full idea of what Crew is doing. And Crew is working the map really well. We questioned it, how they would use this comp, not being able to blast in. So far, it's been a lot of mid, and then branching out into the map. Here, a little bit more of a default. They're actually going to leave Davies, though, on a mission.
Yeah. Very similar roles on different agents.
Yeah,
Matzine or Davies, the A-ramp control. Now trying to leverage potentially Kesnet for a showstopper entry towards this B site. And I like it that at least he has support here from Klaus. They could use a flash, they could use a body, but it's a wide swing instead. It gets punished for it, but at least they come right back out. No opportunity for Digizine to really get away, and the showstopper goes long range. Oh, MWZera dropped down and was able to avoid that showstopper, but Kesnet reacted quick enough to drop him. But 2 players are still inside the spawn for Furia. Nice snake bite. Klaus melting down. But Furia decides otherwise, not to try to explode yet. Off the snake bite left on the ground here by Matzine. Now spotted in the back of spawn at the B site, down to 5 HP. And Furia is just looking to do that damage on the exits.
So you were right, Vance. It was the C, Digizine, and W. It was not the retreat strategy. Yeah. Also, Digizine, a little bit of a forced error there as he went right into the wall, not thinking there was more than Melzer. We get a few exit kills in this situation, but we are going to be brought to 9 to 8. Kesnet?
Nice shot.
Gross.
Wants to chase after these, keep the economy low. Oh, yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, a little body shot, So 3 successful plants to post plants now. And yeah, for a moment, we had Digizine's POV there in the beginning, and you saw there's a hesitation like, oh, it's only 1 frag, but that late entry into main, you saw, made him think different, and Crew already had the advantage at that point and the move.
I knew exactly need this. We've given a lot of praise, actually, to Fury on how they were able to work the attack on this very map of Split, but definitely it's been Crew all along in this second half of Split. Not as quick, not as explosive as Digizine did on his jet roll on the attack, but still finding a lot of value with working Kesnet around the sky. Still leveraging him and also other bodies to continue with the fundamentals of the trades that they're currently doing very well throughout this LCQ for Crew.
Adam with the final words here, since they are chatting as well. Fist bumps as well. Davey just on the end there, having a pretty great game on the chamber. It's not something they focused or want Davey to do too much with, but you see how this composition works together and how they're playing it. Nobody's committing too much, and it's all behind what they can get Kesnet to do as well. And here it looks like Kesnet's going to be the one that pushes them straight up a ramp or into sight with Tour de Force live and ready.
Oof.
Wait.
Coming through, but it's still Conan to answer first. Cloudburst to try to push them back. Counter flash coming through. And it's a stalemate right after that first kill. After this, the destruction of Klaus through the paper-thin wall of A heaven. Evens up the tally in a 4 versus 4.
Honestly, I don't even know within that chaos if they know there's a Viper's pit mid right now. Because if they did, they may be going forward, realizing there's less people in sight and one still guarding. That was so much mayhem to begin this round. But still going to hold a ramp to see if the movement comes from the side of Furia first. Look at the stacks that they have. Watching the back, watching the front.
Yep.
And Trademark is still there, so they're staying within range.
Exactly. That's the responsibility of Davies. Trying to get a tap if anybody's going to overcommit. No Tour de Force because they have the Vandals to work with, so they're going to save that ult for a later round. Trailblazer to spot Digizine. Trying to get a spray as the walls are coming through. Nice snake bite, though. MW0 is just going to eat that. Just so they could still continue with the surprise play.
30 seconds left.
Meanwhile, though, Digizine drops 2. There's that walk down. Oh, Nagzet still gets the flick. Evens up the tally on a 2 versus 2 this time around with 20 seconds left. Plant coming down safe. But Melzer's very low on HP on the post plant.
You are divided.
Util to drop into the Viper's pits. And we see the Cosmic Divide go through. So this means a lot of ground can be gained. It's just, will Furia be looking at the right corners when they breach this wall?
And this is a great wall, too. 4 crew to use on a post plant. There's no sky flash to go through it, so you have to body peek. Snakebite coming through the wall, so you identify the first player. Now dropping in back of the map. It's up to the low HP. Khalil once again. A star player that you have as a control player, allowing Furia to get the round finally here on the defensive half.
And Mazine playing a little bit of displace the enemy. They use the Viper's bites to basically tell where the players of crew are not. And then give themselves a better advantage once that wall does go down to realize the angles they have to peek. You could even see there the vulnerability on Melzer, so they were hitting him true. Beautifully done there to suss out where the opponents were for the retake. Furia coming up with a pivotal round right there. And they're going to be 10-8 here, putting the pressure on now after that defuse. Blades for Digizine. Khalil now with a Cosmic Divide and that Davey ultimate.
Let's play.
Right away. I think they just identified Nags. That was a good flash coming in from Conan. And it's the dry peek. Quick dismiss for a look here.
Miles ready.
Faust, meanwhile, has picked up an orb here, but a Trailblazer was avoided by Nags all the way down towards long. So Fury is pushing down this area at the A ramp, thinking that they might have that control. And this might allow crew to work towards middle. Back in the vents for that flash, okay. Digizine just spotted Nagzet. A 1v1, dash activated! No! Once again, face plants into the wall. And Nagzet gets the first blood.
Gonna retreat from the area too. Just quick trade in mid, calling the attention of Conan to keep rotating around.
Sometimes you gotta make those plays. Player disadvantage for Furia.
Oh my god.
Trying to even it up. There's a timing from Conan. He's made it through the spawn. This might allow crew still, no matter what, to get a plant. But Furia might be in a great spot for the retake. Khalil now in the back of the site, breaking the boom bot, and also breaking his crosshair placement. Conan left alive on a 3 versus 1, and already pre-fired by Nagzet. And crew, once again, are 1 round away of tying up the game.
Back and forth, and there Nagzet at the end, the 6th sense all the way through spawn, backpedaling to make sure that was available. Oh, Digizine. That moment when you think you have such an upper hand on your opponent, you say, I see you're flashed over the box. I want to get another position. Gets caught in the rotation to find that positioning. And you see the crew fans are loving it right now. Back and forth we go. Bladestorm still there for Digizine. And it comes out immediately. So Klaus, in the end of this round, they'll be able to use the Seekers if they don't have enough of an idea where Furia is. And while not speeding anything up, crew is doing a great job.
What a flash! Davies turns away, only half blinded, but it allows DJZ to move down, right click and pick up a rifle. Nags looking to punish, but unfortunately doesn't work out. Nice first blood there for Furia.
Toxin screen down.
And with that as well, you have a reposition from Madzine right here. And Nagzet may not be ready for this. Crew trying to make some noise now, trying to gain some map control on the top of B. Evens it up on a 1v1. There's a lurk play, never checked. Big check, almost lost by Madzine.
Double take. 3v3 now. It's going to be cross map again. They have done this before.
Madzine continues to be very good with that utility, pushing Crew back into B heaven.
Conan.
Where Conan's currently waiting. First shot there, capitalized on the second one.
My gosh.
And that is some crisp shot for a player that hasn't played for at least 90 days. Feels like he is still playing like he was still in Tibika.
Like riding a bike. Honestly, looking at what he was doing on the retakes of first half, he was always getting 1 or 2 frags. His crew tried to get in and defend and defuse the spike. So having impact frags all throughout, even if you're not seeing headshot after headshot after headshot, Conan is fitting in incredibly for the intensity of the situation.
Meanwhile, though, Furia thought that they had the round. Cloud slipped through, got the plant down. He's playing the mind game.
Oh.
He's planning as if they'll make him think that he's not playing heaven, and finally he gets spotted.
Now he goes back to screen, yes.
And with that,
Reposition.
has his 2 flashes available too on his 1v1. Madzine now walking inside the B site. There's that tap.
You have to know.
Klaus is looking for the timing. No flash needed. Klaus with the Red Bull clutch.
Wow. Have like 2 or 3, at least 2 4Ks between the series yesterday and today. An ace for himself yesterday, Klaus. I must have changed the batteries or recharged his mouse because this is incredible play here. And Madzine there expecting to hear the drop, waiting to hear the drop.
Yeah.
Didn't even stop at half. So you can just see how far ahead Klaus is in these situations of his opponents. Incredible stuff from him recently. All right, towards A. Deep Trailblazer goes through, and it looks like a whole squad of crew is going to take this, but it's still this 1-1, or I'd say 2-3 across the map that is played slow by crew. This is now crew expecting Furia to peak, to come out just a little bit, and give up some information.
They want to give an indication that they want to potentially do a pistol round strat of working the A ramp back down towards middle. Furia just looking with utility to be more reactive. Seekers are out very early in this round. 1 minute left on the clock. But there's no face checks behind that.
All right. Everyone to A side. Spike's going to go towards heaven to start here. We actually might end towards B if they don't get the result of kills they want on this strategy. Crew has been trying to throw Furia for a loop, and I would not put a cross-map plant by them here.
Davies with the operator in the range of the trademark. A flash across, Cloud's first
30
blood.
seconds left.
Now the A ramps under control by Crew, but still 2 players are inside the A site. Both raises getting kills next.
That's
dropping
now.
out the defense on the A site. DJZ looking for an opportunity at least to do some heroic plays and allowing Furia to come back in the round. But if a couple of seconds more dwindle here, especially with the smoke, this might be the call finally to save.
And both teams putting strength in the op this late on split here, hoping that Davies or DJZ can be a huge factor in turning this round into an instant 5v4 in their favor. Another save to make sure this operator can make that a possibility next round. And Crew, they have that momentum. They talked about it, being able to just steamroll over their opponents. It just gives them that confidence. Oh my gosh. 2 ultimates to use next round too, Vansili. Good kill.
An opportunity though to punish. One's dropping here towards the spawn. Dash away. Whew. Hiding in the smoke. So the op's still there, but no matter what, Crew takes the lead in this game on their map pick on this map.
Yeah, furious pick. You don't think it's going to be true.
30 seconds.
Spike down A. I have the spike.
We'll see if they can pick it back up. All right. Now to attack side.
It's important not to save here for Furia on that previous round with Khalil in that Vandal. For the rest of them, not too much to work with unless they could do something with the showstopper. It's time for Furia to do a little bit what Crew did on that pistol round, to push aggressively down on that middle. But no opportunities to punish. As when Nagzet saw that member, he fell back and is just waiting for Crew to pinch back on the other end of the map. But Furia has none of that information besides that Viper that they saw in sewers.
I've been watching Nags a lot to see what kind of util he's throwing out or how much he's messing with his wall here. I feel like it's messed Furia up quite a bit. They're ready for mailroom this time, though, Van Silly.
Headshot down from Madzine. Snakebite on the ground. Vulnerable on 2 players, and the Spikes on an island by himself on the top of the mailroom. At least finally, after that first initial chaos, is able to get met up by his teammates. And Crew at a disadvantage are looking to split in the B site, but that's where 3 players are at for Furia. Showstopper denied by Khalil. A knock kill now for Davies. We turn it back around for Crew. It's a 3 versus 3. Weapon advantage. A push across.
Khalil.
Off angle by Khalil. Now pitched in from hell. A shot from Davies. Up to Conan on a 2 versus 1. Picks up a Phantom. A pit comes out. Oh, Davies once again on fire on the attack with the operator. Puts Crew at map point.
The question was, could they get to the op? Was the tour de force enough? How was Davies going to play this chamber? Coming now in for Crew on split, and we're seeing it come to fruition here. Absolutely laying down the shot for the rest of the team covering. And Davies coming in from behind too. They were just not ready for this.
I'd like to think that they were. They had 3 players in there on that stack on that B site for Furia.
You expect to see that op be one of the first peekers, though.
Oh, yeah.
Not to be getting railed by 1 and 2, 3, 4 as they come into the site. Push mid.
A trade-off. A timing to try to punish MW0, but still a 4 versus 4. And that's 2 key players falling down. Both operators for Crew and Furia.
Seekers is ready. They can just string this round out if they don't want to go B and figure out where the opponents are. Oh, my MDU's a huge play. Huge play!
But the help from Klaus. Just add the 3rd player moving through. Crew are 2 kills away of winning this first map. The last time it was dead even in a situation where Crew let this lead slip and Furia won at 13-11. Now Crew finally has a chance for revenge and to close it right now. Plat for long. And all the stars aligned here on the spike. Difficult for Conan to retake here with Madzine. Both on individual plays. Conan looking for at least a contact play. Noise being made towards B heaven. There's that first peek. Overheat jumps! Still gets the headshot to Melzer.
They heard 2 Vandals.
And there it goes. No
the defuse
that could get done.
The defuse!
To the defuse! They can't spray it! The Red Bull clutch from the sub here of Furia. Conan steps up and they stand a chance to bring this into overtime.
Is Conan professional enough to get in here and play was the question. Well, pros don't fake. The answer is solidified. Conan having a hell of a game and a huge defuse to keep Furia in split.
And despite that, it's Madzine defusing, but I'm calling Conan for that huge kill that he got on Melzer. Because Crew were playing on those stars with the Gravwell and the Nova Pulse. And it got denied off Conan. An accidental jump still gets that kill to allow the defuse to happen in the smoke. But Crew, not shook by what just happened, gets first blood this time around. Round 24 in regulation.
Blinded.
That being Furia's first retake there in 4 rounds. And a huge one at that. They needed it a lot. Cosmic Divide ready for the retake. We've seen how Furia uses that. If it is going to be an A plant, this might benefit Furia here so they can get themselves into that A site for the attack we've seen them use. Slow push out here from Khalil. They're repositioning and trying to get this info before they give Crew too much space. This makes it much more dangerous, though, because now Crew has a way onto the defensive side.
Lots of pressure on A main. And with that, the A ramp is open. A heaven is also open. Cosmic Divide onto defense. Thundering through our Crew on the top of the site. But Conan once again. Guardian dropping 2. One hit by the Satchels. We're going into overtime.
Van Silly, cast your mind back to the regular season. At what point did we see Crew fall apart in their games?
Right there.
Right at the end, right on the precipice of victory, they start to fall apart. And here, Conan with the Guardian, able to start dismantling Crew enough for Furia to close this out of regulation and bring us into overtime. What? They knew it the whole time. We did not see any bit of reluctance from Furia in those last few rounds, pushing forward, gaining aggressive positions, and just getting in the face of Crew to bring us into OT. Now the pressure is on. Crew were in position to win their pick, and now not so certain.
But Furia is still a team that has found some decent success on this map throughout the regular season of the Americas. Already starting things off on a pause. Furia doesn't want to let Crew run with any type of momentum, because First Blood seem to have been shining in favor of Crew on their attack half. And of course, tactical timeouts mean tactical bears, as we just saw here on the screen. But yeah, I gotta say here, it's gonna be hopefully Crew. They've talked in the interviews from Coach Adam about the mental, about their positioning of where they were when they got that victory against MIBR. 0-9 throughout the regular season. And now they have to keep their mental strong. A moment where they actually got the fuse on a 2 versus 1. Make that even a 3 versus 2 on a pulse plant. And now they have to try to win here on their defensive side, starting things off in overtime number 1.
And the operator stays for Davies.
That's right. Blast cannon. Satchels across. Wall comes up. And that's MW0 taking control of that. Now in the front, fully blinded. Dash across with the Digizine. A 1-for-1 goodbye kill onto Davies. And it's Fury all across the board.
The pressure you can see running through these players on the take there. A few mistakes allows Furia the sight. Almost without a death. Conan goes down though, and now Melzer and Nags forced to push in.
Oh,
a pit 2.
How annoying is
just
that?
to add.
2 kills a plant. Pit available.
Gun here.
And no Sky to help out the retake for Crew. A position where they were so good at yesterday against MIBR. Now they have to face the music against 4 players. The show ends for Nagzit, leaving Melzer in a near impossible situation. Wow. Was trying to bait out players by running around. And it's back to Furia in the lead. But not only that, at map point.
Match point.
Furia remembers those last 2 rounds that brought him to OT. Stay in the face of Crew. And Crew use their timeout. Hopefully Adam has that information. A has been a priority here for Crew. The A ramp control, allowing the movement of Furia to figure out where they are. We've also seen success from Crew once they go towards mids, once they go towards mailroom, and then we might have a rope room play. They've had so many things that have worked.
Exactly, you've named them all, and that's what Furia's, the advantage that Furia currently has in terms of the conditioning that they've done against Crew on their attack half, because think about it again on the first few rounds, lots of B control, lots of B pressure. Then you have some A control, then you have Digizine working that mid. So it really comes down to, yes, what has Adam picked up so far in those 24, make that even now 25 rounds overall, and where can they actually shut down Digizine early in the round, because he's going to be the man to look out for.
And operator versus operator as we get in here. 2 glass cannons to come through. We'll keep an eye on Digizine so far over at A, and the other operator is going to be mid. Back to that strategy of slowly creeping up, gaining position in the first angle with Davies, so eyes on him to start. B main control looks like it may be close up here for Khalil. That could be quite dangerous if it goes that side. Double jump peaks.
That was the plan.
Huge info.
Trying to punish Madzine on the top of ramp, or the top of vents rather. Doing a good job actually cycling the first pieces of utility on that mid control. Nebula already coming out.
Satchel out.
Poison Orb on the attack side for Nags. So he's trying to keep players anchored from Furia on that A site, forcing a Trailblazer as well. So this is actually a really good start here for Crew on working that map. Less utility available for Fury on the hold. Oof. 1 HP left.
There's such good info right now from Digizine. He can actually see through this wall, so it going up and down is not affecting Furia's defensive positioning.
It's going to be the call after the Poison Orb coming down. Davies just waiting here, aiming down the sight of his operator. He's not going to spot anything yet.
30 seconds left.
And as the smoke dissipates, you also see NW0 falling back here on an off angle in the B side. Big flashes coming through, but Khalil still on the top of the boxes. This might be it. Nax just got dropped by NW0, and Furia managed to fight back, climb back, bring it to overtime, and win it.
Furia had lost their last 2 overtimes to Lev and Sentinels, but not again. They right that ship, they find the win here, and even down a few rounds. Figure out how to stave off the pressure that Crew was bringing from the attack side by pushing up on the patience Crew was using, getting in their face a little bit more and not allowing so much space just at the beginning of each site. Digizine starting off the pistol round in fashion here. And the team was able to end in OT fashion for this first map.
Furia did a great job there despite using a lot of utility in the first part of the last round. The position that they had, the stack that they have across, giving false information, false hope that Crew would be able to make it into the B site has been on point for that round and on point overall for them to be able to come back, but it had to come down to heroic plays as well. If it didn't come down to Conan, the first one, playing his first game now during LCQ and getting that kill to allow that, I would almost call it a ninja defuse inside that smoke there.
Yeah, that was a huge defuse. There were a lot of 2Ks, like I said, single site frags that Conan had absolutely playing his part, and I almost think topping the scoreboard for the squad too. Up there 17, 18, 19 frags on this one, and Furia did not miss a beat with a sub.
We'll have a chance to fight back at least for Crew, and that's going to happen after the break.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier. Standing by with a quick interview with Coach Carlisle after an intense first map taking down Crew. That map was absolutely crazy. Coach Carlisle, there was a point in the map where the score was 5-9 in favor of Furia and the boys, but we saw Crew turn on the momentum and the score was suddenly 12-10. Talk to us about what was so difficult on that second half and how were you able to bring it back and close it out?
Yeah, like they were like kind of late on their execute, so we kind of like don't have the info on A side. So we talk a little bit, like some things like don't work in the final of the round. Like we make a lot of mistakes on the final of the round. But when we pause, when we bring that diffuse on the 10-12, we can like talk, breathe, and take better decisions on that overtime. So we kind of like get the map.
Absolutely, that diffuse is absolutely clutch. Best of luck on Ascent. Golden Boy, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Smix. And indeed, that diffuse absolutely set the tone for this game and led to Furia being able to pick up a win in overtime, 14-12. Welcome back. I'm Golden Boy alongside Baby Bay and Mimi. And let's just jump into it and just show that round, the pivotal round 23. And Baby Bay, this was an utter heartbreaker here. And it felt like it was just all roads ahead here for Crew, but no.
It was such a feels bad, and then the way that the Astra died. Like, if the Astra doesn't die right there, they're able to use the suck for the bomb, and there's no way they lose this.
Yeah.
There's no way. You don't have to worry about spam or anything, right? But the fact that Conan, the stand-in, comes in and gets a jumping headshot on the Astra that's behind the box to wrap that round up. It's just a complete momentum switch, and it just ruined the confidence of Crew. And honestly, it really did look like they were outplaying Furia up until that point.
Yeah.
It did, but if you just looked at the first section of this game, you would have thought that Furia would have been able to close out pretty cleanly here. They win both pistol rounds in that one. They get great momentum early in these halves, and some of their players, Digizin in particular, are all playing amazing. And I think that's a testament to, honestly, how well Crew were playing throughout this matchup to be able to pull that game as close as it ended up being, to be able to push it to overtime, and honestly, to a position where they should have won. But now this puts them in another position where they've lost another insanely close matchup to Furia pulling some magic over the line. And it's kind of the question of, now that we're heading to Ascent, can Crew even recover from that?
Yeah. I mean, we also do have a few of those pistol rounds to review as well. And I think, Mimi, you had highlighted it before, right? Like, they were able to do the things that they needed to do. But, Baby Bay, to your point, I kind of want to get you elaborate a bit more on what you said earlier. How do you feel, how do you figure, like, Crew outperforming, playing a bit more consistently in Furia? What were you seeing that Crew was doing so well that Furia just were lagging behind on just a bit?
I felt like, especially on their attack, Crew were definitely getting like the better out of the exchanges. They kept going 1-for-1, which is good. That's what you want to do on attack.
Yeah.
And mainly getting those picks around B heaven area. Like that was beautiful. They were contacting into space. They were getting the first bloods and then just bombarding onto the site and able to just trade out really well. And what they did really well on defense, which like we should definitely touch about, was their retakes.
Yeah.
It was just phenomenal, like the patience and waiting. And if you actually notice, Furia did make changes to adapt to those, but Crew kind of fell away from playing the retake as much and started dying on the A site, and they weren't able to get those retakes in.
Yeah. It really just was across the board, like both teams clearly hungry, clearly passionate, want this win more than they want to breathe. The good news is we actually do have some words from Coach Adam as Smix is standing by with the coach to get some thoughts. Smix?
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Coach Adam, very quick as I let you go in a bit to get back to the boys ahead of Ascent. On that first map, we saw an amazing almost comeback from Crew. You were in a difficult position where you lost both pistols, but then the end was bittersweet where we saw such a great performance from Crew, but just not enough at the end. What is the mentality like with the boys and preparation for Ascent?
Yeah, well, we just spoke outside here, so we knew it was a hard loss, but we also, at the beginning, we knew Furia is a good team, and it's a really hard team to beat. So we are ready to play 3 maps. Like we said, like, okay, we lost that. It was for close. Little Furia's IGL, we think that it got some good reads to stack some sides, and we know we can do it on Ascent. Ascent is a really comfortable map for us. We knew that they were going to pick it, so we are ready, and hopefully we'll go to bind.
Amazing, that's fantastic to hear. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and best of luck on Ascent. Golden Boy, back to you.
Thank you so much for that one, Smix. And yeah, just kind of react off of that one real fast, Mimi. A great thing that Adam said was, we lost the map, not much you can do about it. You got to move on to the next one. That's the mentality to have in this series because it's going to be grueling.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough series, but I think this next map does paint a bit more of a positive light for Crew because, well, in history, Furia has been amazing on Ascent. I think it was once considered probably the best map in their pool. Crew, this was also their go-to, even when they were on that massive loss streak throughout Americas. And I think with the improvements we've already seen from them with their fundamentals, with their rotations, particularly on that defensive side, being willing to slow things down, play those retakes like you were talking about, those are the really important facets when you're playing on Ascent, which makes you think that this series will stay just as competitive there, even though Furia has also looked in peak form on that map.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Furia. And before map 2, we'll do what we usually do, a little aim lab, I don't know, depending. Sorry, aim lab shoot around with DigiZin. Yeah, it gives us an opportunity to talk about Furia as they are now just one step closer from shutting down this miracle run that Crew is trying to put together, baby. But you know that DigiZin, right? He had some moments in that game, moments of greatness, and then also some moments of not so greatness that he was kicking himself. And as a duelist player, I want to get your thoughts on that, man, because I could see the frustration on his face, and I also knew what you were talking about too.
It's the weirdest thing, like when you start off a map and you're dominating, and then all of a sudden, like you start making these tiny mistakes, like his dashes that were going the wrong way, or like that free kill he had on the enemy Viper when he pushed A. And it's so funny how like out of control it can get at times, but I think he's all warmed up now. I think he's doing this aim lab shooting stuff, and I think he's gonna bring it back. This is his playground, honestly. This map is his playground. It also is Kesnet's playground, to be fair. But like you said, Furia was so dominant on this map for the longest time. I think they were like undefeated on it for most of the season.
Yeah, the Heineken 0.0 Ascent is going to be really the final resting place of the series, possibly for Crew. If they lose this map, no matter how good they look, no matter how many improvements they made in that month off,
won't matter.
It's just over. You just go home at that point. That's how brutal this format is until you get to that double elimination stage. So this is where they really have to dig deep, especially because they're starting on this attacking side. I'm really looking towards Kesnet because I think this is the map where we've seen a lot of the highs and lows of this guy. We've seen those rounds, those moments that we were talking about in the pre-show where he's making those mistakes, where he's going off on his own, where it's a little bit disconnected, using the dash too early, not having that for executes. But throughout LCQ, we've seen a lot of those things fixed. So for Furia, this is really, I think, the biggest test of how well they've drilled their executes and their decisions in the mid-round, because Furia's site anchors on this map in particular are ridiculously good.
Yeah, and they're going to certainly need to lean on that if they want to try and close out this series 2-0. But a very game, very prepared, very hungry Crew is what meets them on the other side as we take a look here at the Agent Select and what we got. Again, I'm just excited to see this jet battle between Kesnet and DigiZin.
Standard comps here. And interesting, though, now we're seeing Conan on Sova, so we have Mazen on the KO and Mauzira on the KJ. So, I mean, that's really cool to see. And I wonder how Conan's going to be playing. It looks like he's flexing on just that main initiator role right now.
That is what he used to play. It was generally the duelist or the initiator, tended to be more the flash initiators, but I think that'll be a fairly comfortable role for him. On this defensive side, I think the people to watch really are going to be these initiators in Conan and Mazin. Watch how proactive they're likely to be on these rotations to support the site anchors in MW Zera and Khalil, respectively. If Crew isn't timing their rotations right, they're going to oftentimes find themselves walking into these very well-supported site anchors who have both already started this series so strong.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome, and I can't wait to jump right into it. And the good news is we don't got to wait too long. Let's go ahead and find out if this one goes to a third map and send it back to your casters. They're so solid, they'll pick you up from the airport. That's how good of a friend they are. It's Vansili and Rivington.
What time do you need to pick up?
I don't know. I think Doug's on a flight right now to LA. I don't think I can leave yet because I still have to witness this back here on Heineken 0.0. See you, Riv. No, but yes, indeed, for Crew, the question is there. I think when you had Smix, that had that conversation with Adam just before, and Adam was saying, look, we knew Furia was going to pick this map here on SEN. So we know what to expect. We know how we could prepare, but it's still the playground that you have here for Digizine, that he's been awesome on this mid control as a Jet and very unstoppable in a lot of these moments on Ascent.
Yeah, there are numerous protocols that we will see the side of Furia running once they have Blade Storms for Digizine here. We'll see if Crew can stop them, or see if Crew on the attack first can be the ones to put the pressure on. Again, this round of Ghosts with Melzer having a classic for Util. Little dodge out there. Looks like they are going to focus on B and want right in.
Trap play to be initiated by both defenders from Furia. And NW Zera on this new role. Killjoy, first blood, answered back by Klaus. A chance for redemption on Klaus on a Sova, who hasn't had the best performances on this agent against Furia on this map. And as they rotate back, Mazin is there! The fourth to come in! And Furia puts their foot down in this pistol round.
Mazin magic to start off Ascent. We got it from Digizine last map. We get it from Mazin now. Absolutely incredible. The pace of rotation, too, that Furia took control of the rest of the map with. Is the only way you can secure a 4K like that.
All the pistol rounds early in favor of Furia as they are lit up now.
Wow.
And interesting enough, you're playing this map here on Heineken 0.0 Ascent, and it's Crew's side that they had the choice of, and they took the attack. Want to take the harder side, identifying potentially how Furia is playing the defense, but it never anticipated such an early flank on that pistol. Forced now on only pistols themselves on that second round. Furia also gets first blood.
I love the setup here from MW Zera, too. You expect to have Kesnet go right in for switch, and he's going to go right into the frying pan of 2 mollies. Really neat little setup. Repositioning now from Furia after losing turret. It's been a little bit of a lurk here. And now, Furia aware of that positioning. Change here that we see Crew making is leaving Melzer on the other side of the map. Oh my gosh.
Down mid.
It'll only matter for a moment, Vance.
Good thing that Jazine was doing those aim labs there just before. Nice little no-scope long range. Okay, not too bad though, at least answered back by Crew. Spike on the back of Kesnet, 3 kills. And a double swing right after.
30 seconds
Both
left.
players are there on the defense, pushing down.
Spooky!
Oh, he gets it! Kesnet answers right back!
From Klaus to Kesnet, keep the sheriff clutches coming for Crew. Absolutely ridiculous that they're able to produce that again. And the eco, the thrifties from Crew this series. You'd think they were getting the W's, but Furia finding the win in the end for map number 1. This is what they're up against, though.
And your 2 players there with those weapons, question marks are definitely above their heads.
Oh, yeah.
Furia, like, how do we not hit that against Kesnet?
Yeah, give me the question mark ping for that one. That's going down on the mini-map. Oof. All right. Do you want to try again? What a trade there. Quick headshot through the wall to start us off. And a mid-push So this will be our first mid look here coming in from Crew. They see how defense is being played on the side of Furia as they stack Cat. Good read, or I should say good play so far from Crew.
Flashbang.
Shiko for a couple of the players. Off angles being played. MW0, there's that third Sheriff in the hands of Furia. But the weapons are just too strong for Crew in the second round. Still losing 2 players in the process of a much stronger buy that you see from Crew. And Bulldogs, but on the majority, lots of Vandals. Thankfully, finally spotting the last 2 players, confirming the second player with the 0 point thrown by Davies. Crew definitely knows that the B site's open. And you're cycling now ult points, ult orbs, and plants to Davies.
Just waiting to find where that Phantom is coming from. Now they hear it in market. Privy of that knowledge. And this is just a hold. Maybe Furia can keep Crew in here.
Yeah.
At least deny these weapons. They're still going to go for it harder. All right, too quick. 2 kills. Crew looking pretty good as they come up on deck here with Davies ult 2 away if they want to focus some orbs. Mazine as well on that side. The KO is having a pretty good frag rate to start us off here on SEN.
1 enemy remaining.
And really, overall feel out of the map for Crew on this round. They knew Furia was going to set something up in a little death squad. They found that on Cat. So nice adjustment by Crew to not go as quick as the first 2 rounds. We're into guns, and we're into operators. Digizine with the glass op coming out. Mid-peak with a bit of help here from Conan.
And that's a mid-control where Digizine's always good at.
He instantly rotates.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a smoke early, right? Why waste your time there? Pivots back here. On a pop flash. Almost had that kill.
Yeah, target choice becomes difficult when they're hopping around like that. Just caught off a Kesnet getting another first blood here. Bladestorm as well.
Digizine was watching that angle. The pivot back was a good read for Furia to work towards this tree. But because of the over-commitment from that Zine, at least to try to get his 1. Digizine was too far back to try to trade it off. And even while this was happening, Kesnet was able to slip through an angle that wasn't being watched by Digizine. So Furia thinks now that we have Cat. The Cat's been open. The Crew is actually rotating to a different spot. The Crew is just cutting noise and looking to re-hit on this A site.
Paranoias go through. Digizine starts.
Lands that one in the back of Jenny. Here comes the rest of that util on the attack for Crew with 30 seconds left. Big pop flash. First kill now for Klaus on the entry. Melzer answers right back onto Conan, but Khalil playing behind the smoke of the dark cover that he plays towards Hell. Davies hiding inside of that smoke. This is going to be a big owl drone. And Davies just get the kill exactly. Just the tip. MW0 now on a 3 versus 1. Post-plant situation. Advantage for Crew. Double Hell crossfire setup. And that confirms exactly where MW0 is at. And we spray it right back. Nagset doesn't allow Furia to save any weapons. As Crew on the attack now. Put 3 round.
Trying everything. A little bit of B, a little bit of mid, a little bit of A, and now they have a pretty good read in the starting defensive composition of what Furia wants to have. Always looking for that top fight now.
Yep.
You know, a few months ago, towards week 7, week 8, we saw teams across every region not smoking heaven anymore, producing that fight, looking for it. And a found by Melzer on that. From the shadows ready.
Oh, that was perfect. Nice little flash there from Manzine to allow the Bladestorm peak from Digizine. Early player advantage and the star player Kesnet falling down for Crew.
That's a Bladestorm knocked out as well. So Digizine says thank you very much. Play looks like it may end over towards A here for Crew, but they have to take it much slower. Oof.
Trying to force the hand out. Just holding some angles. Digizine, meanwhile, evens the situation. 3 alive, forcing out an ult command on the attack for Davies. Right clicks doesn't work out because Digizine has his Bladestorm canceled out. Default spike plant now for a at the entrance. The last two here. Still two players that could get things done. So seeing what they could do. Furia in this disadvantaged situation. But unfortunately here for Furia, we still had a lot of utility available for Crew. Recon Dart even almost at the ready for the attack on the post plan for Klaus.
It's just a struggle.
Yeah.
They want to see people, not shots in utility, but they're going to have to force in.
Oof. All right, good damage done.
Close.
That's 4 players falling down, and again, good trap plays for Furia. The Crew still has the round. That's the bottom line here, as this is the start that they needed after a heartbreaking loss on that first map on Split.
And brutal rounds, much different. Obviously, we have a different map, but a much different play style from both teams. The patience is there a little bit, but Crew much faster, trying to put a pace onto Furia after what they showed on Split, being quite versatile. Looks like Furia is gonna pull back, reset, and try to figure out what is falling apart for their strategies. A lot of it is becoming Kesnit's getting a few first bloods to start them off. They're not transitioning their own 4v5 conversions. And yeah, it doesn't help when you get thriftied as well in the beginning. Crew is feeling it.
And that's the thing. I think that's the pain point now for Furia as they play quote-unquote the easier side on Ascent. Getting ecoed on that second round, pulling out an operator super early, and they lose that as well. It's normal that we're going to see this type of scoreline until we move now to better economy for Furia, and also, of course, the ultimates coming up online very soon for both teams. And that's going to be the swing round that you're looking for in this round number 6.
I think Crew did a really good job identifying, too, the flow of economy for the side of Furia, and we may see that here again. An instant smoke mid, and they close the gap between mid and cat, between a lobby and Altorb, right? They get up right in the face of where they might have Digis in a scary position. We saw that be a problem in B main of Split for Digis just last game with the operator. So you kind of see what Crew wants to get out of moving forward so fast, getting to position here on B main and A main to make sure the orbs are not grabbed.
And that was defense getting a knife and some information on 2 players on long B for Crew.
And their own orb. Hunter's Fury ready for MW0's retake lockdown, so.
That's a big knife, though. Yeah. That's exactly where Digizine's at, but they're not too sure if the operator is out here yet for Furia. Lots of ping coming across, so they think that Crew is looking for a catwalk play, forcing out a recon dot early.
You should run.
But Crew's looking to explode in the B site in the back of the lockdown. Answered right back here by Furia. And it gets stopped now by the Hunter's Fury by Klaus.
In they go. Ooh, instant. The mollies go off without doing damage. And Crew just waltzes on by.
I wanted to make sure with those nanoswarms that you couldn't get into the switch to close the door, so that Crew could actually still have control at the door side from Market. But unfortunately with that, they miscalculated where the hit was going to come in from Crew. And Furia gets dispatched right away from Conan and NW0 in their positions in Market. And sealing the fate of Furia in round number 6. A swing round that was important for them. They're going to try to keep their chances in their favor for the next round. Once again, still saving this operator from the hands of Digizine.
And Digizine has to get into a position or be just helped by the team, facilitated to get out there and get frags. If Crew is getting to the site, they are winning every post plant. This will be 4-0 on post plants once they get that spike down. Furia has to do something of getting the first kill, stalling out Crew a little bit here, because Crew is not playing the patient game anymore. They're playing the rush game. Knowing there's an operator on the side of Furia means there's one less person to deal with once you avoid that priority weapon. And Digizine actually goes to the Vandal here, because he just wants to back off it and get into the fight, it seems. All right. Go for MW0 with that operator.
They might try to go just for a shark attack here towards the shop towards B-Link. As it comes up, there's that dash, the flash across, and the Vandal close range, the flick there, first blood. Crew trying to answer right back, but it gets blocked. The vision blocked by a cloud burst. And there's that operator from MW0. Now hit by the paranoia. Davies manages to even drop the operator. MW0 falls down.
Three moving in A.
Plant coming through in a safe spot this time around. Not even planted for long, so Crew has to play inside the site. No command you just heard come out from Madzine as Melzer's trying to walk through out the door. Just got broken. You have to try to go for some type of heroic play. Davies is gonna be the one that's gonna do it.
One enemy remaining.
Back to a 1 versus 1.
He hears
Conan versus Keston, and he gets it.
Conan again coming up with a huge clutch play there. Mazine's no command locking out Kesnet from using the Blade Storm. A huge thought to get thrown into that round. And even with Davies frags coming up big in these instances, that's going to be one for Furia. Read this play very well in the switch, Vansili. Huge for Furia to identify that the operator on Digizine was causing issues, wasn't allowing for the aggression that Furia wanted. They give that operator MW0 and Digizine, they let him run free towards mid. Starting off with first blood on the round. Instant change there and instant results here for Furia. How do they play this round? Luxort's tiles once again.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Uh-oh.
That's an Odin.
Oh, only a few tags. They're gonna be all right.
Burn enough.
That null command is on, and Crew is going through mid.
But there's still 3 players now for Furia inside this B site. Digizine winning at the staircase, crossfired by MW0. Answer back. Klaus and Nagzet trying to save the round here for Crew, but on this split that they do for Crew, that's the spike. Moving with them, as now it's up for grabs out in the open and basically being watched down by the Odin in the hands of Conan.
Yeah, it's a weird spot for the spike. They're gonna try to go all the way around, if anything. Money's still good, so they should be able to creep through mid here with about 50 seconds left and try to make a run for this.
Well, they heard the recon dart.
Exactly, that's gonna help out quite a bit, a little bit of boon for him.
Klaus still has an opportunity to push some players back as they attempt to regain the spike. ADSing all the way back towards spawn. The pointy elbow out from Klaus gets spotted. Shock dart onto the spike. Sneaking through. Nagzet couldn't punish Conan. It's been pivotal in this role so far on Sova. And yeah, time for the last player, Klaus. No heroic plays this time around.
Nope.
No attempt to move inside the A site. And Furia will get the defensive round.
Conan still with an all. What incredible confidence and play from Conan as well. Not afraid to put himself in situations where the team might actually lose if he goes down. He's making these calls that is absolutely throwing Crew for a loop. And Digizine here finally gets some action as they run straight towards him. And they clean up another few rounds. Operator's still going to be there, so they go back to MW0 at the op, back to Digizine on the Vandal. This is getting pretty versatile in how they're just feeling out the game. A lot of times you see somebody stick with the weapon, but no, it's round to round here.
There's a lot of pressure towards the A side from Furia. I think it was a flash and a recon dart here to allow now Digizine to move forward and then using Hunter's Fury on the A side. So a pinch aggression attempt from Furia. No kills coming through. They actually get punished out of that. And Crew did a great job staying in the back of middle for all of these kills. So no surprise attack, unfortunately, there for Furia.
And Mazine's just going to anchor. Furia has the lockdowns, not lockdown, but have the sites locked down when it comes to Crew getting in now. If the post plant doesn't happen, Crew's not getting the win, and that's been identified. Oof. Oh, just the sidestep by MW0 to lose the aim.
And then the call for the rest of Crew just to storm down a split towards this B site. Where at least the numbers, they have 2 to work with for Furia. Unfortunately, no Odin kills this time around for Conan. Crew has full control of this B site.
Reworking the map. And a quick plant down. This should be a save to the operator here. I feel like we're gonna get a lot of these rounds now, Vansili. Yeah. I feel like now that the operators are out to play, everything slows down even more.
But you look at how Fury has been playing this half so far on the defense. Very aggressive. Piss around that early flank that you had. Then trap plays the shark attack on the B link. This time around, they tried to do some sort of trap play with the Hunter's Fury, LAEG almost. And Crew's been ready almost every single time for these, except for that pistol round.
And that's the impressive part.
Yeah.
If Digizine has an op the round before and gets 2 kills on B, do you expect him to be dashing with a Vandal?
Oh. Oof. No weapon saved.
Wow. That actually is really big. Do they decide to go back to the op? MW0 has the money, but he's the only one. They decide not to, so it's going to be full Vandals on that side for defense, and they go low buys. We'll see if they can hero Vandal this from MW0. All right, Crew with great adapting from round to round to what Fury is trying to bring out. Both teams are definitely pulling out all the stops here.
Yeah. At this point, Furia, if it's not for that hero rifle, at least to keep the chances in their favor to stop the bleeding on their defensive half, they'll have Bladestorm available in the next. If they don't get the Bladestorm, could be an operator. Then MW0 will also have the lockdown in the next round, should he die this time over. To hopefully make it, what, a 7-5 half, unless...
And you're saying that? 7 on attack?
Yeah.
Oh, my word.
Unless Fury can get something done here with these pistols. This region has always been good with Shurs, but not this time around. Khalil and Digizine both fall. Crew's well on their way to have an impressive attacking half here on Ascent.
Incredibly impressive. The eco round and the momentum they had really carrying them through. Melzer with little ADS able to take down Conan. And it's just the cleanup now of Mazine and MW0 as they move into B.
Continuing with that, right? It's not because they have Sheriffs that you could actually just start taking 1v1s. Crew continues with the fundamentals, continue to give a lot of respect for Furia, swinging as a group. Pop flash on top of that to secure the flawless round for Crew in round number 7.
Crew are waking up, the fans as well behind them. 3 ultimates ready for Crew to fly into the site. We'll see if the lockdown comes out now of Furia to stall this. Finding the opening frags has been so big for Crew now. Wow. The most defensive-sided map we have, and Crew says, nah, we'll take the majority of the rounds on attack. Thank you very much. Just saucing it up right now on a flawless as well. 2 more to go.
Here.
Ooh. They heard the jumps, trying to push the operator back. At least in our eyes, we know that Furia does have the operator this time around, and the Aldron's going to confirm it now for Crew.
They back off. Slow play here. They're going to be running right into the utility, so this is going to be big. MW0 on this Killjoy. Lockdown ready, so he'll have to play his life. Even from the top of that heaven. This might make it tough for Khalil to stay alive underneath.
You already heard the knife going out, though, from the 0 point. If it actually does land, unfortunately it doesn't. So lockdown is going to be used here potentially on both ends. The first one on the attack, let down and put down, rather, by Crew.
This is cool. If they can get in, Klaus can plant, they get that Hunter's Fury for the retake lockdown, but that is a necessity for Crew.
You needed Khalil just to use that paranoia, waste that down, but they're spraying through it to get the shot onto Digizine. Plant then coming in, shot dart to
He
Klaus,
lives!
but no kills there onto Klaus.
Oh my God,
late
they pulled it
lockdown
off.
coming through, gets stopped by the Hunter's Fury. Perfect pulse plant positions for Crew. Perfect kills for Crew too. And Mazine gets spotted, Kenzet chasing him down, and 2 flawless rounds in a row for Crew. Dismantling Furia under defensive half.
Incredible team play. And Klaus making it out by the skin of his teeth. That was necessary for the Hunter's Fury to stay alive. Everything clicking there for Crew. Everything clicking on attack here on Ascent. And they just smother Furia inside A. Hey, look at this. Kesnick goes hunting. Thank you very much for the next one. 3K on the Blade Storm round, and that was so well executed.
Yeah, and the idea was so good there for Furia. They didn't want to put the lockdown down right away.
Right.
Just so that Khalil could delay with the paranoia and then run the time in their favor. Put a lockdown and force Crew to just scramble across the map on a post plant.
Answers for the questions. Answers on answers, Van Silly.
Yeah.
It looks like the A push comes in, so they get this control over the orb once again. A little bit of farming from these orbs now coming from Crew. They're giving themselves multiple win conditions.
It's definitely different than what we saw in the first map. The duels are in favor of Crew, with the exception of this man right here, still able to do and trying to do whatever he can here to put Furia back on their back. In his backpack, rather. As MW0 swings across for a judge kill onto Nagzet. Recon dart off the execution here. Space gained by Kesnit. Turns around for the kill onto MW0. A late lurk from Melzer. Lines up the 2 kills here. The dash away, not good enough. One more left to go. As it's Melzer somehow. You have Fury that's still able to hold down this B site.
30 seconds left. We're going now.
Melzer's isolating this, picking up the spike. Knows exactly now where the last 2 players are for Furia. So he wants to take this 1v1 against Conan. The substitution in the back of the site, playing with the Guardian. 10 seconds left on the clock. Spike goes down. Recon dart trying to get a timing. Conan knows he's close now. Pre-firing the shot. Here's a reload. Paranoia doesn't work.
Oh my gosh.
The headshot there onto Conan in a 1 versus 1. Never heard the paranoia, so he has no idea where Khalil is coming from.
They just missed it. They just
made it through the smoke. No matter what, though, it's still a drop sound. Smoke's about to dissipate. Footsteps are being heard. Then on to the tap. Melzer walking in, trying to go around the radius of the smoke. Walks into it. The spray. Oh my God! He gets it for the kill. The Red Bull clutch and the 9th round for Crew.
Can you expect anything else from Melzer? One of the players of Americas we know to have strength in anchoring a site, playing those solo situations, but even when he needs to identify the situation himself, he finds the opponents and finds the 4K for the round win. 9-3 on the attack side of Ascent. You have to wonder what Fury was thinking, picking this into Crew.
Well, you know what? Crew may have the only one America's win in 2023, but that doesn't mean that Furia is taking them lightly. So here's Conan on the LatAm squad.
A Crew é um time muito forte, independente dos resultados que eles tiveram no VCT Americas, ele tem um elenco muito forte. Acho que se engana se olhar só os placares dos jogos. É um time muito agressivo, um time que tem muitos players talentosos. Tem que ter, tipo, cabeça boa para enfrentar eles, porque é um time muito agressivo, um time muito chato. Tenho certeza que eles vão chegar muito bem pro campeonato.
And there you go. Conan talking about it. Knowing that Crew is an aggressive team and looking at how things were panning out here on this second map, Furia wanted to bring that aggression back on their defensive half, which I'm not against. There's a lot of these teams throughout the VCTs in Americas that have been doing this throughout the season. Cloud9's the first one that comes to mind on how aggressive they want to play on this defensive half. But I just got to repeat it once again. Adam, when he had the conversation with Smix, was like, we know how they play. We know what they could bring. And it seems that he knew exactly how to play this against Furia and then taking 9 rounds on the attack.
It seemed like they were avoiding all of the utility MW0 was putting up. If it was on the switch, they'd go down to the left side. We saw it all. And Crew continued to control the map, and one of the things was also the farming of the alt orbs that allowed them to circumvent situations Furia had been setting up for rounds. And you get the Hunter's Fury, you get a lockdown that can't be rebutted. Yeah, wild stuff for a 9-3 first half from Crew here. And think about how Crew was playing on split. This is very close to being just a half away from over, but not. Crew, Adam said, they want that bind. They want to make it. I'm excited to see how aggressive we get both teams once we get to that third map. That currently on the menu if Crew can keep this up.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a topic we want to talk about here, especially when Carlisle, the coach there from Furia, said, hey, we don't want to play Haven. We want to play Bind.
Oh, they don't want to play Haven at all.
It's also Crew. They played that yesterday against MRDR, so there's definitely some tapes that's been studied, but we'll have to talk about that if we get there. Right now, it's the pistol round that's important. 3 of them were in favor of Furia so far this series, and Crew wants their first one with this first blood from Keston.
And just stopped in their tracks. Furia lose Digizine immediately, and you know on Ascent how weird that feels. Now the entire team has to be diving into site. You do not have a jet to cause chaos. So this is for the mid-round call, all on the side of Furia.
And Crew, that's what they wanted to do here, at least for Furia. Knowing the aggression of Crew, trying to see if anybody's going to peek early. Just posted up in different angles, defaulting still across the map. Almost got the punishment there. On to Keston, down to 22 HP. And they pivot back towards the A site.
That's about it. That's the last smoke they have for the moment. So this is all dry peeking as they make their way in.
Oh, and then you see him on the lurk. 3 guys against them, and he gets 2 of them! Make that even all 3!
Spike planted.
One-man army on the other side of the map. MW's there just running.
How does that happen?
We saw it. Yeah, definitely saw it.
Around the floor.
No way!
For NW0. Melzer now spotted on the top of heaven.
Oh, they're coming up. They're waiting.
Oh,
they're high. Yeah, they're going to give it to him. Where is he? Tell me.
Melzer doesn't want to give it.
Melzer thinks he's coming from mid. They're trying to sniff him out.
You
No,
count your
that's
losses
your teammate.
too. You have a ghost, you have a paranoia. You're saving whatever you can.
Oh, they're running.
NW0 is still trying to hunt it down.
They're running.
But that should have been Crew's first pistol round. And NW0. Monstrous play.
Yeah, Furia has all of the pistol rounds. You have to remember these thrifties coming out of Crew, but it's the Furia pistol rounds that continue to be won. And MW's just putting on a clinic for this one.
At least that's nice.
Yeah.
Silver lining there for Crew.
Melzer in the 1v2 is just showing up right now. That one not having the result of a W. Still a few frags to get those weapons in hand when time comes, though. What's the hit here from Crew? Just one Sheriff on Kesnet? No, Davies has one as well. And Mazine's gonna tiptoe forward on A just to see what they can find, and they're gonna find a lot, Vans.
Too many players, too many bodies of Crew towards the A entrance. And on this very map, it's this very man right here with the Sheriff dropping another one that allow Crew to get an eco here. NW0, the one that went up big the first round. The previous round only has a ghost to work with. This time around, there is at least a weapon here in his POV as it picks up a Spectre. But Crew looking for their second thrifty of this map, following a pistol round loss. Off angle, out in the open, and it's Melzer that sweeps up the kill. Crew well on their way to push this to a third map.
Melzer with those frags, with the weapon in this one. Able to keep closing out members of Furia.
One enemy remaining.
Boom. Instant close. What a call. 4-stack A. All right, sounds good. Just get Furia to walk into them at the A archway entrance. 10-4 now for Crew. Slaughter after map number 1's back and forth here as they turn up the heat. And now Davies, Klaus, and the rest of the squad, a little bit of a miss-buy. Looks and still like they have the majority of the weapons for this round, though.
Nice pop flash, 3 pushing through the smoke. Kesnet dash activated, Klaus with the support. And And they hold the angle towards market. Kesnet once again. Advantage now for Crew. Spike being picked up by Manzine. Bulldog and Sheriff. Okay, this man is warming up. NW0 with the lurk kill opening. 2 versus 2.
Has to clear sight, but how far can MW0 get if it's almost becomes sketchy if you cannot get back to the front of sight? There we go. Good protection.
But the Bulldog is not good enough.
Nope.
An attempt there from Manzine to run around and force a player to peek out, but NW0 just couldn't get the kill. And Crew, at least this time around, don't get ecoed back.
Wild support. Like we said, hometown crowd, almost our home field advantage. It feels like here for Crew at this point, from yesterday to today with the fans. And this time, they are using all the energy in the room. Another round 2 away from solidifying this one. Blade Storm for Kesnet here already in the second half on round number 4, but MW0 can answer, can rebuttal with a lockdown to keep them out of sight. They give respect here on this round to Furia, not peeking so many of the angles right away. Okay, Kesnet, never mind. He's still getting a look at what's going down in mid. This A focus here. Manzine just on the Sheriff, still kind of a Guardian buy now from Furia to try to make this work.
Recon Dart also spotted 2 players on the top of Catwalk. So with the lockdown going down, Crew getting ready for a push from Furia into A. Nice paranoid once again.
Yeah, great timing.
This time on a defensive side of Crew. Doesn't allow Furia to really flood into the site. Even allowing Crew to get better positions on the hold. No plans come down so far. The feet are being spotted, and DGZ just couldn't get the kill. Crew are now at that point.
Fearless in defense, right on the edge of the lockdown, ready to jump back into sight and get themselves into position. And there, I feel like Furia almost put themselves in a tough position. You are rushing a site with Guardians. Your one taps have to be immaculate. There's no chance to miss your first shot. None of this round was played from afar or even medium range for Furia. They go right to Cat and right in sight with Guardians. Interesting choice, and Crew continues to pile on the rounds here. Looking at game point here on map 2.
You had to do what you had to do here on the attack of Furia off the lockdown. The biggest chance that you had here. And on this half buy, still the weapon's pretty decent. Crew's playing very confidently out in the open, forward positions. But Furia still manages to get the openers into dual wins. A site now slightly open. Crew forced to play passively on the top of heaven, waiting out the first piece of utility. Trying to deny the spike plant. Kesnet once again moving forward. Digizine falls. Tap onto the spike. And the spray then onto the other one. And Crew just like that all down the map. And they push this into the third one.
And Crew winning a 3v4 there, continuously winning rounds down in members. It didn't seem like anything affected Crew here on Ascent, in a map that's been in their wheelhouse for a long time. Interesting to see this come into the map pool, and Adam gets the wish. They're going to bind. We're going to reset once more. And now the full elimination is on the line. Someone's going home next map.
And we're questioning it, the mental of Crew, at least going into this second map when they actually had that defuse. It came out on a Viper Cloud defuse.
Yeah, for Conan, that was crazy.
And then that allowed here Furia to actually close down the first map in overtime, and you reset that mental this time around with this type of win when you've lost both pistols? Crew's been feeling very confident here since their match against MIBR yesterday. This man right here tried to get things done here to allow Furia to come back in their second half, when unfortunately Digizine was shut down the whole time. And we'll see at least now if this third map on Bind, can Crew actually continue to shut down Furia and get another upset win? And we'll find that after the break.
I didn't even realize. Welcome back, everyone. As Crew managed to do it on Ascent, Coach Adams said they had to take it to 3, and 3 is where they're going. You see Furia now as they're picking up the pieces, getting ready for a clash on Bind. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Baby Bay, Mimi, and Wyatt. And Wyatt, just you can tell the tonal shift from map 1 to map 2. Crew playing absolutely stellar Valorant right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're just watching a team that's been able to break through that glass ceiling throughout the season that they couldn't cross, that mental ceiling.
Yeah.
Again, it's what Kesnet was talking about in that interview yesterday. They just come in playing angry. The hype is back. They're popping off after winning these rounds. They're playing in a way that's disrespecting Fury on some of the rounds. He's just pushing for extra kills while they already have the round 1 that he doesn't even need. They are just feeling it so much right now. And this is what they didn't have before. They've got it now.
And compare that to the regular season, where they also had losses, like map number 1, where it went to overtime, where it was 2 or 3 rounds that made the difference. And there, after that, they tended to crumble. Maps would slip away and the series would just fall out of their hands. Here they come back and they look dominant. On that attacking side, I was so impressed with the way they were running on those executes. It seemed like they really just had a perfect read on where these Furious site anchors were set up and were constantly punishing them, Baby Bear.
Yeah, and the stats show it, right? They kept getting the first bloods. It seemed like they, like you said, they knew where the anchors were playing most of the time. Very well prepped. Like, it was amazing watching this game. And to do this on attack Ascent, which is, like, honestly, feels worse than playing a attack split at this point. Like, it's no easy feat.
No, it is not. And I think the last few rounds of the first half were kind of indicative of this series, because it starts at this one, round 11, where it's just a really perfect execute by Crew, punish a couple people through the smoke, and then have a really nice post-plant setup. Everyone set up to trade one another, everyone very clear on where they need to be, and also still giving some freedom for Kesnet to go crazy. But then the final round, it was just like spaghetti from Furia. We normally expect them to be the team who's like really, really well set up in the late rounds on Ascent, really good at rotating on their defensive side. But here, like, the 2v1, people aren't really playing together. Khalil's in Narnia while his teammate is dying on site. It just looks so much more disconnected from the Furia we normally expect. And I think that, honestly, Crew just shocked them by how good they were at the start of that map.
Yeah, and frankly, going into this, I felt like it was a risky pick for Furia. This was Crew's map that they were winning consistently throughout the season, despite losing this series.
Yeah.
And taking them there and now heading to Bind next, where yesterday, they looked phenomenal against MIBR. Like, that is where they looked like, oh my God, this team is rejuvenated.
Yeah.
And so heading to there from map 3, now it's on Furia to do what Crew couldn't in the season, mentally bounce back after a crushing defeat on their pick.
Yeah, crazy to think as well that this could have easily had been a 2-0, Baby Bay. Like, one bomb defused, man. And we're already wrapping this up talking about Sentinels 100 Thieves. Now you're in this situation, you're Furia. You kind of got your stuff kicked in that last game on Ascent. Now you need to figure out, how do you pick up the piece on Bind? Where are you looking at for this one, Baby Bay?
You have to start off strong. You have to clap back like Crew clapped back on you, honestly. Like, you have to show up here. There's no excuses anymore. This is it. Like, tournament life on the line. Everyone's warmed up by now. It's third map.
It is, and it's a big question of compositions here. We saw yesterday, as you mentioned, Wyatt, how good Crew looked, particularly on their defensive side, slowing down the spike plant with great util usage on the A site and using Davies' Cypher utility really well to allow these flood retakes as well was super effective for them to stomp MIBR. For Furia, last time we saw them play this map, they were playing the double duelists that a couple teams were kind of picking up really early when Bind was reintroduced into the Pearl. And I think, or into the pool, excuse me. And Furia is really good with those double duelist compositions. The thing is, though, it oftentimes relies on a lot of those really fast executes that I actually think Crew can contend with really well by just playing those flood retakes that they already showcased yesterday.
I'm interested to see as well if Davies continues to play that Alphear-inspired Cypher, how that could shut down the double duelist fast hits. And again, to harken back to Furia's play on this map in the regular season, and there's that Cypher. If you remember specifically games like when they went up against NRG, they went out to a massive lead on attack, sides flipped, they lose the map.
Yeah.
And that is what I'm going to be worried about here. Again, that almost happened on Split.
Do you think there's going to be a comp change here for the side of Furia, Baby Bay? Because already it looks like they're locking the Astra instead the Brim.
I mean, I would love to see DG's in on that chamber, honestly. He's so crucial with that op and getting those picks. he hasn't been too hot this series with it, but I have a feeling like you just get that chamber confidence. You know, it's almost like Jet, but you have 2 ups now. So I hope he picks it. I hope he likes it.
We'll see, right? I mean, it is going to be his pick now. So curious, and no, we end up getting the Jet. Thoughts?
So this might just be the double duelists again, going back to that one. If it is the solo Jet, not a fan of that, so I would expect that race to be locked in. Nate is so good on this map, room to help you clear out a little bit of space in the solo initiator, but it's actually something different, a little EG-esque, bringing out a Sova on a map you don't normally expect him. Double initiator is going to be really effective. 2 info abilities, constantly reloading.
A bizarre comp. You do not see MW playing the Viper often.
All right, well, this is it. It's all on the line. One last map to decide which team moves on and faces Leviatán tomorrow. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Vansili and Rivington for the call.
That's right, it all comes down to this, the final map between Furia and Crew, this time around on Bind. And yeah, Furia never really had the great showing during the Americas with the composition that they ran previously. But as we mentioned before, one of the positives here for Furia is that they actually were able to see a little bit of that Crew gameplay yesterday against MIBR, and they come out with something completely new today.
I wonder if Furia is feeling kind of like comfort conquers all here, and maybe they're just feeling good on these picks. It's going to happen. But yeah, that is an interesting composition we're going to see coming in, and we'll be keeping an eye on what they're trying to produce with it.
And as a player, as a stand-in, I'm going to have to keep my eyes out on Conan right here because Furia is actually not using a raise. I agree with Mimi. It's such a good comp, a good agent on this map. Yeah. But not only that, you're playing against Davies, who had amazing trap plays for Crew when they had a defensive half, and you're going to have to count on Conan to try to flush out that util.
All right, we begin up B long. Pressure will start here as we start throwing util in, dumping it into B to get a reaction. TP.
It's fast. It's quick. It's inside of sight for Crew.
Spike drop.
Okay.
So a 5 versus 5 retake now for Furia. 3 players inside the smoke for Crew, just behind the Brimstone smoke. Furia continue to get pushed back. Travelers are getting ready, but as they swing behind it, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Right, oh my gosh! 1 on low HP, a wide swing coming through, support from DGZ. Melzer gets caught, answered back by Klaus, who gets a second and third in the round. Up to Khalil in a 3 versus 1 is gonna have to clutch it when Crew has the perfect crossfire setup.
Dead to right, hopping out makes the sound. He is gonna get peeked from 3 different angles here.
Oh yeah. Faking a drop, and Klaus is the one that peeks instead. 4 kills and already halfway to the Seekers.
And Crew with a pistol. Able to lock that one down finally as we get to Bind here. Nicely done, and screaming through the site, taking control. Even the considerations in these quick moments, you saw there Melzer go down, but Melzer just acted as a body for Klaus to be able to get that final kill on Digizine. He was jumping around trying to reload. They knew exactly what needed to happen. The in-the-moment plays and calls right now of Crew are putting them on top of these rounds. Guardians for themselves, and just Phantom buys coming into round 2. Really sure of this and do not want to find themselves getting eco'd. Oh no.
Cast a curse.
I'm so sorry. Oh, I was gonna say Digizine does have his deagle though.
And
or his
nonetheless,
sheriff.
Crew finally get a piss around win.
Mm-hmm.
And on their way, potentially now Furia's turn to try to get the Thrifty back. So our first blood that you saw there from DGZ.
Oh my.
Wall bang and a second one with a headshot. Melzer falls, no smokes available now. Both controllers down for Crew.
He makes the hammer action look so good on that sheriff. Just continues to walk around looking for more. I think he knows he's got enough for now. He wants to see the movement from Crew before he peeks out again. Let the rest of the team cause chaos, and then Digizine moves in unnoticed.
Well, Kesnet was the one that was trying to sneak through unnoticed. Almost caught one off guard here towards the spawn. And Furia's content to actually allow the plant to come down so Furia could actually flood back in the site. Conan with the lineup for the post plant, trying to delay that, trying to deny the plant.
Spike planted.
Second shock dart.
Huge
Big
damage
on the Klaus.
And Davies. They are down to half right now. A little bit of a heal comes back.
Bolt down, contain in the U-Haul. Nice shot by NW0. Answered by Klaus, who's still alive for the second kill. Leading back for the third. but Kesnet, the last man standing solo,
Nah.
catches Medzine off guard, does have 10 bullets left in the chamber of the Phantom. Pain shells on the ground, right at the feet of Digizine, and then gets the Red Bull clutch to save the round for Crew.
On the precipice of disaster, Kesnet comes up, forcing the hand of Digizine to stave off that Thrifty. That was looking really scary, especially with the weaponry that we saw Crew bringing into this round. Almost everybody going down. This could still put Crew in a pretty tough position for a bye here. So let's see what Furia can produce for another round. And just a little Loper nade right at the feet of Digizine to welcome him in.
Their bonus round is going to be almost non-existent.
Exactly, yeah. Look at that. Sorting in through Sheriffs, 3 of them to the rifles of Davies and Kesnet. And Digizine already in the grave.
Yeah. They tried to do an early peek here, it seems, towards Showers. And it's a good read by Crew, right? 2 orbs away from Kesnet. Maybe the focus now for Crew is to try to pick up the orb on the Showers so that if they lose their bonus round, they have a showstopper in their gun round.
Poison orb emitting.
But unfortunately, also read by Crew, they dropped Digizine early. Focus back towards the B side to see if the orb's still up there.
Shower control basically means that Furia knows this could be a B to hookah hit. I think that's why they're playing this one so patient. Easy retake on short, they're not worried about that, but it's gotta be Mazin playing this one safe, staying alive and giving team info.
Using Seekers on top of that. Confirming now only 1 player in the B site. Ooh, that's the scene, holding it back around a different corner.
A little strafe jump to get in there, almost through City, almost takes him down with the spam.
Spike planted.
All right.
Actually didn't leave the spike there for Kesnet to pick up these ult orbs on the plant. Just pushing instead towards the elbow. Flash from Medzine as Furia is looking to flood back from the spawn. Camera coming up, trying to spawn on the top of the toxic screen. But we're in a great position now for Crew, just to flood back in on the tap. 3 players on the back of the site, and the crossfire is perfect for Furia, at least for now. Kesnet has a showstopper, pulls it out, lands it on the ground, and W0 falls. And they actually are able to do it and prevent that defuse from happening for Crew, and they get the bonus round, or move into the bonus round now.
That was just back and forth sketchy. It happened so fast. We saw all those ultimates coming out. Kesnet still securing so many frags on these rounds. And that was the one that we missed.
Yeah.
So fast, didn't even catch it.
I think that was the kill that allowed for them to get Seekers too, so
yeah,
great job here for Crew. Silver lining at least here for Furia is that those ultimates came out right away.
All right.
Just gonna have to be patient a bit here as we're gonna get the HUD back up ASAP. But you still have Crew now in the lead. Chesson moving forward for an opening attempt on the B site.
Furia on this low buy, or I should say their eco. Sheriffs all around. Crew is gonna try to feel this one out. Every round before this has been super fast, and Crew is recognizing so many intricate parts of the game where Furia would be stacking, would be playing Sheriffs, or would be trying something different. It does not seem like the usual Furia tricks are working against their opponent today. There we go. HUD's back up, see our ult, see where we stand. And
no! Nice grab, well, Medzine with 2 other ones. The trap play that they have, the stack that they have in the B side. Shot from Medzine! Crazy one connects it! And it's time for Furia to answer back with their thrifties.
Consideration or not, Furia still able to nail those shots. His Crew played it slow, played it safe. It didn't matter. Crew goes down 2-2 now as Furia find themselves from bonus on in this thrifty. Mazin. Incredible play. That concuss too as well coming through. Great timing by Khalil to be able to use the Astra utility to a T.
And that's exactly one of those things and the changes that you have from Furia. The extra stars now bringing out this Astra instead of playing a Brimstone Viper that they played before. Allows so much of this stack trap play that they just did on their Thrifty where they hope they can do this on the attack now. As this round for round number 5, Crew's looking to add some early pressure, but it's still Furia that answers first.
It is a great point, seeing this, the Astra and the Viper. Usually your Brimstone is the one that will lean back and forth and spawn from some. You don't have to do that run around with Khalil. You can get the stars you need when someone calls for it across with this global map presence, and it really allows Furia to stay solid in their defense without having to guess where they need to send that floater.
Here.
Back around, Crew, now going back to A, where you see Furia not worried. They're going to play a little farther back in sight, but nowhere near rotating off site.
Crew is trying to move back towards Long B to salvage that other Vandal. So Klaus and Kesnit, 2 players that you want to count
30
on.
seconds left.
Especially with Klaus's performances yesterday against MIBR on this map. As Sky, I think went something like 24, 12, and 12. He went insane. And has an opportunity now to save the round for Crew once again. SARS coming down, deniability. The gravity well, not good enough. It's a different plan, especially that they set this up on triple. Beautiful recon dart coming out though from Conan, spotting 2 players now. But Crew still has the opportunity to reposition themselves on a crossfire position. Kesnit with the first, now one of those Vandals fall down. Digizine looking for the flank and a back stop by Davies, and they get the rifle themselves.
Again, Vance?
Well, flash indeed. This is going to keep going back and forth. Poison Orb this time around once again for Furia. Diffusing right through it. Matzine in the back. Nice shot from Naxit. But the sprays across from Khalil are just too good. They stop the bleeding. No Thrifties coming back. And Furia take the lead 3-2.
Very close there. You saw the plan that the Crew is putting together. The plant just off L-Box means that hold on U-Haul becomes so pivotal. They lost the members of U-Haul, and it was not as strong here. They had to push all the way out and give up that position. Furia with a great retake. Again, like you said, avoiding the Thrifty. And at this point, it's necessary. Map 3, you can't be toying around and losing those rounds. Digizine will now break out the Operator. One of the easier maps to use it on. You're usually going to see someone at Long B. His chances to be able to get that first blood are very high here.
It's a tight angle, snake bite to try to push him out.
So
and
aggressive.
Use a dash to actually break the Trailblazer. Now forced to fall away, but Crew, they know now that the Opper's there.
Exactly.
They pivot back now towards the A site.
Huge information. And Digizine is trying to read that. Rotating through spawn, knowing he wants to be one of the first ones to be aware of the strat. You come up as the Opper in the middle of the strat, you're not having as much fun.
So many layers here, though.
There it is.
Blinded by that one. The timing on the shot, Klaus to fall. So a great rotation by Digizine towards the A site. But Davies is going to try to make the heroic play. Inching through the smokes now towards that L-Box. Repositioning on the spike plant. Melzer getting it down. Wallbangs attempted to come through. Now it's up to the aim labs. Long range ADSing down on the top of the bench towards spawn. Not working out for any kills. So still a cleared advantage for Furia as they had to come back for the retake. Cosmic Divide on the defense. Lots of smoke coming out as well.
3 U-Haul.
Exactly on the defense trying to push through, and 3 players from Crew holding it back around.
Oh my.
And as this Cosmic Divide's about to come down, it's time for the bloodbath. Digizine, the first one for the retake attempt. Davies trying to spray through as much as he can. Nebula, though, full defuse. Oh, look at that. The satchel to break the crosshair and break the defuse for a bit. But still too strong as Fury on the blood retake.
That plant, it seems too tough with the way that Furia is retaking the site to use again. I don't think we'll see Crew try that one again unless we're going for something more default. That plant has avoided Furia's response to plant denial. A lot of utility coming in. So while Crew was able to get it down, they're still not able to hold the site for some reason. That post plant is not as strong as it was previously in the series, and Furia has Crew's number now. Hunter's Fury up as well as a pit. They could decide where they want Crew to go on this round.
Crew's getting a little bit of the struggles that Fury's had when Furia got thrifted by Crew.
Yeah.
Economy in a situation where, okay, we have an opportunity to win a round, you lose a round, you're back in a broken bye.
Operator showers. Digilzine will switch that up every round and keep you thinking.
Okay, Trailblazer is going to spot Davies here. Hunter's Fury coming out from the spawn, out into the U-Haul, trying to get this pick. Inside shower 2, and there you go. The third pulse actually spots Kesden and Nags. And nothing they could do here on this half buy that you have for Crew except for Kesden with the Guardian kill, and Melzer swinging through. Just like that, in the blink of an eye. Crew makes this salvageable, doable.
Furia this round have basically taken the showers control that Crew has been using, and they give Digizine a Trailblazer that comes from that side. Sights have been switched now, though, so it's going to have to be a rotation.
1v1 here, the Seeker is coming out. Showstopper on the other end of the B site. On the pulse plan, it lands everywhere. It's up to MW0. Crosshair, satchel charge.
He's getting juggled.
Puts him away. He's trying to hunt him down. Low HP is going to be tested. You thought that they weren't going to be able to deal with how the hole was so good for Furia, but Kesden and Melzer steps up to the plate for that challenge and allows Crew to get a thrifty.
So well played. It was kind of the consideration of a strat, and then Crew knew Furia was going to consider their strat. It sounds weird, but Crew still play a little bit towards showers. They give that aggression they've been using just the past few rounds to condition and then blast over to the B site to make sure they have Furia all out of sorts on defense.
And those are the off-the-cuff, on-the-fly calls coming out from Crew. That's been perfect because when
little modifications
for that tap on that A site, they actually heard the shock dart and the snake bite coming down. And when you hear the TP coming through, it's like, okay, well, the B site's open. So pivot through that, understanding how the play is still under pressure, still able to understand where they are in the situation that they have to keep this game close. And hopefully, at least for Crew, to win this series over Furia, who, again, this is probably going to be the underdog story for Crew this whole LCQ if they could keep finding victims through this gauntlet.
A lot of the power right now, too, is what I don't think we saw in the regular season, is Crew's ability to win their 4v5s. 50% of them won on the last map, 40% already on this map, where they're winning from a man-down position. That's incredible, especially when they're on attack here, having to produce the strategy, right? They're having to get past those defensive positions of Furia. And time, they're doing it. Here we are, coming up onto round 8. Can Crew even it up? Davies with the op on the Cypher now.
I love it.
They're gonna go ahead and watch the extremities on this round to make sure Furia doesn't get too much info, and a slow creep up here from Crew to get themselves into position.
Giving me some Steel vibes here with the
operator
on Cypher. Meanwhile, though, an early pit coming out from Furia, blocking both. The hookah drop in the long B play. Orb available for Klaus. Pops up the Seekers, puts them all in line. Not going to use it yet here to try to flush out inside the pit. It's going to be more a pivot back towards the A site if Davies could actually get and catch one off the rotation. Star's already on the ground. Al Jones being heard here towards the back of the APC. Digizine's on the top of that as well with the operator himself.
It's basically movement on the sound of the op. The Seekers are gonna prompt something a little bit earlier than that.
Oh, trying to get the no-scope there onto Khalil, couldn't connect onto that, and also Digizine dropped Melzer and Klaus.
Spike down.
And actually, he did have Davies do some damage onto Khalil. It's down to 5 HP, so there was some contact there. Nonetheless, though, 20 seconds left.
Oh, the sketchy plan.
Oh my gosh. Satchel kill onto Khalil, and now the pit comes out on the attack. Nagzet trying to hold it, and Kesden playing long range, because he does have the pain shell for deniability.
2 guiding lights to go in, but how much can they be used? What's the return? They're trying. Here they go.
It's behind him, though, so the outline comes out. There's that first kill. Second flash, eats it, turns away. Satchel coming through, and a spray through the Viper's pit, making it the advantage for Crew to tie up this series as they salvaged the round with, once again, heroic plays at a disadvantage.
Slow play and really a rinse and repeat of that 4-1. One showers, the control coming in from short, and once they've grabbed U-Haul control, it seems to be causing too much chaos for Furia. Yeah, Digizine's back here firing, but then you got Kesnet that just rips out of U-Haul and takes down Digizine. And after that, it was just enough space for Crew to get the rest of what they needed. Furia calls the timeout here. Something about that U-Haul control, I think, needs to change. They snuffed out this showers excursion that Crew is trying to get every round, but they're leaving the other side open a little too much. I mean, just in that, if you looked at the minimap, Furia had just about every member fall on that side of showers, not being able to approach U-Haul side.
Yeah. There's been a lot of defaulting from Crew on that side of the showers, and Digizine, a couple of these attempts here with that operator was actually posted up on B, so do they want to try to challenge that back in their favor? Not put these smokes down.
Some familiar faces in the crowd.
A little bit.
1 second left in this timeout as teams dish it out with their coaches to get back on track. Digizine, Bladestorm, Operator. High priority round here for Furia as they invest into this big time. A third round loss will give them 2,900 on top of that money, but if all of them go down, they're definitely not going to be buying next round. So Crew could start pulling away with a few here. Ultimates on the ready for Davies and for Melzer. Pretty set far back with the Operator. Going to be able to dodge that. You see just getting help from the Vandals around him. So Digizine set up for success. Okay, Khalil. Okay, they're done with this showers game that Crew has been playing, Van Silly.
Exactly.
They're done.
Doubling up in that area, dropping down Davies. So instead of using an operator to try to push down towards the shower and lock that down, it's just going to be the bodies. Crew rotating back, has the orbital strike to work with. Might use it towards showers. They're going to try to ping that out.
Here's this short play again. Straight to U-Haul. It's just like smashing down a door. Okay, they're going to do it really slow this time. They walk in, but they're still getting the same amount of space. The retaliation from Furia is what has faltered here once Crew gained this position.
And flashing towards the back of the site actually didn't spot anybody, so they will confirm the orbital strike towards showers and gain that control towards A. Tap onto the spike.
Wow.
No utility coming out as of yet. Finally, a shot guard comes down, but Digizine once again with the yacht. The glass cannon comes in for the second kill. Disadvantage once again, but it's Melzer and Kesnet.
Stuck in the pocket.
That clutched it the previous time for Crew. Will attempt to do it one more time. Works out as Mazin falls. Melzer still hiding behind that smoke.
He's creeping through with the up.
It's so hard to do. It's so hard to do here as Digizine has that updraft on the top of the APC. Poison rope net coming out. Melzer hiding just on the other end. Crossfire now set up. And there's that first, the swing across.
Player standing.
And they have no idea that Kesnet's hiding around the corner. Has that flick, couldn't get the kill. It was close.
Again, no answer that Furia has to come in on that U-Haul protection on the A site plant. Rinse and repeat here for Crew. They've answered the showers control, but still giving up this U-Haul side that seems to be so strong for Crew. I mean, one round it didn't work for Crew. They teleport over and they went to B, so still have an answer if Furia come up strong in this. The post-plant situations and the way that Crew is playing them, different members, different synergy, is incredible right now. It's so good to see from the team after the season they had.
Finally, the economy gets broken back for Furia. As you mentioned, not too much to work with what they had purchased on that previous round. Only one Vandal, the strongest weapon that you have in the hands of Khalil. Still posted that up in the right position with two more of his teammates on the A side. That's where Crew's currently moving in. Trying to rotate across. And with support, just good enough for those two kills.
Quick clears. You see Crew feeling like they're in control right now, and you actually have to manage that.
Oh! Actually should have had that one, but MW0 flicks back for the judge kill. Cypher, Neural Theft, spotting the three players, so that isolates and cancels out the attempt of a flank from Mazin. Giving an opportunity now for Crew to plant, but MW0 with his Vandal! But it's only one player alive, and that's a beautiful star set on the ground. And with the lower buy that you have for Furia, they tie the game once more. And for those of you that are tuning in for 100 Thieves and Sentinels, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer, because this one is also going to be a very good series to end it up.
5-5 now, and Furia a lot more patient on that retake. Crew has had this flurry of utility that's been everywhere on the site as Furia's been trying to push in. They wait for it all to dissipate. Now it's just dry fire fights, and MW0 has been on the winning side of most of those that he's come to. They play it right, they play it slow, and come up with a victory after hemorrhaging a few rounds there. 3 in a row to get that defuse.
Such a chess game now. The swing round back in favor of Furia. Crew now with the lower buy. A triple swing just to try to see if Khalil and Conan will try to push back towards the showers, and nobody's there. Now giving an opportunity for either of these 3 players to pick up the orb. It's going to be in the hands of Kesnit. Showstopper now in the ready.
There. The other side, I think B is just fog of war for Crew right now. We haven't even seen them go towards that side of the map in the last handful of rounds, and another creep up here. Nags is going to have positioning.
Yeah, I kind of like it too. Furia has always been giving the sites open and over for Crew, playing it very passively, so Crew identifies that and wants to keep the showstopper for a post plant instead. Seekers then coming out on both ends. Medzine and Klaus trying to find the info. Showstopper finally comes out. Big flash coming through. First shot onto Klaus, onto Medzine, and then there's that Showstopper. The flank coming out from the showers gets fully denied, and Crew has the upper hand with a 2-player advantage on the post split on A.
Recovering it.
Creeping in from heaven, trying to drop into the site, but they have so many players to find.
Tap on the spike. Conan with the first kill onto Kesnit, a second one. Onto Klaus as the Cosmic Divide comes out. Furia in great position. Somehow he turns it over for Furia. Conan with 4 kills into the round. And they have the time for the defuse as well.
Crew way over antsy on that one, and Furia recognizing the opportunity. Very fast play to start us off here in showers and shut some stuff down, but as soon as these peaks from short came out, the late trade, the late swing, yeah, you can't anchor like that and expect to win the round. Furia just destroy Crew on that retake.
And that's the great calls on both ends under the pressure. You're maybe questioning why these swings are coming out towards short, but we had some nice snake bites from NW0 into showers, preventing those guys from getting out and playing that post plant when it was tapped on across. So Crew had to swing out on that short A side, and is waited by Conan. Once again, the substitute for Furia coming up huge in that previous round.
Yeah. In this situation, in the pressure, Conan, I don't think he's feeling any of it. We go back to B now, 3-1-1 for the side of Crew. Operator still there for Digizine. He's going to be in the top of heaven waiting on A. And again, remember, there's not a lot of defensive movement coming in from Furia here. So they're ready.
Hunter's Fury from the spawn.
Call.
Flash getting into contact on at least some bodies, and you're trying to at least get information. And getting no pulses, you're forcing a jiggle peek out of Medzine, who only saw 1 player. Nonetheless, though, the pivot still comes back from Crew towards the A site, where once again, the operator in the hands of Digizine. Player just before here that Baby Bay was mentioning wasn't too hot with the op on the first 2 maps, but this time definitely shines and has been a key component on the anchor holds. Beautiful orbital strike, putting Digizine in a different position, but still the wall bang from Khalil out in the front of triple. Dropping Davies, no lurk from showers, through the smoke, then President answers back. Waiting for that util to come back down as we might, well, we have to commit actually. There's only 15 seconds left. Time goes down. Digizine with a tight angle looks back, but Medzine and NW0 are the ones that picks up the kills on a rotate back from Crew on the pulse plant attempt. Hit then coming out, Satchel then to push them back. Melzer and Kesnit one more time in a situation to try to clutch, but it's not gonna work. Furia answers right back, and they take the lead by 2 to end the half, 7-5.
Start off again of a 5v4. They convert from the side of Furia. Davey finds himself going down for a first kill of the round. Khalil finds him on that one. And yeah, the start of this play was great. The smokes that came down on Heaven from Crew that uses the orbital strike on everybody trying to get into the site position. And Furia just adjusted so well, so well.
So we talked about familiar faces that we saw in the crowd before, so let's have a chance to go back to the floor and talk to Aspas, who's currently standing there with Smix.
Thank you very much, Vansili, and welcome, Aspas, to the Riot Games Arena. It's such a pleasure to see you here today. I know that now that you've come back from Japan, I'm sure you got some time off, and now that you're back to practicing and doing scrims, if you're comfortable sharing, out of the teams that you've been playing, have there been any that have impressed you, especially the teams that are participating here at the Last Chance Qualifier?
Primeiro, bem-vindo de volta do Japão. Agora que você já aproveitou suas férias e tudo mais, dos times que você tem feito streaming e jogado contra, quem mais te impressionou, se você se sente à vontade para contar pra gente?
A gente voltou a treinar tem poucos dias, então a gente não treinou muito dos times que estão no Last Chance, mas um deles que a gente treinou e me impressionou mesmo foi a 100 Thieves, que a gente treinou algumas vezes com ele e o Krail tá com muita mira.
We just came back. We didn't have a lot of time to practice, but from all the teams we played against, I think 100 Thieves was one of the best, and they have a lot of, good aiming.
Interesting. So then I have to ask you, that next match is going to be between 100 Thieves and Sentinels. Are you predicting 100 Thieves to win in that matchup?
Interessante isso, porque o nosso próximo jogo é 100 Thieves e Sentinels. E você tá meio que dizendo então que o favorito é o 100 Thieves?
Não sei, eu acho que vai ser um jogo bem difícil, vai ser um 2-1. Tá todo mundo falando que é o jogo da década e eu até vim aqui para assistir ele e eu acho que vai ser um jogão.
Well, I'm not sure. I know it's going to be a hard game. It's probably a 2-1. Everybody's talking about it, and it's going to be the game of decade, and that's why I'm here to watch it.
Okay, last very quick question for you. This map is so close. Third map, are you rooting for your boys on Furia as a fellow Brazilian, or how do you think this one is going to go?
Terceiro mapa, tá muito disputado. Você tá torcendo pros Brazucas ou você tem algum favorito? O que você acha?
Tô na torcida pros Brazuca. Bora, rapaziada. Espero aí que vocês ganhem, mas tá bem apertado o jogo, mas vai dar tudo certo.
Yeah. I'm here rooting for my fellow Brazilians, but I think it's very tight and it's going to be a good game.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Aspas, and thank you very much, Aldi, for the translations. We're going to head back to the casters with Vansili and Rivington.
Thank you so much, Smix, and I love it. Aspas now, by the way, thank you so much for your time and making sure that we're sticking to the script here for LCQ, that if you want to know who wins between Sentinels and 100 Thieves, you're going to have to stay tuned. First off, finishing the series between Furia and Crew. The final half of this series to see who's able to move forward or who's unfortunately going to go home. Furia currently in the lead by 2. Starting off now on the attack. Pistol round now underway. And the first trap being set up here by Davies gets canceled. 5 ghosts, by the way, for Crew.
A full teleport retake here. It's up to Davies to stay alive.
And they just want to fight it right away. 1-for-1. Being tagged by an owl drone, forced to fall back. Plant has come down for Furia. In position, not good enough. Davies coming out for the kill. Casting it out from the showers. Only 2 left alive now towards U-Haul for Furia. Up against 4 players of Crew. Khalil and Conan have to step up to the plate. Batting now as they cancel the first attempt of the defuse by the Grafwell. Then the spray across, it's up to Khalil alone after all. The defuse will then come out no matter what. And Crew, once again, when it comes down to the important rounds, the important series, they win the second pistol of Bind.
Incredible stuff. You see them being able to stop the back and forth of these rounds. Just into the last half, they were trading 3 to 4 rounds in a row. So good that Crew can start off with a few here to get us back to an even game. Can't have to get, too one-sided yet here. We don't want to see any of these teams going home just yet. Give us the full regulation and bring us back into overtime. So Crew, like you said, grabbing that pistol, the early smokes, early mollies that they're throwing over here to get themselves into position. Pretty nicely done in that protocol, so you can see Crew having quite a bit set up.
Same with
Furia as well, sorry.
Yeah, you just heard that dink there as Flash came out and showers on the attack. But then Klaus going for the jump peek for info at long. Kesnet with the support though, ADSing with that Bulldog. Another advantage to start things off for Crew. That's now 2 players spotted. Make that even a third from an early jump peek that you saw. Share shots finally lands here for MW0. Kesnet falls. Camera up. And it's time now for the lurk to get initiated. And that's Medzine. Making it behind enemy lines. Does not see Nagzit, but could still make it towards the spawn. Now circling back. Smelling blood. Nagzit still stuck, watching forward.
One day.
And no shenanigans with the knife. They know that this is an important round to win for Furia, as they have the lower
30
buy.
seconds left.
Conan Plant focusing that Hunter's Fury. Easy for him to get in. And they should be able to clean up Crew on the retake. Not a guarantee though. Crew has been so good on these.
Yeah. Especially when Klaus has 2 flashes available. Melzer watching the corner, and that's Medzine. With that Spectre that was able to pick up. And his teammates is low on HP. This might be it.
Last player standing.
Especially with him falling. Low HP, MW0 comes out from the showers, and that's a thrifty in. Riv, I think we're just gonna see the back and forth battle continue between these 2 teams with these low buys that still comes out into fruition every time.
Wow. The amount of pressure this puts on as well. I think Crew's gonna have to call upon everything they have in this moment.
Oh yeah.
Furia bringing back that dark horseness from the beginning of the season, it seems like, now that they have some control over the game. But too early to tell. A push up.
Flash then blinding 2, dash away, and that's support from the rest of Furia. The crossfire coming in between on both short sides, both sides of short A rather. Denying the push that was attempted here by Crew. That lands. Crossfire now set up. Nagzit trying to jump away here, preventing the push from happening inside U-Haul, puts a snake bite on the ground.
2 of the headhunters here on Crew. This is a possibility. And Furia's looking for the frags, knowing that Crew has been playing close. Did not expect that. That was kind of brazen, a little ambitious.
Yep.
Oh my.
Got his one. Up to Nags. Sheriff in hand. He's done it before with headhunters.
Jumps through.
That's confidence coming out of MW0. Round out for Furia. And yeah, you mentioned it, Riv. They have to try to bring out everything that they can for Crew to try to bring this comeback on the second half. If not, also their lucky stars. And you also need key performances from Klaus, for example. Currently 9 and 14, night and day from what we've seen from him and what he could do on that previous day against MIBR. We're still somewhat early in this second half. We haven't had that real opportunity to see Crew with these trap plays that are able to set up here with Davies. And no opportunities to play some big retakes yet.
Oh, we actually saw MW0 throwing the Viper Orb to short for their pistol round, so multiple lineups here for MW0 as they switch up the composition. Already has different agent situations ready. Pushing up towards long. We've already had some crazy TPs going on here. I think Furia is just playing the flow of the map at this point and are more than happy to do a quick rotation.
Trip not broken, a dash coming in. Klaus still gets that headshot into Digizine, running through to try to surprise another one. The trap plays don't work out. Mazine does get the spray back. Showstopper out for Kesnet to answer back from the Seekers on the attack. They're forced to fall back because of those Seekers, allowing now Furia to move in for the plant. Molly on the ground, pulls plant denial, or plant denial utility once again for Crew. Another tap, forcing Kesnet to swing out. Nagzet in another clutch situation, this time with a Vandal. The recon dart doesn't spot him. Gets the first shot, trying to let out the second one.
Reset.
The timing and the headshot! Woo! Nags once again coming up huge in his disadvantages.
All right. Absolute incredible movement there and not finding that double peek, the swing, the retrade, the refrag from Furia. You can see a little disjointed there. Digizine not feeling too happy about the loss of that round, but that, Vansili, is kind of how we saw Crew toppling MIBR. Klaus and Davies in sight, the smokes go down, and they're identifying through utility their opponents to kill through the smoke. That came down to the 2v1 at this point, or I should say 1v2. Super clean, but Crew's defense on B is very strong, especially the way that Klaus and Davies play it. So Furia is going to have to battle against that something fierce if they actually want to get to the site. They may be going back to A here after timeout.
There's 2 bullets left in the chamber there for Nags on that 1v1 and only needed 1 of them. Whew. And despite that, getting that round, a much needed round for Crew. Their timeout already comes out from Adam. Seeing here that every time we're doing these similar trap plays for Crew towards this B side, it's actually answered back by just sprays from Furia through the cyber cages being set up by Davies. So they're reading these play inside the smoke and try to get these trap kills.
It's perfect. It's their cover, right? They're more than happy to fight within those smokes. Digizine tried to actually close that gap and dive right into where we would see Klaus playing, but still Klaus gets the better of that situation. 9-7. Furia still with a few rounds in their favor. And it looks like it could be Crew creeping back up here from the defensive side. Pretty big default for Furia here, slowing it down. Extremity watch at least. As you see, the spike is down in market.
Yeah. Already had that snake bite lineup coming out from NW
Yeah.
Furia.
It's interesting. It's like a breach using a fault line on Haven. You just use it to use it. Make sure you slow down an initial rush if it is happening. You give yourself the tempo on defense.
One of the rare moments here that Crew hasn't really been playing towards this hookah. Davies is trying to lean out, potentially winning the late battle on what Conan's been doing with this Owl drone. Currently pivoting back from the A site to meet up with the rest of Furia in that area. But the lurk from NW0, meanwhile, on short A, was identified by Nagzit. Was trying to catch him off guard, but instead falls.
MW Zera's had a fantastic series. Coming up huge now on the Viper here. First blood, round 17, and it looks like they are going to actually execute here onto the B site. This could get Digizine caught, though. He's over the trap.
Across, the dash across. One stepping onto the trap. But Digizine, who did made it in the back of the site, did not allow the rest of Crew of moving through the smoke and catch some players off guard as they were still trying to position themselves on the post plan for Furia. Klaus solo on HP. This is going to have to be a save. Crew's going to move up at 10.
Yeah, that's tough. And seeing how they got as many rounds as they did on the defensive side, the desk was talking about not having the raise, how hard it's going to be to deny the plants. They make it out with a good amount of rounds to now use Digizine in full form. In that dash forward, cause chaos, and let the team coming in behind them bring in the frags. Right over that trip, just completely discombobulates the defensive Crew in B. And Furia pick up another round. 3 away from locking in this series and finding themselves moving forward in LCQ. So the pressure for Crew is mounting.
Very hard anchor hold there for Klaus. Because Davies only had the Guardian, so under that huge pressure and the commitment that Furia had towards that B site, nothing really that you could do there when your teammates inside hookah with the Guardian.
Yeah.
And you can't really spray back through these smokes, through those trades that they were so good on this map yesterday.
And there, we talked about how Furia can play the Astra on defense in every site. Watch how Crew's gonna be rotating back and forth. Wait a minute.
Yeah, an updraft, a flash, fully blinded. The headshot to Benzine. Shock dart answered back by Conan. Updraft here towards the air from Digizine with the Blade Storm. But what A nice individual effort by Melzer to kick things off and give the player advantage for Crew.
Thought that was going to be a much quieter scenario. That little sliver through the smoke.
Recovering it.
It's ripping off this round. And a minute left. I think Furia here, waiting position.
Take flight.
They want Crew to make the first move, but that's hardly ever the case. I think Furia is going to have to walk into a lot of danger here.
Oh, he's stuck in there now at 6 HP.
Yeah.
Because they could even move in and do a satchel if he can, but he knows that somebody's going to try to take some sort of an advantage from a shower's control. Actually lets Conan get away. There's that tap onto the spike. Snakebite coming down with the satchel, denying the first attempt of the plant. Now fully down and locked in for Furia. Still the advantage for the attackers on the post plant because of the weaponry that Crew currently has for this retake. Absolutely nothing with the exception of the Phantom in the hands of Kesdet. Forcing out that Hunter's Fury early. And that was the kill that you needed before. Great delays coming out here from Furia, from that Hunter's Fury, and that's the rifle falling down as well.
Oh.
Then on to the tap. Nice recon dart now by Conan, spotting both players, fighting onto that spike. And I feel here, Riv, that the story could have been so different if Kesdet did get the kill there onto Conan.
It feels like they're falling apart a little bit. They're not considering everything in the situation. Yes, Kesnet's idea is to run back, find Conan, get him during the Hunter's Fury, but then forgets that there's just other members. Obviously somebody protecting Conan and goes down mid-run. It's the little things we weren't seeing Crew make those mistakes on earlier. I feel like Furia is now inside their head and may have that final grip to pull out the win. 2 more rounds is what it's going to take. It's not over yet. A little bit of a default here by Furia. And they actually switch up how they're playing this Cypher again. Crew putting Davies over towards A instead of the Klaus and Davies on B to play through the smokes. Great spam. Start off Mazine. It is quiet. Spikes all the way down back behind showers too. Far back to attacker spawn. Furia is going to bring this one down to about 30, 40 seconds before they hit the site. They're all over the map, so it's going to take some time.
And the more time that they waste now for Furia, the more you're happy for Crew. Orbital strike still online in the hands of Melzer to try to cancel that out. Currently set up towards that A site. So in a great position so far as Furia is still trying to work around the map. They have zero information of where the stacks could be. The only thing that they did was break a trip early in the showers. And now they know the Viper's playing towards B. There's that pick coming out. He's gonna flush out Furia to commit towards this A site.
In goes Digis in.
23 seconds left.
They have control so far, but it looks like Crew's gonna give it to him for the orbital strike.
Molly on the ground as well, 15 seconds left.
Another delay.
Shells available for MW0, landing on the ground. No plant coming through, 19 HP left.
What's left?
Satchel coming through. It stops it.
Just started.
4 seconds left. And there's a SEN coming across. And that's what happens when you give time to Crew.
Exactly. They set up, they take a breath, the ultimate pushing everybody over towards B, and at the point that we saw Furia going into A, Kesnet already on the rotation. A great hit by Furia, a great read by Crew as they are able to just deny the plant over and over again. And this right here is why you expect to see a raise on Bind, because of that denial. It's so strong and delays even more as the paint shells come out to stop it again. Incredible stuff with the blast packs, including all the util coming in to grab Crew round an 8th round as we're now into round 20. Crew still with their backs against the wall here, pulling out some incredible stuff. They've pushed Shower, so they know this might be a B player. They think it could be a B play, especially with the guiding lights coming through, and Nagzet's going to take a safer position here.
Yeah, breaking the owl drone. Pain shells then coming across on the other end. Trailblazer out on the attack. Clearing out towards the showers. Nagzet playing behind here, the Seekers, and they're spraying behind those Seekers. Oh, a clothesline from Kesnet off the Digizine as they're trying to dash away to safety. Advantage back for Crew.
A lot of predicted spans coming through for that chip damage to start off. And Crew back to kind of a, I wouldn't say default, actually. They're leaving Davies on an island right now to guard what could be a full rush by 3, and should expect it.
Yeah. There's still time. There's still time to force a rotate and TP in the last second.
30
if they get a
seconds
tap
left.
here.
Oh, I thought they were going to get the shower teleport in, but it looks like MW0 wants the full lurk around Crew exiting B. This is a 5-head play here. I think he gets Naxat.
Committing now to the plant. Not enough time for the rotate. NW0, here's the drop. Oh! The sixth sense. As Conan pushes towards the spawn, though. Maybe he's trying to spray pack, but Conan turns around on a 180. An advantage coming back for Furia as they have time on their side. And this post-plant situation, both of them inside U-Haul. They're first to pick out a 1-4. Make that a 2 for none, actually. That was perfect for Khalil to be able to get that kill onto Melzer, but Melzer steps up and allows Crew here to get the 9th round.
The trades there for Furia have been a bit lackluster throughout the game, but the situations where Melzer is facing 2 people have been incredible. Another one where he pulls up 2 just to shoulder for Naxat to be able to take down MW0 there, and the rest of the round is history. A bit of a spray and pray there by Davies, but it did look like he connected with a head, so it might have just been a dink and then a tap down. The situation was different, however, and that is Crew picking up some very, very pivotal rounds here. Crew's 5th gun round of the map, and a very necessary one as well. Both coaches. This is so important.
Oh, yeah.
Facing elimination, both teams so close to that. Furia 2 away from being able to move forward to face Leviatán here, and Crew looking to keep a consistent run in LCQ.
Definitely. Despite the records that you see from both of these teams during the Americas, White mentioned it on the desk earlier on, it doesn't really paint the story of how good these teams were throughout the season. Always third map losses, 13-11s, OT losses. And when it comes down once again to an important matchup between Furia and Crew, it's a 3rd round. 3rd map, 2 rounds separating the lead that Furia currently has. And 2 rounds needed for Furia to eliminate Crew as well. So this timeout is huge.
This is a position Crew knows all too well. Games that are within 3 rounds. Their record, 2-14 in these close games. Can they deny that history? Put another win in the column. Good damage to start off on Melzer, stripping away that armor. And it just looks like a default from Furia here. 3 towards showers. Someone's getting cleaned up.
Oh, yeah. Oh! It's both players that were initially taking control on showers for both of the teams, actually. And Madzine still alive with the Seekers. This could be
I've got your trail.
a key piece exactly of utility. And you like these moments.
Wow.
Under the pressure, everybody's getting their ones. Everybody's getting their trades too. Playing this round to perfection. The best in 2-year abilities for both Furia and Crew. Camera now spotting Madzine. Picture perfect for a Trailblazer to hit him. Trying to spray across here, but he stays alive somehow.
Spraying. They haven't made it into the site just yet. Trailblazer will snuff that for just a second more.
Didn't see the Cypher though. Flash then out. Second flash available from Madzine. Both blinded. Madzine with the first kill onto Davies. Gravity well. Flick back. Another 1-for-1.
Klaus again.
Through the tin. Khalil down to 51 HP. Klaus trying to move forward with the heroic play. Spikes across. The 3rd into the round. To defuse for Crew. And we're 1 away from tying it.
Klaus has been a godsend throughout the LCQ here for the side of Crew. An absolutely incredible play from him in the tight situations to get the impact frags and make the round not matter. If anything before, this dink through the wall, but then the flick. Not even having the right angle in the 50-50 here and still coming up with the kill. Incredible stuff. Around the world, the Crew fans are sending their energy. 3 ultimates now for the side of Furia here to get into sight and just pound a strategy onto the defensive side of Crew.
And you want a player like Klaus to step up and to wake up right now. Alendron, though, spotting Kesnet, trying to get a kill with the Hunter's Fury. To no avail, but at least the space is taken by Digizine, at least for a brief moment. Denied right away by Melzer with the Bulldog inside Showers. 2 ults available for Crew in this round 22. Orbital Strike and Showstopper. As there's that Orbital Strike. Furia forced to fall back here towards short A. And we're getting a Showstopper early. Klaus with the kill onto Khalil. And these trades, these kills are actually coming all in favor of Crew so far. Medzine stuck against a full roster of Crew esports. As with those kills, have the Seekers available for Klaus. A flash to confirm the position.
Missed him.
And all he can do is wait.
Yeah, they know at least. Searching for this position. Nagzat's going to be the one to try and finalize the kill. And with a 3K, they do just that to tie up the game. And an incredible protocol. They have to retake these sites. And for a moment, I feel like Furia, forgetting what they were talking about, that Crew was doing throughout these maps. Playing patient, playing back. But Furia still start a round with a dry Hunter's Fury and a dash up from Digizine to find no members in sight. And as they fall to the ground, they fall even further with Crew coming in with the kills. Understanding the strategy that can happen from Furia right now. 4 in a row here for Crew on the defensive side as they start the momentum that could possibly lock in map 3.
11-11, you've gotten your wish for a close series between Furia and Crew. Spike down on a default play for a Furia. Picking up the pace a little bit more with some control inside Hookah. Digizine at the helm just behind the Trailblazer. And Davies looking for these jump spots. Choosing otherwise than to re-peek. Camera instead to be used.
Back to the original setup of Klaus and Davies on this site. Ready to just take down Furia through the smokes if it happens. Spike being down means Furia is feeling out this round to the max. No movement until they see a frag or information that makes them happy about a protocol to run.
I was just about to say those Seekers were a very important piece of information once again under the minute mark.
1 Guardian to kill them all too.
Exactly. And the second one fades away here towards Long B. And that's false info. The rotate's going back from Kesnet towards the A site. 30 seconds left on the clock. And actually,
is it red?
Furia is running back towards the area.
Melzer still eyes on Shower.
Cosmic Divide now out. Melzer.
Oh, he plays it safe.
Looking for a swing potentially. Dash through, 13 seconds left. Flash around one corner.
10 seconds left.
Satchel's there to deny once again. Time in favor of Crew, and they're using a util. Shifting now the plant at the L box. And with that, Cosmic Divide instantly goes down. First blood then for Melzer this time around. An opportunity for Crew to take the lead at the most important round of this series. And it's working out so far. Medzine stuck inside Showers. Store on the top of the spike. A swing out here from Crew as a tap comes in now for Nagzit. Gravity well now used. Snakebite on the ground, but it's too far away. Sprays in from Khalil. Medzine has to make a play now from Showers as the orb is coming through. Halfway now, the wall bang! 3 versus 2 now. Orb now out. Grab level once again. There's no time left, somebody has to stick it. Kesnet with 2 skills. The diffusion comes in, and Crew, and Map series point!
A round left up to spams! What? To spamming the spike! This late, the decisions from Furia being thwarted by Crew round after round. Yes, they can work, but Crew isn't having any of these games right now. They bring it back into their favor. And Crew 1 round away from continuing the LCQ run. Vamos, indeed, as we get ourselves into a round where the buys a bit scattered in armor and a Guardian coming up for Conan. Not the worst, but it is going to have to be Furia starting us off here. They've played the last few rounds down to the wire, leaving the spike out for a default play. And this time they don't have that normal showers control. They're gonna have to retake the other side of the map if Furia want it.
Furia is playing exactly into the game plan of Crew. Wasting that timer down. Not a friend to their side. Crew just keeps using util to create havoc and chaos in these pulse plants. So picking up the pace now, a full execution towards this B site. It all comes down to this now for Furia to try to force another OT.
1 for 1.
Cloud9 swinging out,
3
a
for
2 for 2. Important Viper's pick coming out on the attack now for MW0 as he had it before. Cosmic Divide, nowhere near for Khalil as he's still looking for at least a tap onto the spike. Wasting out the util once again. Oh, he eats it! Spike is now down! Digizine has to come up with plays now.
Yeah, he's trying to float outside the ult. Nagzat's gonna go for a dueling Viper's Pit.
Double swing towards the elbow, spike is down.
Just MW0.
Tap on the spike, a jump out into the pit. The shorty from Nagzat! As Crew claim another victim! And they move forward in the LCQ gauntlet!
Crew bringing it back from the brink. So many rounds falling in favor of Furia. And then it just seemed to fall apart as Crew locked down every site from being planted in. The Raze coming up so big with the denial utility more than once. It cannot be understated how Kesnet came to play here, how the rest of Crew came to play in individual moments, and Melzer on the Brimstone, this time absolutely slaughtering the 1v2 situations that put Crew on top. Across the board, everybody showed up here, and it's the reason they were able to thwart Furia today.
And you couldn't ask for any better start than that for the Crew players. In week number 1, when they went head-to-head, Crew had the lead on the first map of Split and then let that slip and then lose it in OT. They do the same thing in this series on Split, allowing Furia to come back and win in overtime. But then in the third round, they do what Furia did to them. And we're able to win this on a comeback and the series overall. Couldn't be happier with this Crew team right now, where when it matters, they're all fragging out. Klaus didn't have too much of a heroic story as he did yesterday against MIBR, but look at everybody else that stepped up to the plate. Nagzat and Melzer, Kesnet continuing such a strong performance from pre-LCQ to now.
Yeah.
I mean, Rooney from Cloud9 mentioned it as well, right? Look out for Kesnet throughout the LCQ.
One of the most aggressive that they play against all the time. We finally see it. And Furia coming in with Conan, bringing this all the way to 3 and still showing the majority of the power that Furia brought throughout the season that brought them their wins. As this Crew has found this new identity, this new life in them that will allow them to now face Leviatán and try to find another win.
Commiserations at least there for Furia, who still put up a great fight this series against Crew. But unfortunately, they're gonna have to watch the rest of the LCQ from the sidelines as the Crew fans continue their support. Never stay quiet. They were always behind the back of Crew there.
And while Crew was under pressure the entire season, elimination pressure from one game, one series is now gone. Crew facing Leviatán will be able to fall to a lowers bracket, and that's not what you want, but you can rest easy knowing all the hard work you put in has brought you to this point, and you can focus on the next team without that extra pressure, but still champions on the line.
That's going to be so good. That means that you're going to have, what, a LATAM versus LATAM, Leviatán versus Crew.
Yeah,
I mean, you can ask for a better matchup there for the LCQ once again. And now, I mean, we've had a great series so far between these two teams of Fury and Crew right now behind the stage here for us, but there's still another banger series. What
There's
do we have?
still another banger series, our Classico on Valorant. Sentinels going up against 100 Thieves. Is it going to be a hoodie? Is it going to be Cloud? Vance, what do you think? Caster shouldn't say it, but what do you think? It's got to be said.
I don't want to say anything.
Okay.
I actually want this match to happen right away, so I'm going to toss it back to the desk here with GB.
Ah, yes, that is a convenient way to get out of accountability there, silly. In any case, though, and of course, a great job as always to you guys. But Crew, not only are they able to win yesterday, but they're able to do it back to back. So good they did it twice. But boy, oh boy, Wyatt, that was a match and a half. Because at some point, 11-7 was the score, just to kind of set the tone for people. And then Crew denied them any rounds after that and were able to just close it out. What a game that was.
I mean, you said it before before that last map. It could have been a 2-0 for Crew, depending on split, that diffuse. And then at this map, it just felt like it should have been over for Furia. And then Crew just come through with a miracle comeback, powered by a absolutely nuts from top to bottom map from Kesnet, who is just an all-star duelist of the game. He's been proving it for years at this point. He's not going away.
Yeah, let's talk about Kesnet here, because Baby Bay, this guy, man, on fire, top to bottom.
Yeah, he might be one of the best raises right now that I've seen. I mean, he's so dominant on this role, and the clutches that he did, 2v4, 1v2, or 1v1 over here, right? It's like, it's just unbelievable the value this guy gets on Raze. And he's so strong on that character, and as long as they stick to these maps where, you know, they get mostly Raze maps in their map pool, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and here you can see, right, his performance throughout the series. 358 on that last one. This guy was popping off, and it's just wild to think as well. We were talking about before it came to us. Guy was sitting on the bench for Leviatán at the beginning of the year, comes over here and proves why he is a star player, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. And respect to the other guys on Crew, too, because for a while in that bind game, it looked like it was going to be just a gutting experience for Kesnet, who left it all on the server.
Yeah.
And then at the end, the rest of the team, like you saw Melzer pick it up, Klaus winning that crucial clutch. Like the other guys came through at the end to get that win too. So the whole team, they stepped up when they had those moments to be pivotal for the win. They took advantage of that, and it was just a great team effort at the end of the day, too.
That's right. The Cinderella run, the miracle run, whatever you want to call it, continues for Crew. But, you know, even though we were, happy to see Furia back on the stage, it is very unfortunate that we have to say goodbye to them already. This team, I've been such a big fan of this team since lock-in all the way till now. You know, I had opportunities to talk with, like, MW Zera, you know, Khalil, and it's just good dudes. And I was really hoping that they were going to be able to pull off this win here. But, you know, I mean, those are the ropes, Baby Bay. That being said, Furia, they have a lot to build on, and I'm excited to see what they do going into the next season.
And I just want to give a shout out to Conan, you know, subbing in.
Oh, for sure.
In this type of pressure and this type of match, elimination match, he played great. And then Mauser as well, just flexing on every role, you know, allowing Conan to be comfortable on his role. It was really nice to see, and it really could have gone either way. Like, let's be honest, it came down to like the wire.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, like I said, if the match had ended with the Furia win, would have been gutted for Kesnet. And I feel, honestly, the same way for Dijazine. The guy was just unbelievable the entire season for them. He was just so climacteric in all of their wins. And for it to end at this point where he has this breakout all-star run, that's just got to feel awful. I mean, it's going to come down to those little moments. Now you have, again, it's like you have 6 months to think about the little things that went wrong and head into next year. But again, another guy that I'm so excited to see where his career is going to go from here, what he's going to be able to bring next year, whether that be with Furia or another team. Like, surely he's going to be in the franchise league. This guy has proved
100%.
so many times over that he's just one of the best duelists in the game right now.
100%. And I'm excited to see what they do moving forward. But, of course, today does belong to Crew. And the good news is we have Smix actually standing by with Klaus for the Verizon post-match interview. Take it away, Smix.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, standing here with Klaus after an amazing victory by Crew, taking down Furia 2-1. So first things first, congratulations, Klaus. What an amazing 2-1 victory. I need to ask, yesterday we saw you guys win, and that was such an important win for you and the team after a long, difficult season, coming so close so many times, finally getting that first win of 2023 yesterday. How much better does it feel to continue that forward and get a second win back-to-back?
Obviously, it feels great to win again because we are in a strike right now, right? We win two games in a row, so we expect to win the whole tournament. So that's it.
I love that, and I saw in the interview you guys talked about how even EG, all you need to do is get a little bit of momentum, and let's talk about that momentum because on that first map, you carried so much momentum. You were down so many points, and then you were able to almost bring it back until it came to that pivotal defuse. Talk about what the mentality for the team was like, even though it was a loss.
It was kind of bad because obviously losing a round like that, we had it in our hands at the time, but like the anxiety and all the things, like the fear to maybe he's not defusing, maybe is he defusing, maybe speaking. I don't know. Like it was kind of confusing for us, and obviously after that defuse, we kind of I don't know. Like I don't want to say mental breakdown, but we kind of lower our intensity, you know? Yeah.
Well, we didn't see that on Ascent because you completely turned up the intensity, and it was a very, very one-sided map. Then let's talk about that last map, because you guys actually won the pistols that time, but still ended up in a very difficult position where you were down 11-7. What changed and what clicked for you to be able to win so many rounds in a row to suddenly do this comeback?
Obviously, we know that we are a team that we do a lot of like win streak in the map. You know, like we win like 6 rounds in a row, and we know that we are losing all the pistols. That's obvious. We lose like I don't know, like 3-4 pistols, but we in Ascent we won both ecos, I think. So that was great for us, and obviously the confidence of winning an eco is obviously great.
Yeah, we definitely enjoyed watching those ecos, but for now, congratulations once again, Klaus. And with that, Crew wins their second win 2 days in a row. We are gonna head to a short commercial break, but when we come back, you don't wanna miss it. It's 100 Thieves taking on Sentinels.
And here we go. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Win, you move on in this competition, lose, and your season ends here and now.
They were the ones that were able to do it before against MIBR, but wait a minute. Klaus, one more time, 2 kills. There's that first, and in close range on the second. He will trade off for his teammate, and Fury, and I'll take the lead 5-2. Now pitched in from Hellish, shot from Davies, up to Conan on a 2 versus 1. Oh, Davies once again on fire on the attack with the operator. Guardian dropping 2. 1 hit by the Sentinels. We're going into overtime. And Furia managed to fight back, bring it into overtime, and win it. And as they rotate back, Messi is there! The 4th to come in! Melzer walking in, trying to go around the radius of the smoke. Walks into it, the spray, oh my God! He gets it for the kill, the Red Bull clutch, and the 9th round for Crew. Kesnet once again moving forward, Digizine falls, tap onto the spike, and the spray then onto the other one. And Crew just like that, hold down the map, and they push this into the 3rd one. But Kesnet, the last man standing solo, catches Medzine off guard, does have 10 bullets left in the chamber of the Phantom. Paint shells on the ground, right at the feet of Digizine, and then gets the Red Bull clutch to save the round for Crew. Tap on the spike, Conan with the first kill onto Kesnet, a second one. On to Klaus, the Cosmic Divide comes out. Fury in great position. Conan with 4 kills into the round.
Trial.
Both blinded, but Medzine with the first kill onto Davies. Gravity well, flick back, another 1 for 1. Klaus again through the tin. Khalil down to 51 HP. Klaus trying to move forward with the heroic play. Splits across. The 3rd into the round. As Crew claim another victim. And they move forward in the LCQ gauntlet.
Still holding it. Shot found, kill found. Pancada. 1, 2, and maybe a few more. Spraying. That's it. It's finished. In his side hits, the Nanosaurus pops off. Cryo wins his fight. That's what matters. Cryo wins another one.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
The match of the century.
Two massive fan bases clashing.
For the first match against 100 Thieves, we're not gonna be thinking about them. We're gonna be thinking about us, and we're gonna be playing like a team.
Oh my gosh! To end it, first misses, the second does not! Showstopper comes back in! Oh my goodness! 5 HP per second, and Saucy gets 3! Austin are not able to do it the fourth for him!
We don't have the option of starting slow because our first match is single elim.
We'll come in confident. We'll come in prepared.
How does Bang do this? 4 seconds, he's gotta go! Oh my gosh, he does it! What a shot! You couldn't have asked for more. Cryo, round the side, ace to finish!
I honestly think that we don't even care that much about the hype. It doesn't matter who we're gonna face it. We just need to win against everybody.
In the North American VALORANT scene, 2 teams have swallowed up all the Twitch views, merch sales, and social media discourse like a clout Death Star. It's, of course, Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Look, I mean, guys, let's just be honest here. There's a good chance that you're probably hearing me on a co-stream right now, so I just want to say, hello, Tarek and Kaide. Hope you guys are doing really well. In any case, so today marks the 12th meeting of North America's 2 most popular teams. They've been here since the beginning. 100 Thieves took down Sentinels on their way to winning First Strike way back in 2022, or 2020. That's how far back it felt. And then Sentinels won the first ever international event at Masters Reykjavik 2021. Now, over the years, we've seen coaching changes, rebuilds. You know, remember when Shroud came out of retirement? Heck, Hiko was on 100 Thieves playing as well. The current rosters of these teams have faced off only once in the opening match of VCT Americas, and a hard-fought 2-1 victory for Sentinels set the stage for the rest of the year. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to VCT Americas LCQ and our second match of the day. 100 Thieves takes on Sentinels. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Wyatt, Mimi, Baby Bay. This is going to be awesome. And look, as I mentioned at the top of this, these organizations, they have a history competing against one another. These rosters actually don't, Wyatt. They're very, besides that one time that they played against one another.
Yeah, they played at the top of the season, like literally the very first game. But yeah, I mean, you can even see by the follower count, you know, they've taken a bit of a different approach as of late. 100 Thieves,
yes, analyze this.
Yeah, I'll analyze the player followers for you, GB.
Thank you.
100 Thieves, they opted for more of the, you know, building up the talent, the player development, where Sentinels, they can't resist the forbidden fruit of signing streamers. They just can't help it. So we'll see if the big name acquisitions can come up over top of, you know, these players that 100 Thieves have been trying to develop into new stars.
I just love the way that the delicious fruit of Cloud. It just sounds so ridiculous. Well, all right, well, let's go ahead and talk, though, about the last time these 2 teams played. Mimi, it was week 1. We were starry-eyed, full of hope, and it ended up being quite the banger of a matchup. Sentinels 100 Thieves really delivered.
Yeah, to harken all the way back, both these teams had such high expectations. People saw Sentinels' roster at the beginning of the year, and despite the failure at Lock-In, we're like, okay, this could be a super team. We have world champions coming in and joining a squad that already had some insane individuals. And for 100 Thieves as well, it was this squad that had performed so well. Ended 2022 on a bang with their run at champions. Made a, honestly, pretty simple upgrade in Cryo, or so we thought at the beginning of the year. But both these squads struggled in their trajectory. And as you can see on the timeline here, it really was turmoil for both these teams in their rosters. It started all the way back in week 2. 100 Thieves lose their assistant coach. Then Sentinels goes around week 3. They drop their head coach. New players get picked up in the sub position. Marv comes in instead of Tens for Sentinels. And then right at the very end, the IGL goes out in def. Tens comes back into the roster. It was this constant chopping and changing of members for this Sentinel squad that just left them with such a chaotic season.
Yeah, and I think what's going to be a big factor into this matchup mainly is going to be, for Sentinels, they're going to have to hit the heads. You know, like they're coming in, Jimmy's IGLing. He's done it before on FaZe. I was a part of that. And he was pretty good at it. I'm not going to lie. He was pretty good at it. He tried to wrap up the Shmi together as best as he could, you know? So he has experience doing this, which is like, he's the guy for the job, which is like awesome for him. And on the 100 Thieves side, they need to just play those fundamentals like they did, like what got them here, you know?
Yeah.
Like they were so structured last year, especially with that foundation that Sean got them, you know? So they just need to play to those strengths, and it should be a banger matchup.
Well, and I think, too, you know, it's important to note, right? Like, we saw the timeline here, but it really does feel like both of these teams having a very similar trajectory, very different paths, but similar outcomes, if you will, Mimi.
Yeah, it was almost exactly the same. They had 4 to 5, just a moment away from making it into playoffs, which was honestly really tragic for both these squads. 100 Thieves, it was stolen away by losing to MIBR right at the very end. And for Sentinels, it was kind of this long run where they were so rough in the middle of the season, but had this like little bit of a resurgence right at the end that kind of gave people hope now for LCQ.
Yeah, and going all the way back to the beginning of the timeline, week 1, when these teams played, that match actually had really big implications as the rest of the season had gone on. It actually really hurt 100 Thieves. And I think the team has changed a decent amount since then. That was not the best era for the team at all. In fact, I think that was probably the worst time for this team since they've created this Bang, Derek, stellar roster that they've had for this past. It's been about a year now. And really for them, it's about that month and a half off, getting out of that slump, fixing what was plaguing them throughout that 9-week run of that they were on.
And I think that, you know, they were both like both teams were really just trying to find out who's going to be the players to step up, who's going to be the one that's like really contributing. And I think, you know, when you talk about these two teams, you have to talk about Asuna as well as Zekin. Baby Bay, I want to start with you on this one, my friend. Played against these guys, played with these guys, you know what they're capable of, and you know that they're demons on the server. Are you expecting a big game from both of these players today?
Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a matchup for the books. I mean, Zekin has only been getting better and better and better as he's like developed as a player and getting used to the stage. And he was like cracked out in their last couple matches, I'm not gonna lie. And then same with Asuna, like every time this guy is on Raze, and I hope we get to see him on Raze a little bit more this series, he goes off and drops amazing numbers. I mean, look, this is on Raze, right? He's phenomenal on Raze. So it's like, I'm really excited to see these two young guns battle it out.
Yeah, and while not being the two biggest stars that you look to with these teams normally, they're the two guys that I think was the best player for their respective team throughout all of the turmoil that both these rosters went through in the regular season. Zekin in particular, he comes in as the highest statistically rated player from Americas except OSPA, so therefore the highest coming into LCQ here, and he was performing so consistently. He was also having to flex all around with all his roster changes. He was the guy picking up new roles, playing the Raze, playing the Initiator, flexing over to like a Smokes for one match. It was ridiculous, the amount that was being asked of both these guys that are still relatively young, but their flexibility and just insane individual performances is what helped to make the rocky seasons as close to making playoffs as they were.
Yeah, and of course, you know, as we look at these rosters and you know, continue to break down the players, I think another matchup that's also going to be very pivotal, very important to talk about, why it's going to be Cryo and Tens, right? Because again, two players that have had their ups and downs throughout the year, but the pressure that sits on these two players back is insurmountable, man. It's nuts.
I mean, yeah, both teams star oppers. I am keeping a watchful eye on Cryo. You're seeing the clips now, and notice they're from the end of the season because he was in a serious slump in that first half. He started to pick it up towards the end, but it was a serious problem, even back to that first game we were talking about, where his entrying was really, really struggling. And it wasn't for a lack of setup. It more so looked like his own individual uncomfortability. His opping on defense is always going to be at that highest echelon.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking to how they're actually going to use him in this slightly changed meta. Are they going to have him play more Chamber, with Chamber kind of being back on some of these maps? That could be interesting because that's what he was a god on XSET. And on the other hand, Tens has just been really up and down. He's had some amazing games, which coincidentally have all come from when SEN have double duelist. When he's the solo duelist, though, he has struggled.
Yeah, I think both these players' biggest issue throughout the season was struggling with getting opening kills on the attacking side and having to be that proactive solo duelist that has been meta. They had to rely a lot of the times on the double duelist comps for Sentinels or on switching on over for Asuna or Zekin to be able to pick up that role. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play and how they recover today.
Oh, yeah, we have so much more to discuss regarding this matchup, and trust me, it's going to be a banger. Coaches Kaplan and Mikes are standing by for map picks and bans, so let's see where we're headed. Take it away.
Sentinels, Thieves, welcome to LCQ. Sentinels, you are the highest seed, so you get the selection of either Team A or Team B. What would you like?
Team B.
Team B. So Thieves, you'll be Team A. And for your first map ban, Thieves?
Ban Ascent.
Ascent. And your second map?
Van Haven.
Van Haven. Thieves, your first map pick?
Pick Pearl.
Thieves pick Pearl. And your side selection?
Defense.
Defense. And Sentinels, you have the second map pick?
Pick Split.
Sentinels pick Split. And for your side? Defense. And for your third map ban?
You guys have, yes. Ban Fracture. Sentinels, your last map ban?
And Lotus.
Lotus. So the desired map will be on Bind. And what side would you like these? Defense. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. First map ban is Ascent by Thieves. Sentinels ban Haven. First map pick by Thieves is Pearl, and Sentinels will be on defense. The second map will be Split by Sentinels, and then Thieves will be on defense. And the decider map will be Bind with 100 Thieves on defense. Love to you both.
Thank you.
Riot Games Arena, it is finally time for the match that you have all been waiting for. The North American Showdown begins right here, right now. Give it up for our first team, it's 100 Thieves!
Smoke, my man don't need no stress. 24/7 don't need no rest. Man's on the road don't need no test. Who's making bets? And I wanna know who's making threats. Man's out here trying to take them checks. Painting on my side and she breaking necks. Money on my mind when I wake in bed. Walking the chin, start baking bread. Any violations, breaking eggs. Clean up, I ain't making mess. I got a vision that I gotta go get. Stick to the plan, stick to the process. 24/7, us man on flex. Life is a gamble, play it like chess. Them man are high, them man are on press. Money in the bank, that's for the interest. New spots that I ain't been yet. And my G's on a private jet. And new levels that I gotta get set. Still new gal that I gotta get wet. I told them man there, I come to shower it down. Come through with the word power and sound for the penny and pound. Watch your henny go down. Spin man's head like a merry-go-round, it's me. Man, I got bars like DWE. I'm man from East like DWE.
And facing 100 Thieves is their North American rival. Can they reign supreme today? Give it up, it is the Sentinels!
It's a matchup that we've all been waiting for, the Cloud matchup between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. But what makes the stakes even higher for this one, it's an elimination game. Win here, you move on, you'll go and meet Cloud9. Lose, your season is done yet again, Mimi.
These are the two teams that came into Americas with such high expectations. The North American squads whose fans have always expected greatness. For both of them, I think it was a disappointment in the regular season, an inch away from making it to playoffs, so trying to fight for that chance in Tokyo. But now there's only one last shot to make it to champions, and with single elimination to start, only one of these squads can continue.
It's 100 Thieves trying to prove that they've still got what it takes to play at the top level in this post-Sean Gares era. The community has been so critical of the team in this year that thinking the fundamentals are gone, what made them great is gone, and this is their last chance to actually bring it back.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what Sentinels have cooked up, because when we first saw them, they were only a team for like a week?
Yeah.
So now with more time under their belt, let's see if they got, some good foundation going on right now too.
But the thing is, they were only ever a team for a week or two. This roster was getting changed left and right throughout that regular season. It never felt like they had that time to develop. Whereas on the other side, 100 Thieves' whole mantra has been building up these new players, sticking to this project that they started a year ago, and trying to finally return to that greatness that they found at the very end of the year. And I suppose for the side of Sentinels, the question is, was this the right choice? Are these 5 players the best route forward to try and make an LCQ run?
They're certainly the 5 best individual players of all the players that they've had in this mixed roster. But that doesn't necessarily mean the chemistry is going to be the best. That's been proved time and time again in TAC FPS, period. And into the agents, like, we're on Pearl. This is 100 Thieves' pick. It was their ban all season, which I thought was a terrible choice because every other team was floating it, and they never actually got to ban the best map of the opposing team. So we're going to see what they have here with it as their pick. I'm hoping, and of course, they must have gone hard in the offseason.
All right, Zekin's locking in the Jet instead of Tens. I actually like that. I think Sentinels
the crowd was confused.
I think they look better when they were playing with Zekin on the primary duelist. It gave more flexibility to Tens to not have to have the pressure of always being the guy diving in on the attack. But on defense, that puts into question, what is Tens' role? We only ever see this guy on Jet.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's going to be playing here. Maybe KO. I've seen him dabble with KO before on Icebox, you know, so.
Looks like it could be the guard comp here with the
Yeah,
Sova.
I am expecting the KO here. Solo controller. Yep.
All right, so two teams with very different approaches. 100 Thieves is actually modifying the good old-fashioned Harbor Viper. Those Viper nerfs, they go Omen instead, and TenZ locks in the KO.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good call, Baby Bay. He had played that in the past. He had some good moments on it. But this 100 Thieves comp, what is happening here with the Omen? They loved the Omen before. It was like them on Icebox.
All right, well, this is it. Riot Games Arena, I'm going to need you to make some dang noise as we get ready for this matchup. It's 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and we're going to send it over to two excellent casters. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get to it here. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, Josh. Some people call it the Clout match. Some people call it the Clown Fiesta. Some people call it Battle of the Mid, but potentially Battle of the Century is how it's been gassed up as well. We're going to see these two teams about a month and a half of practice, of preparation to really get into this and sort out some of these problems.
And we didn't really know what to expect. And already, the roles, the compositions themselves,
completely wild.
The map picks even have kind of thrown out the window compared to what you would expect. But this entire year has been expectation versus reality for these two teams. The expectations were enormous for these massively clouted organizations and rosters, and both failed to meet the mark. They didn't even make playoffs. And now for one of these teams, this single match loss is going to define and damn their 2023 run. It is cruel, it is unfair, and it is time to step up. One of these squads is going to be ending right here.
Entire culmination of 2023 for the VCT season. Exactly right, Josh. It all ends for one team here, getting started in the pistol round. First contact, Cryo hunting for the head. Hoping to take off Marvs, but it's going to be out of there. Just farming up the orb, nice and slow for this beginning.
100 Thieves running the Omen. I mean, on the defense side, B-Long has changed drastically. They're committing really quickly. This is all a fake.
Absolutely. The Cove over the top, along with the flash. There's pull rotations. 3 players of Sentinels fully anchored up. They're going to be hearing it. Yeah, footsteps. Rumbling now. Straight down B-Long and trying to take themselves onto the side dash. Towards the side, Zekken. He is safe, and he lands 2 of the shots, bringing down Stella. There's an opening. A few more.
Bad smoke.
Yeah, smoke just slightly off there. Players not able to get themselves into the B site. Big collection of players now. 40 seconds left. Plenty of time to pivot.
And Cryo didn't die on that fake, right? He committed so deep into the Cove and yet still survived, which actually allows 100 Thieves to be able to rotate back over towards him.
30
I don't think
seconds
Cryo
left.
has the best information in the world here. But with Marv the only player that's hard anchoring the site, calling for reinforcements as TenZ meets him. Sentinels do not have a ton of players here to stop this hit.
Yeah, they don't. They're going to have to put this one up for now. No, just spam straight through it. The high tide. Bringing out one of the players. Bang. The plant. Their advantage not there for them. 100 Thieves going to have to take some risks. Want to try and win out this pistol round. Fully grouped up. No chances really being taken here by Sentinels, making sure they've got all their players now starting to move up onto the side. And here's the attempt here. Into mid, potential abound. Kills traded up, damage and shots landed. Players are weak, but it's all cleaned up. So, Sentinels taking the pistol out for our opening.
And a huge spam kill from TenZ to be able to start that one out, right? As 100 Thieves enter into the site, Cryo just took so much damage. TenZ playing a line from Flowers all the way down towards default. And it's a very different composition that both of these teams are running. And Pearl has seen changes. We tried to walk you through them yesterday. Don't know how well we did at there. But one of the crucial changes being that the B-long kind of area between screens and the generator now can be covered by a single smoke. And that is going to open up tons of different compositions that, as you see from Sentinels, can be Viperless.
You're seeing the Omen and the Astra more play time in the Americas. Will be part of the reason. Dart dealt with a lot of damage done.
We saw so many Thrifties in the first match of today. I don't think we should be expecting anywhere near the same amount in this match. But there is still a lot of danger when people like Cryo have Sheriffs in their hands.
A large gap in mid. Just in terms of util to watch these angles. I mean, they've got no control of Ard on the defensive side here, so there could be some lurks with Cryo in that position. Players as well walking right into the sight line. He's damage done with a shot. Locking these players down, Bang quite weak. It's a labored approach, isn't it?
Yeah, Zekken is just re-exploring in here, missing the angle.
Swing, yeah.
But all of these players, without armor, should be able to get picked up fairly easily here by SEN.
And it looks like the overall game plan is just approaching either side of the map, farm up the orbs for 100 Thieves, wherever they can.
And we've seen these compositions, at least from the side of SEN, being run by a bunch of teams recently. I mean, we're thinking about the teams that have been playing recently in Ascension for North America, or the Americas, I should say, though it was the 2 North American teams there up in the final, running compositions like this.
100 Thieves are going to move on here. Swarming into the side, but again, it's that gun advantage all the way for Sentinel. Second.
That's the perfect player to be farming up those kills. Oh, yeah. Getting off the no-scopes against the players with no armor, and now he's built up almost to the Blade Storm. They can try and play for that one. Take an orb over towards A. Get him a Blade Storm, start him popping off. And it might be a bit strange to see Zekken on that primary duelist role. They've run him in that spot before.
Yeah.
You know, partly when TenZ was out of the roster too. But Zekken is super flexible, extremely good, and overall better at that tip of the spear when it comes to the attack side, which is something we'll talk about in a little bit. But for now, it looks like Zekken's going to want to fight over that A orb, as I was mentioning.
Get the knives online. It's going to be quite massive on the bonus round. Adds a bit more bite behind it. We see it. Trailblazer is going to be used to clear into art.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves have been putting
clearance.
a serious focus on art control, and they haven't run into really anything. A lot of the time you'll get an alarm bot here or a turret. That's not been the case from Pancada.
It's wide open on the defense.
It is, and also that means that when Sentinels made that push out into A main, they started rotating people to B, thinking that, okay, there's nobody in A main at all. It can't really be an A hit. But you see the positioning of 100 Thieves right now. They've got Cryo so incredibly deep off the back of this mid, being left wide open. Someone needs to be watching water if you don't have Killjoy utility there.
Got to be aware of it. If you are Sentinels, gaps in your defensive protocol. Water is being watched for, just in sewers here. Zekken, dash now popped. And there it is, yeah, TenZ, a watchful eye kept. They realized that was a weakness. Cryo going down, it hands over a rifle on top of it. Sentinel's looking primed and ready here, potentially to do more than just damage, maybe even win the round out. Spamming down the cove, damage.
30 seconds left.
Undone to Asane, he's walked himself into this 4 positions. Plaid denied. It's all going to pot, really, isn't it? Sentinels making the most. The dash to disengage here. It's disjointed play. Knife still in the back pocket, but time is just running too damn low here with 12 seconds remaining. 100 Thieves, they need to get a move on. Here in the reload, spam onto it. There it is. Shock darts, a lineups abound. And no more time at all. It's a bonus round conversion.
And guns donated. Sentinels will be happy about that one. Great start for this squad. And I don't think it's a bad idea for Cryo to try and get aggressive there. Of course, he's got to know that most teams are going to be watching water in that kind of situation. But compared to what we saw throughout the season, which was Cryo sometimes failing to get as aggressive as he should be or act on opportunities on their attack side, I really don't mind him occasionally going for plays like that.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen it synced up though with the rest of his team pushing onto the side.
Sure, some kind of distraction.
Distraction for that. It's good signs, I think, that 100 Thieves has spotted that's a potential weakness. You can work your way into mid and lurk through if they're not committing any Killjoy utility towards it.
This is fast.
Yeah, it's fast. But the Stinger's in their hands. Still some danger. Fully grouped up now, 4 of them. To Ali as Pancada wants to hold his ground and hold down the line. Still, high tide in his face. Forced back, pushed back, Sassy anchoring. Pulls back a horse here. He is alone and he needs some support. But listen, what else is there? Just a rifle brought down in the end and watching for the trade.
Rough from Pancada. That's the first time he's been challenged. Kind of fell over, unable to support his compatriot there.
Troll onto the side, wide swing, marked! Taking off heads. Taking names off the list on top of it, a 3-piece, and he salvaged the operation completely. So much danger in that round when they give up the sight in that fashion, but
Show me where to go.
boys rely on marked.
The savior for Sentinels there.
Yeah.
Avoiding that thrifty round. Remember, this is a player that came in after, of course, Marv, fantastic tenure as a player, you know, in the past, but was thinking of taking a chill this year and just being a content creator. You know, He'd be the one doing the co-stream at this point, had things gone differently perhaps for Sentinels.
Certainly.
But brought in. And he was instrumental in them getting a few more wins on the table, but a lot of those were against teams towards the bottom of the barrel. And for Sentinels, yeah, they started to look a little better towards the end of the season when TenZ came back into the squad and Marved was there. You know, they replaced their IGL, replaced their entire leadership. To be honest, Sentinels looked like a revolving door. But what that's also meant is they never really got time to practice properly. And this has been their first opportunity to really have some focused time. I mean, we could run you through the entire timeline, but TLDR, Sentinels have had barely a couple weeks after each major shift to try and get things sorted.
Musical chairs. The desk, I mean, they showcased it. They had a graphic as well in the pre-show.
But it goes back even further to like January when they were really making those moves. But yeah, an attempt at a super team that did really end up being musical chairs. I think you're bang on there. And this might be our first chance at really seeing them at their real potential. And it's late in the year, but they do call it last chance for a reason. You've got a chance.
There's that pressure on both of these teams' shoulders in terms of showing up. High expectations. The fan bases on either side.
Adjustments here. Zekken looking to move his way forwards. There's Killjoy utility for information now in mid. So Pancada playing A instead of B, swapped with the operator player. And this is so insanely...
What?
I mean...
Yeah, I mean, just sticking the TP.
Just a read that they weren't really expecting anybody from Sentinels to be playing that in that area, but I'm sure you can hear that teleport from a while away. Definitely something pre-cooked, but overcooked.
Yeah, bang cleaned up.
And Cryo's in the same position again.
Yeah, definite game plan here from 100 Thieves to try and work your way and exploit into mid. That's why you're seeing SEN. They made the adjustments with their Killjoy setup. You pointed that out just at the beginning of this round, Josh.
But also Cryo's used one of his cloud bursts, I believe, to try and dodge that Killjoy utility. Probably used it to get a timing past the turret, though we weren't watching his POV.
Grouped up though. Turret's broken. Big ults online if they wanted to try and make the most of it. Updraft onto the box, a high ground angle.
Any chance of seeing Marv's haircut?
Hunts him for the head. Marv though is safely tucked. Reckoning though is going to clear its way. You can see it. Golden Trails over the top into his face. Marv brought down, running him down into the back of the site. That's the spike planted. Get themselves into the post-plant position. Asuna close to the corner, spraying it down. He's on Cryo watching his back. Hot flash play round to the side. The flash did connect. Ten's still alive and kicking, and distractions abound, isn't it? Cryo wasn't aware of that repush. Here's the lockdown. Has to be broken. It needs to be a push onto this one because it's putting that time pressure now onto Sentinels. Sassy's still taking a fight, but TenZ is going to back away from this into the 1v1. Knife broken. Time starting to tick away, starting to run short. Tap onto the spike to force it. Jump spot from Derek. He knows he's not on it, knows he's not sticking it. He's playing it perfectly. It's impeccable. The patience is there. TenZ forced to take the fight close and personal, but will not win it.
Remember what a monster Derek was in the clutch at last year's LCQ. Both of these teams are going to need somebody to be in insane form at least to go on a run like that if they want a chance of being able to make it to champions. Could Derek find that form again? Played that clutch immaculately. And not just that, but the pressure coming out from the lockdown really forced Sentinels to make a move forwards and then split up. I mean, Sassy committed to it. TenZ had to back up. Rough situation for them that opens a slight crack in the door here for 100 Thieves.
Again, it's that mid-control. Yeah. 100 Thieves are putting so much emphasis onto this. Every single round is what it feels like, but barely getting that first one on the cards here. Money's not too good, but Cryo does have the Bladestorm, leading it in with a Trailblazer. A lot of space to be gained. There's a drone. Don't body block me. Get me out of there. Here's a Hunter's Fury. You're really expecting this from this particular angle. What a prediction. Sassy, it was accidental for the first, catching onto Bang, but it lit him up.
I've got your trail.
No time wasted. See if they can set their sights towards that. Maybe a bit of a rotation now into A.
Here.
But it made it so obvious. Sentinels have been able to fully rotate almost. 4 players now just waiting behind. Plan. We're hearing this now. Playing for that full retake.
Look how aggressive Asuna is in these kind of situations. It's part of what makes 100 Thieves dangerous in these spots. It's not necessarily Cryo pushing forwards.
Everyone scatters as soon as they're into the post plant here.
This was
Thieves.
the same thing that 100 Thieves have done on multiple of their post plants. Create pressure forwards, make it feel like they're playing on site, and then go back and clear any flanks.
Diffuse, Sassy. Is there anything to stop this? Hello, half, all the way. No damage done. You can't be getting away with that.
I mean, that's not even based off the Cove or anybody pushing forwards to relieve pressure.
Yeah, it's all giggles in the SEN camp, isn't it?
I mean, they know they got away with it. They just stole that.
I mean,
it was a fairly even situation. They certainly could have won it off their own merit, but I mean, is there a kill that makes somebody think that they've taken down the diffuser? Possibly. You know, Stella takes down Marved. Maybe they thought that was the person sticking.
Yeah, I mean, we can touch on the compositions a tad. When you play those very safe post plants, the first protocol you're going to have is an Astra pull. They're only going to open.
Yeah.
They don't have an Astra pull for that. You got to face it with some bodies, and they were playing incredibly safe.
And I mean, guess what else you also don't have? The Viper Orb and the Snake Bites to play those post plant positions. So I really don't quite understand why 100 Thieves are playing so passively in post plant setups, but they have clear, structured protocols about it. You see them doing the same thing every time they're planting on A. Forward pressure, go back, check flanks. At the moment, though, Sentinel's not flanking. All of the A retakes have been coming from Flowers and Secret.
It's the same laser focus into mid here.
And it's also the same eco round. Remember, last time they had an eco barrel down B-Link with Stingers. This time more towards the Sheriff line, but it's the same game plan.
Trying to watch him.
Here.
Paranoia used in response for that pull. Has delayed this one though. Sassy looking to try and take the fight anyway with the rifles up close as an aimlet. Routine, spraying it down. The bullets left to try and finish the job here. Still getting really close into the Hall's angle, but 6-1. Dominant scoreline for Sentinels. They are fully in control of this.
Well, Brian, at least it was Sentinel's map pick.
Ah. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. And that really is, I mean, I don't mean that to say that 100 Thieves are done if they lose this map, but more so that there are so many unknowns after you haven't faced an opponent like this or seen any VOD footage for such a long time. You know that they're going to be making new stuff up, and the map vetoes in these kind of situations are more just, I guess, about your own gameplay rather than trying to get rid of anything from your opponent. Although, having said that, both teams actually went with banning one of their opponent's best maps during the regular season.
Oh. Potential for a fight. It's a flash repeat play, SEN. Taking away the orb, setting up the op onto the angle as well. But again, it's mid once more. Cryo. It's pushed up here. Lombard at his feet. Bit of damage there.
And with all of the space that 100 Thieves have towards the center of the map, you would think that they'd be able to execute some of these splits and create pressure. But instead, the anchoring, the spam, and actually a lot of the retaking over towards A has worked really nicely. Are we just going to see a repeat of the pistol here?
We'll see if Cryo as well waits for the pressure from the rest of his team.
And here is a little bit of pressure. They can hear people barreling through Art. So Tens pulls away just a moment.
It really is tepid.
But look, now Tens can focus forwards because he's pulled Pancada over.
Yeah.
So Cryo's never really getting a moment to go for that push.
30 seconds remaining. Everybody running right through alley once more. Grouped up, two players. Familiar sights here. Pancada and Sassy. Both of them grouped up. It's a cove towards the middle of the site. Cryo dashing forwards to cut up some of the potential angles, and the site is going to get cleared out. So, a plant.
First time, really, that we're seeing Sentinels fully retake on the B site. More so flood defending in general over here.
High tide in their face makes it difficult. Get past any of this one. Waiting for the players as well to get into position.
Last time,
divide.
Marved was the savior over in back halls.
Yeah, flash. Forwards, knife as well to push them even further back there. Bit of suppression onto 100 Thieves. Can't use the util. There's damage done. There's a kill found as well. Cryo, slight jiggle. Wide swing as well. Coordinated, grouped up with the rest of them. The crossfire setup is perfect. Nobody can really even get going and get moving. Marved! 4 kills time though. It's ticking, he'd have to stick it. And he doesn't know where the last player is. Safety from Derek, just playing the long sight line. So a second round on the board for 100 Thieves.
How's everyone feeling? But such an expensive one. Great. And they're gonna be able to buy back in here. But when you account for the utility too, it might be a bit scrappy. It looks like it's gonna be double Bulldog. Which isn't great, but at least it gives them a lifeline to hold on to. And SEN are about to get up within the next couple of rounds to a lot of large ultimates that they can use to rob any momentum away.
Yeah.
Tactical timeout being called here.
An absolute Sisyphus level of performance, I think, for 100 Thieves here. A constant uphill battle. They win a round, their economy gets knocked anyway.
Yeah.
This is the 2 rounds that they've won. They've been knocked down to the half bite. It's probably why they're using the second timeout now.
And both of these teams have struggled throughout the regular season with how they play post plans. They've only been winning about 60% of the time. Now, the best teams in the world are going to be winning 80% plus of their post plan situations. And for these two, I mean, that's one of the reasons why the more cynical among the fans have dubbed this the Battle of the Mid. Because both teams did struggle during the regular season in you know, aspects like that, what the post-plan looks like, how well they've been able to generate those first kills.
That's what the break's for, Josh.
Exactly.
Opportunity to shore up the problems, remove them entirely.
And remember that 100 Thieves not particularly a massive favorite to be able to go on that run last year's LCQ. Every time you have a tournament like this, which is about form and what you bring to the few matches that you have to play instead of a marathon, you can get unexpected results.
Yeah.
I mean, Crew are showcasing that, right?
Get that uptick in performance.
Shutting them down.
Comes online at the right time. Maybe go on a bit of a tear. That's what both of these teams are going to be hoping for, because really, the entire VCT 2023 season lands down to this match.
Okay, so there was a triple face into mid there. Cryo didn't get tagged by the flash, didn't get spotted by any of the players peeking, and can now feed information back to the rest of his team.
Really early dash to be popped.
I think it's very unlikely they're going to be playing over A main from what Cryo's already seen in mid, but they're going to be cautious about it anyway and use a flash, use a cascade, make sure that they build up this ultimate too.
Yeah, reckoning to try and push themselves onto the side, but look at SEN. 4 players grouped up, and they look like they want to try and delay and flood in, maybe, potentially. Stuns. Tens, the movement. He's out of there. Safety for it. Marv, he wants to try and take the fight anyway. Towards the back, spam into it. Right into the smokes. There's the Pearl we know and love.
Yeah, the spam has been successful so far for SEN defending on this side.
Oh, what is Bang cooking? The smoke dissipates. There's a pot flash play around to right through it. Sassy able to trade this one, still taking the duels. Force of back damage. It's done to Pancada. Stella is left alone. It's a 1v2.
And the spike is so deep.
Yeah, it's in the complete back of the site. He's lucky nobody was watching for it. Tap on. Just to see if you can bait out one of the players. Force a 1v1 to maybe equalize out this player disadvantage, but so much to do here for the IGL of 100 Thieves. No time to do it. There's 12 seconds. Running wide, Zekken faces it. Confidence is there.
And Sentinels are just eating up these A site hits. 100 Thieves are going forwards, getting caught in their forward positions while they try and create pressure. There doesn't seem to be a protocol to get the plant down while the pressure is occurring. And then they don't have a good game plan for being able to stop the retake from happening either. I mean, you would expect this kind of situation for Stella to get into a forward position, pop down the lockdown early, and make sure that they have that area. 100 Thieves on another eco. Both times have sent it through B-Link so far. This is a change.
Yeah. It's a clash and a brawl here. Right up close, trying to fight over the orb. Split up, pull, delaying, pulling the players back. That is messy. But his team's backing him up, so Marv will be at least avenged. They need to defend that rifle that was dropped a little bit prior. This is up against the eco, of course.
One enemy remaining.
Close to the corner. Yeah, they know exactly where he is. 8-2. Absolute field day for Sentinels.
We know the drill.
Yeah, the Thieves just cannot find a way around this. Sentinels are playing their situations really nicely. They're playing to drop off A and spam so that they have favored retakes. And then they're playing to flood to defend B. Neither of those plans are failing so far, so they just keep running it. I mean, this looks like Zekken's going to take the operator over towards B to begin with. Now, last time he was playing with Sassy. When he was playing B long before, he wasn't alone. This now looks like he's very isolated.
Yeah, no support from Util. Smoke propped up to cross Cascade as well.
Good
Zekken.
awareness. Yeah. I mean, he realizes that that's danger instantly.
Trying to play another angle, though, towards the back of Halls. That was a flash over the top by Tens to try and set him up, but it was a bit disjointed. It wasn't quite synced up well enough. Zekken's like, oh my god. Let me get out of there. Full retake going to be played here with a lockdown. That's going to clear a path.
Sassy's
100 Thieves now to get this plant down.
Sassy's ult should be excellent at getting rid of Cryo.
Right into the bag of horse, flash round to it, damage, and it's all set up. It's done, it's boundless. Shorty up close. Still, kills found. That's bang into mid. Be backing away, but he has to be that extra level. Extra element here. Very passive play. Cosmic Divide in their face, pushing forward. Onto it, the new changes. Marked. He's making the most of it.
He knows that Bang was over towards B-Link.
Yeah.
Bang was so far away.
That's it, he knows. Bang has to just run it down. What a play.
Marked is looking like an absolute menace on B. Every time 100 Thieves have gone towards this area of the map, Marked on the retake or helping by flooding into the site has been immaculate.
And 100 Thieves, they can't catch a break.
I don't understand the decision-making from Bang here. I think he, like, faked a teleport or something. He ran all the way back into mid, used his ultimate, didn't connect with the rest of the team, and is nowhere near. Now, having said that, even if he'd rotated, didn't have a great chance of being able to win this 1v1. The SEN game plan is working. Their coordination looks so much better than we saw during the regular season. And the area that they were struggling the most, Bren, was on their attack side. And they might not even have to play that much attack on Pearl. I mean, they are racking it up.
Potentially 10-2 half. 100 Thieves, one last chance here in the half. Angle blocked off here.
I've got your
With the
trail.
operator, but oh yeah, seeking to disrespect it. That's Cryo updraft with the knives. He's favored there. Dash round to it, stunned up. Flex an easy one onto 10s, but Marv's still there, anchoring towards the back of the site. Smoke's there. Look at the crosshair placement. It's immaculate. Marv has been frying. He's equalized it into a 3 versus 3 now. Back in the side, compromise. Smoke fades, almost resetting the aim in time, but eventually
the smoke,
down.
the flash missed Pancada.
Yeah, with the dart over it, everybody's distracted. It's chaos. And we'll go down though, forced into the post plant here to reposition into flowers. It's a wraparound by Aston. There's a lockdown in play. It puts down that time pressure. You're gonna have both of you playing off the side here. Pancada seems aware of it. Swarm taken out here, sticking onto the fuse. There's a kill right through the box. Sassy sticking it halfway all the way, swinging it just in time. Stella, he maintains the composure enough to get that third round on the board.
Switching sides.
God. 100 Thieves, they find a very small lifeline towards the end, but otherwise absolute dominance from Sentinels on their defense side. 100 Thieves could barely find an opening there. And even when it was given, it came down to the wire.
Yeah, they've been pushed.
And this is where 100 Thieves were feeling the most confident. This is their map pick. Looking dominant so far from Sen.
Who knows what to expect there as well with the second half, but it's all on the line for it, isn't it? Smix is standing by with NRG's Finesse and Ethos in the co-streaming booth. Let's take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Standing here, or rather sitting here, with Ethos and Finesse. It has been a while since we've seen you guys, but it's great to see you back here at the Riot Games Arena, but for a different reason this time around. I know both of you guys are cheering hard. I see you wearing the Sentinels jersey. You're here being Marv's dad, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, then as his dad, you must be very, very proud.
I am. I'm very, very proud of him.
Indeed, indeed. As you were watching, as a father figure, were there things that you thought, my son should have done that better, or has it
Honestly,
only been immense pride?
No, he's playing perfectly right now. He's playing perfect.
All right, well, you're playing the difficult role of referee for this match of this century.
Yeah.
I saw as I was sitting there, you were saying, no, if they do this, they can get this round. It sounds like you're actually rooting for 100 Thieves.
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of the underdog, you know, and I want it to be a good game, and I always have faith. I think that they're great players in the server.
We're both looking for a good game. You know,
No,
we want a good
really
game.
Not. He's really just saying it's over.
I swear,
He
I
won
am.
pistol round, and he
I
said
am.
it was over. So.
I mean, yeah, it's a comp diff, it's a clout diff, it's a player diff.
Like, listen to this
You know
guy.
what I mean?
See, that's why I have to be the ref here. I gotta.
Oh, okay, so as the referee, you're just trying to regulate it from being too one-sided. I know Sam was sitting here wearing a Derek jersey. Was he getting quiet as he watched?
No,
Did
he
see-
was rooting for Sentinels.
He gave up. He gave up on that team.
He gave up?
He gave up on the team.
They lost pistol, they lost the bonus, and Sam was like, you know, it's over.
Wait. He needs to wear the jersey. Oh, you need to wear this jersey.
I know, at this point, I'm going to have to step in.
Oh
You're a
my
horrible fan.
gosh, what is this jersey that you are wearing? Okay. Last question. I know this might sound a little copium, but you know, the map isn't over. What do we need to see for this to be a 100 Thieves win?
They have to at least win bonus and 2 gun rounds.
This game needs to restart, and they need to switch comps. That's the only way.
All right. Well, the good news is this is just map 1. We'll see how this map finishes up. For now, let's head back to the casters.
I like how the question was directed at Ethos, and he was looking at Finesse the whole time. He was like, as he was saying, it's like, they need to win the bonus. Is that right? They need to win the bonus. They win everything.
God, I love Finesse. Just absolute savage. Yeah, this composition has not really been cooking, and 100 Thieves have been playing so slowly. I think another win condition, though, is that Sentinels completely beef their attacks. I mean, we saw it throughout the regular season. Hopefully that doesn't happen for them. We're looking for improvements in that department. But their attacking first kill rate throughout the season this year was tragic, 38%. I mean, that is, I've never seen numbers that low, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, what's the norm?
I mean, about 50.
Right.
But I mean, for good teams, you're looking up towards nearly 60%. Bad teams normally only down at like 45.
Here we go. Deep engagement towards the back of the site with the dash. Nobody willing to meet. No, that's messy. Sen's trying to go for a bit of a pot flash play, maybe just setting up with the left click. They've got access to the side.
Yeah, look at this flank.
Yeah, 13 health, just trying to wrap around here towards it. The right click's not doing the job here.
They've won the crucial fight because now they can flip the map. I mean, if the 100 Thieves players had been able to hold on to Secret, this flank would have done so much. Nevertheless,
shot. Cryo definitely making the most of this. Paranoia is good. Rips his way through. 2 players blinded up. Now the site's going to be gained. Pushing forward still. Dog collecting stand up. Setting him up. Sassy. 9 health. Spike in the middle of nowhere. Time not on his side. 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
Quick reactions off the rip here. It's looking like the pistol round should be theirs. Every angle is watched for. Smoke fade. Sassy.
Not ready yet.
what
That's rapid.
Unbelievable crosshair placement, but surely he can't still do this.
12 seconds. Doesn't know where the last player is. Dart to clear through. One of the angles there. 10 seconds remaining. Plant. It's a guessing game. Tag onto it. Hunting for the kill. He has to go for it now. No more time. Running it down. Not enough. It's Bang who plays it safe. The pistol round claim for them.
I'm not sure that was intentional. Bang getting lit up by the final pulse of the recon dart, but it sold a story to Sassy that he was getting pushed and would have to get off the plant. 100 Thieves then. They get the pistol. I'm thinking back to Ethos win conditions.
Yep.
Pistol, bonus.
It's got to be the bonus.
Okay.
And then a server reset.
well, hopefully we don't get that. I do not want a lengthy technical timeout during this game.
Listen, don't manifest it.
Yeah.
But it's the right step forwards for any semblance of a comeback. Flash connects. Acknowledgement there. They know that there's a couple of players now taking up that position. So the orb farmed up here for Sentinels.
Bang's used both of his smokes instantly at the start of this round, and Cryo just spams through one to be able to collect the jet on the other side.
About crosshair placement.
Yeah. The first smoke actually used really, really deep over towards the top of B, which is designed to try and keep Pancada, anybody on B, back a little bit and feel a little bit of discomfort were they to prod in that direction. So now with a minute on the clock, Sentinels are only just starting to get over here and just starting to peek down these sight lines.
The goal for them is just to try and farm up the ults.
Yeah, I mean, Sassy's close to one, right?
Yeah.
If you can try and create a play around this in round 15, you've definitely got options.
And none of this util being broken, so good information here for 100 Thieves. Cryo being that rotating player as well, quite fluid around the map. He's just been going from A to B, A to B. There we go. Alarm bot broken. 25 seconds left. Feeling like an exact repeat, honestly, of what we saw in the first half. 100 Thieves will knock down to their eco. Dart towards the back there, spam into the smoke, bringing them down. Tens looking for a plan. Extra money online. There it is. An extension into the round. A few more extra seconds to play with, but how do you make it through this one? One player left standing as Sassy doesn't have the gun for it. Only the classic, can't land the heads. Can't land the shots.
So a fairly clean anti-eco there for 100 Thieves, where Sassy was denied being able to get, you know, a string of kills that would have got the ult online, but they can still try and play for it. So this next round really defines to me whether 100 Thieves are going to be able to get the snowball rolling. Are they going to choose to fight over alt orbs here? It's difficult to try and push them both. You can attempt to create a little bit of pressure, but it is tough to really commit to both sides of the map. So you see here, triple stack over towards B long. It looks like they're going to fight for the B orb. And it's the wrong side of the map in terms of tackling Sentinels. They're looking for A pressure. Sassy's going to pick up this orb, and now they can try and put a ton of pressure onto Stella.
Yeah. And there's Fury available. Shock darts, good to try and clear it away in case there is any nano swarms. But look at how defensive that util's placed towards the back of the site there. Dash forwards with the drone. Nano swarms being popped, making sure that Stella has a bit of safety here. But here's the Hunter's Fury, and it's forced him out wide. Beautiful swing. Coordination's there for Sentinels. Damage being done.
And great exec.
Yeah. And pushing even deeper, further forward here. Paranoia is good to try and force one of these fights. Near-sighted, yet still lands it. Rifle singing. Let's run and gun with the Spectre. The chance to convert this bonus. Cryo still doing good work. Heal's still online now, and they can pick up a couple of upgrades. It's a 3 versus 3. Rifles in their hands.
And no post-plant utility. It's not planted for Zekken either.
Right here.
There is a chance here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but time is ticking. Zekken, a wider face, and well, yeah, it's the rifles that do the work.
Wow, great coordination from those final 3 players. All swinging at the same time and winning their duels. Popping out from locations that were unexpected. And I love that. One of the big issues for me watching SEN is that it didn't feel like they had a great idea of how to generate advantages at the beginning of rounds during the regular season. And here we see them with a clean exec into A. They had obvious objectives, break the Killjoy utility, get in, flashes to peek into secret. Then they have an extra layer of using that Hunter's Fury to apply tons of pressure. And now we see a big clash over towards A. Both teams fighting.
That flash is brilliant. It's a full connection. And Asa with a rifle. He's just dropped 3 of them. Spike in the middle of nowhere. 2 players left standing here. It's counter spam online here for 10. So Derek is collected. High Tide now going to be fading as smoke dropped down. Banger's actually covered up the spike here. Could be reclaimed, but
just spamming it.
Yeah, just making sure that they can clear the way out. No chance in hell for Pancada to try and reclaim it. He's realized that the round is lost just off of that.
Yeah, they're actually looking to flash into their own smoke there to try and confirm info of whether the spike was around. They just allow it to fade. And Pancada, as you said, in a pretty unwinnable spot. Asna has been so quiet in this map, and then he pulls that one out. 100 Thieves picking the right part of the map to fight over. Exactly where Sentinels were the round prior.
Yeah, what a time to do it. To get a hero play like that online. The flash is perfect.
It's just connected on everybody.
I do feel you gotta have some level of Sentinels like, yeah, okay. Nobody was playing anti-flash. Right around the corner. Gotta have some level to it, but
yeah, definitely. It's an area that 100 Thieves haven't been fighting over previously, and I think SEN will be creating those systems so that they could dodge flashes like that again. But you'll notice that even if they had somebody anti-flash there, tucked in the corner, the Paranoia would have hit them. So that's a multi-layered approach from 100 Thieves that you don't normal... Yeah, the 1-2 punch of flashes to blind people even when they're doing the right thing against the guiding light. And that's the kind of thing that actually is going to catch teams off guard because they're so unused to playing against Omens on this map. Even teams that are dispensing with the Viper are opting more towards Astra than Omen at all. Could this comeback be a bit of a reality here?
it's 10-6. 100 Thieves, they didn't convert the bonus, but I think the follow-up round is important. You can feel the amount of pressure it applies to Sentinels, forcing them to take this time out. The tail end of it here. What adjustments are going to be made? They're going to recognize that there's that heavy fight over the orbs.
Yeah, and look at the buy. Sentinels are forcing here with double Spectre. And the Spectre, double Stinger. And the Stinger players don't even have full armor.
Yeah, this is bottom of the barrel, but trying to take it to them. Interesting decision. I mean, I think 100 Thieves still have money to buy for next, even if they do end up losing this round, but...
Yeah, it's putting it all on the line here for Sen.
I'm just trying to play this one. Deep flash that was sent forwards. Pull to punish. That was the call. Here's the no command. Pulsing out now. Have to respect this and give up this space, but look at this flank attempt again by 100 Thieves. They got the Seekers to lead the way. They're going to be taking up Arc control. They know this one's clear.
But they gave up on the long flank that they did on the pistol, opting instead to push along with the Seekers. And this plant position for SEN, very different to what 100 Thieves were going for, if they ever got the plant down on A.
But there's a real chance here that the players at the back of the site can get squeezed here. Main has been smoked off. It's Cryo. Wants to take the fight. Pop flash play. Tends to set this one up, but top of the box, Marved. Overstaying is welcome. Flash to set it up into the back. Cryo doesn't feel comfortable enough to swing and try and take the fight, but here's the defuse. Time to be stuck. Spotting the player out, fully blinded. Set up for it still. Damage is done, but the kills are claimed. It's 100 Thieves winning another one.
And both times that 100 Thieves have gone for this triple push into mid, flanking the A, it doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they can get behind, they're getting value. What are you doing to Timmy? Leave him alone.
3 rounds, that's the difference.
SEN have got to start slowing things down now. I mean, they've got a great option. They must be realizing at this point that the heavy A commits are occasionally prompting out this triple flank. So you can try and go for a fake. Remember, all the way back on the pistol round, 100 Thieves themselves ran like a fake push into A. Sentinels could go for something similar and trying to catch it in mid.
There's a clash. Paranoia is beautiful. I mean, a bit unaware from SEN, if I do say so. I mean, I think Sassy was just running up with the drone in his hands, but...
Yeah, anytime 100 Thieves are fighting for an area, if they catch Sentinels players, they're winning. The only way that Sentinels are coming out unscathed is if they are literally not there.
It's the reaction. The triple push through into Art. Steelman holds, has to cancel it. He's going to get punished there. Pushed by Zed into the back of the site. In fact, a lot of space given up. Spike's going to be planted. Smokes are starting to fade any moment now. There's one right through the back. Not sure if it's collateral or what, but Second's got the knives and he is hungry for even more. Stella, Derek trying to make the most once more. Sassy in the middle. It is pure carnage. The lockdown, have to respect it though. Back away. It's brought him that timing. Stella should at least be able to get half. No, not even likely. Zekken paving the way for the thrifty win.
Show me the replay of that. I mean, Kalat Sheriff kill, swinging at Secret. What is this?
Oh! Yeah, nah.
So quickly, and then instantly out with the knives for the other two. Beautiful stuff from Zekken.
Yeah.
And that might have just saved the map and halted the momentum there for 100 Thieves. Remember that they force-bought the prior round with double stingers and set their economy up in a terrible spot. Now Zekken has just recovered it all and put the pressure on 100 Thieves instead, who, if they lose this round, a round where they've brought in a Stinger and a Spectre of their own, are going to be on an eco.
There's 2 more rounds. That's all it's going to take for SEN. Exactly right, it's halted that momentum. Siming onto the corner, there's a shock darts. Reckon one of the nano swarms, but Cryo's there with the operator in his hands, set up for it. It's 2 kills found, he's looking for the 3rd, and will he find it? Dash is there, of course he will. Consistency. Can't hit the quick scope, but maybe he's just done enough. He's left it up to Zekken. It's the last player left alive. Cosmic Divide cutting his way across here. He's got a minute left in the round. Doesn't have to rush into things. It just feels impossible. Cryo. He's done the most, hasn't he? And more.
He really has. And you think back to that opening kill. He swung so wide.
That's very good information. Zekken was just trying to creep and crawl onto the side, but the flash tagging him.
Yeah. It just tells 100 Thieves that they can commit all 3 players here.
Yep. Plant. Sticking it. Nope. Backing away. It's paranoia in his face. How do you isolate these fights? 100 Thieves. I mean, it's safe and sound, aren't they? Asa now holding for the flash, waiting for the tap here. There it is. Maybe a swing in the face. Not quite. Smoke's going to be fading. And he's second now, and yeah, 2 players watching for it. Spacing was good on top.
Awesome round from Cryo, though. Picks up the operator on defense side. I mean, those things go with Cryo. Opping on defense. That's where he finds his most value. But look how many players he peeks into there. And goes fairly wide. Not worried about somebody pushing him from behind. goes forwards, in fact, to be able to collect the third. And Cryo individually improved dramatically throughout the regular season, especially after I feel he really dealt with the psychological side of his game and the pressure piled upon him. The first 3 weeks, he was really rough. And then from week 4 onwards, he felt like he found his form, found his footing, started carrying them in some of the games too. Goes from 0.63 KPR in the first 3 weeks to an 0.84 afterwards. Just massive increases in his fragging, how he was finding those opening duels. Definitely a key piece of the puzzle that was missing early on, but not the one issue with 100 Thieves.
No.
They had further problems, but they're pulling this one back.
You're kind of seeing similar parallels, honestly. First half, it felt like Cryo was quite alone. A lot of times, deep into mid without too much support, taking fights.
But also with
really
a clear
relying
game plan.
Yeah, a clear game plan for sure. But on the defense side now, well, let loose a bit. Getting to the point now where you could almost boil down the map to just that Jet head-to-head. 2 top performers on either side.
Yeah, well, Zekken saved them the last Thrifty with a absurd Sheriff Kalak kill over towards Secret and then a knife pop off the back of it. He's going to get the hero rifle this time. And that means TenZ is not going to have a huge amount of money to work with next round. But there's not that big clash early on. They kind of rotate around the map. Sentinels looking to fight B long as 100 Thieves. Most of their forces over towards A. Look at Stella just tucked in this corner.
Tucked into the corner. Zekken so damn aware. Stella dealt with towards the back of the side. There was nothing else to link that one up, so an easy collection of the kill. Bang bringing him down. Smokes in the face, though, makes it hard to get value with the operator.
Marv gets the hero rifle, drops the Bulldog, but no one can retrieve it.
He's alone here.
You should run.
It's a hero position. Lockdown in play. Pull. Where's that one going? He's half onto defuse. He's not facing this one at all. Sticking it all the way to Kova's late. Cryo's found 2, but it's half on it already. Enough time. Oh, no way! Spun down. Lockdown. Clearing it through. That's entertainment. On to Sassy.
He has recon back in 3.
Dust online, doesn't know if somebody's sniffing it now as well. Doesn't really have the same cue. Where's the damage being done here? Half onto the defuse. It's panic being set into them, but it's 100 Thieves who sailed their way through. It's treacherous waters.
The eco rounds are dangerous for SEN because a different player will step up and make the play every time. And Marv there, almost with the winning play for the team. He allowed Bang to get half, and I think that really put them in awkward territory. But he did the best that he possibly could. 100 Thieves, though, what a recovery. From a 9-3 half, have brought it back within 2 here on Pearl.
Can they equalize?
I mean, same stuff again here. SEN, like they did on the Thrifty, trying to push things forwards. That Seeker's enabled for Asuna, but he's on the other side of the map. He's miles away.
Yeah, we're essentially looking at the exact same attack side protocol anyway. This time, though, the Hunter's Fury is thrown into the mix. Shot to landing, TP's to disengage. There was damage done to Bang, but he's out of there. And there's that fast flank again. We know 100 Thieves have been liking towards it.
It has worked for them in the past, but normally they've committed 3 players to it. This time, only 2.
Using the Seekers to make sure that all those corners are safe. Give some peace of mind. Cryo still here as well, watching for a lot of those angles.
Cryo needs to pop knives and go for this one, though. I don't think the op is going to do the work.
What? So aggressive! With no one to trade! There's the collapse! What? It's a hammer and anvil. They strike them down, and they squeeze them.
But I mean, that's not a classic hammer and anvil where there's, you know, some semblance of control behind it. That's like chucking a hammer at somebody. I mean, Cryo just leapt in there with no ability for anybody to trade him and just pure confidence that he was going to break the crosshair placement of whoever was in backside and get the kill on them. Wow, that's explosive from 100 Thieves.
Love to see it. It's those confidence plays. Setting the tone of this one. It's 11-10. One more round for 100 Thieves to equalize.
And look at this economy, broken once more. Zekken, another hero rifle.
The flash whiffs. There's a pull there on top of it. Thieves have to respect it and back away from this one. No command. There's no time wasted. They're just going to try and work themselves into the side here. It's a back drone tagging. You have to show the respect. Here's the back of the side. At any moment, it could be a fight just being taken here. Pop Flash plays as well, looking to see if they can claim an advantage. Smokes fading away. Stella, there's one. Gonna grab the second. Plenty of targets. A rich environment for it, and there it is. Pretend's falling. Really isolated positions towards the back. It's up to Marv. 6 bullets left in the Stinger. He's being squeezed. You can hear the footsteps behind him, and Pancada left alone to do it. Nana Swarm does not push him off. Damage done, half onto it. It's a double faced up, and there it is. Equalized with the round score. It's 11-11.
The 100 Thieves fans have got stuff to celebrate now. What a recovery this map has been, showcasing why they picked it. It's the aggression, man. It's the way that they're able to combine together with these little 3-person units. The squeeze, immaculate here.
Just patience, played by Cryo.
But also, they're putting so much economical pressure onto Sentinels. Remember, Zekken picked up a hero rifle there. I'm not sure he got enough value out of it to be able to get his Bladestorm online. I think he was 3 away. No, he has got it. Okay, so Bladestorm available.
Exact same play from Sen again. It's the pull and the flash and a dart to punish. And the attempt at grabbing the orbs. 100 Thieves, they have been going for it consistently. Updraft. It'll be offered an opportunity in a chance. Second, he's so aggressive. The dash forwards once more.
But this hold looks weaker for 100 Thieves. Stella isn't here. Cryo isn't here. They can't reactively pop this lockdown.
Oh, the corner! Spam! Yeah, it's Asuna. He's in dugout. Nobody cleared him out. Here's the dog now. Trailblazer. Is there a stun set up? Damage. Spamming with the angles. Plant's still going to go down. An extension forward, but there we go. Smoke phase and Cryo with that consistency. Running forwards. Bladestorm. Zekken. What more can you do? A smoke to reposition. Spots the head. Can't land the shots. And the flash will just narrowly avoided. High tide. Ripping through. Cove on top of it. It's pure pandemonium. Nana Swarms to try and prevent this one, but Asuna, he's looking to try and get half, spam down into the cove. It's wide open, running out of bullets. It's brought to the 1 versus 1, but brought down nevertheless. Sentinels, they claim that 12th round.
You can sense the nerves and the anxiety here in the way that these players are moving around the map. Just the breaking of the utility, the pathing, it all gets a bit scattered and chaotic in these big moments. But Sentinels hold on, break the streak, and get themselves up to map point.
Player standing.
It's been so tight between these two teams all season. Both with a 4 and 5 record, both missing out on playoffs, both getting 10 map wins in the season.
Oh, I mean, are we just seeing a replay? It's the same play.
It worked once.
3 rounds in a row.
But this time Cryo's here, it is different.
Dash is active.
And this time, Derek also has the Reckoning to be able to apply pressure.
There's the dash forwards. Cryo still gets one, but he's traded. Second alive, in the mix, in the fight. Pushing forward. That spike! That is the spike! Turns out that in his back pocket, he's dropped it wide out into the open. Is this really going to be salvaged? A lockdown. It's defensive in terms of the position that's being played. There's a stun. It's a good connection. Flash. Pancada. Playing within the limits of the lockdown here. He's looking for an easy kill, hoping that somebody opened himself up into the sideline, but the spike was retrieved. Zekken backing away now with the plant. They're still positioning towards main, towards Art. Fully grouped up for 100 Thieves. Now the Omen. Ultimate being used here. Bang, sticks it. That's a clearance.
They've taken enough time now that Pancada's got a Nanoswarm on the spike.
The Zekken's close here. Needs to get a kill. Needs to get one. Brought down. The reactions from Bang are there. It's a 2v4. It's up to a miracle for Sen to try and deliver it. The finishing blow of this map, it just looks so damn unlikely. Sassy, the pressure is on, and he's met with the firing line. We are going to OT.
You ask anybody at the halftime, apart from the superstitious ones believing in the 9-3 curse, everyone would have said that it was done. It was done. It was over. Sen looked completely in control. Game plan was immaculate. The comp advantage you heard from Finesse. And instead, 9-3 to 12-12. Madness.
Sheer madness.
And Asuna had such a rough first half, and he's recovered it to being essentially a 1-to-1 KD.
Here's the OT.
Both teams had almost the opposite approach to their attack side. 100 Thieves with a massive focus on taking mid-control, but struggled once they were splitting into the sites. Sen just ran execs over and over and over. What will we see in terms of adjustments here?
Same emphasis. It's placed towards A. Farm up the orbs.
Yeah, but now it's the opposite team.
Exactly. 100 Thieves, they were doing this quite a bit. They were initially on the attack side, but it was a much weaker side from what we've seen. There's Spam. Again onto the angle, again onto the corner. Cryo can't even dash in to help his team engage.
The spam from TenZ has been immaculate over by Flower. It's like he's just spent hours in server time practicing exactly where to shoot, because he's gotten so many kills through the smokes there. Contact play, though, is a really nice and very different idea.
And why not? 4v5. Got to take some risks towards it, but SEN going to be aware. The knife is good. Gives them information. They know that Bang now has pushed up deep. Smoke propped up. That is a crazy angle to face. Peace of mind at the back of TenZ head, I think, from the dart at the back, but it didn't clear Bang. And here's the high tide now. Util being dumped forwards. Taro watching for the deeper push. Paranoia there as well. Deep into the corner. The bullet's not landing. Sailing. It's a haircut applied for Marv.
30 seconds left.
The plant now.
Spike planted.
Round getting into the post plant here. Where's the positioning? Fake with the TP.
It was too passive during regulation from 100 Thieves in the post plant, so I like that Bang's a lot further forwards. Someone needs to be ready to support him now.
It's that extra level. Smoke forwards here. Dart. Deep inside the smoke. There's a timing to be taken, and Sassy doesn't win the shot. Where did that dart even land?
Right on the edge of the smoke.
That is ridiculous. Quite unfortunate, because Bang's still holding his ground, and the crossfire has made all the damn difference. Marv picking up the operator, taking matters into his own hands, but he's got so much to deal with. The double face up. It's 100 Thieves taking the lead.
Switching sides.
A simply unbelievable opening to this match. You know, they might have been right. This might be the match of the century.
Yeah, jot it down in the history books. An unreal comeback.
But also think about that recon dart that just lands in the exact worst spot for Sassy to get outplayed.
Yeah.
He's aiming for just straight inside the smoke. And it gets in a position where Bang can play around it on both the outside and inside. So Sentinels were just running execs on their attack side. B, A, B, A. It wasn't working for them. Cryo looked incredible with the operator. Can he finish things?
Yeah, this will be it. A moment to look for! Two claimed with just one bullet. Make it three! He's hunting for the finisher. An ace in the card, stolen away by Stella, but I think he'll be happy for it. It's all up to Pancada. And this will seal it. Map number 1. From the absolute bloody brink, they've wrangled back control. Spike in the middle of nowhere, Pancada. It's impossible. Paranoia, the wide face behind the pillar, he plays it just to try and at least isolate his life. It's not possible. 14 to 12. 100 Thieves taking map 1 in that fashion. Spectacular.
And almost disbelieving smiles on the face of the 100 Thieves players. It's just bewilderment. On the other side, Sentinels left to wonder where it all went wrong. What a comeback. Truly spectacular stuff there. And once more for Sentinels, their attack side fails them utterly. They were having woes in that department all throughout the regular season. Like I said, the first kills never going their way. The game plans looked really rough. And the lack of an IGL, I mean, even when they had Def at the helm, both plans, they couldn't figure out how to attack into teams.
Yeah.
That was definitely the case for both of these squads here on Pearl, but even more so for SEN.
We saw a bit of bewilderment, you know, reaching that halftime point when there was such a score differential with 100 Thieves map pick, opting into Pearl, even during the, the match select with the coaches and the players themselves, you know, it looked like Kaplan was almost a bit bewildered himself. Took off guard that Pearl was picked, but 100 Thieves, they rallied back, they made the most of it. They wrote for it, man.
Everyone has been looking forward to this game. NA's two biggest organizations clashing. And they're giving us a show. This is entertaining. You know, Finesse was hyped to boost his viewership numbers. Yay hyped because there's jobs on the line. I'm just excited for map 2.
Yeah, it's been crazy, man. It's been crazy to see it in the series. I mean, it's definitely living up for it. We're stepping away, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more of the series left to come.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier. Standing here with a quick interview with Coach Mike after a crazy first map on Pearl. First of all, congratulations. That was such an insane comeback from you and the team. Talk to us, what was that change that headed into that second half? We know that 100 Thieves has a great defensive half on Pearl, and I know you know that, but how are you able to speak to the team and get them into the right mindset to not only come back, but win in overtime?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it comes down to our assistant coach, Eric, helped out a lot with our defense this time around, and he was helping us adjust things. Start of the half was really rough, 9-3, obviously. We'll take the curse, though, but started off not really following through with everything we did. We were doing about like 75% of it, so end of rounds weren't really going our way, and then on defense, we started doing everything our way.
Absolutely. Hopefully it can be a little bit less stressful in that second map, but we'll let you get back to the boys, back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that. And just, oh man, backs against the wall. 100 Thieves managed to sneak a fast one past Sentinels as they will walk away with the win in overtime. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Wyatt. And Wyatt, I mean, let's just go ahead and start about this one, man, because what a game. Truly, you wanted it to be intense, and this is exactly what we got. Intensity top to bottom.
Yeah, that doesn't even speak to the half of it. And one of the cool things Mike talked about there that we weren't able to address before this game is that he finally has an assistant coach working with him, building out the defensive sides. And you saw that come to fruition with that major comeback. It was reminiscent, kind of a parallel to their Icebox when that was their map pick earlier in the year, playing with the Omen and using the smokes for retakes.
And I mean, once we got to the second half, besides the strategy and all that stuff working, they also just had Cryo going ridiculous in this game. When he got the operator in his hands, every time he was getting 1 or 2 kills against these executes and set up moments where this team could just play these flood retakes together where he was continuing to find value. And I think in this really interesting composition that they were playing, kind of a new look on the double controller that is going to be built around those retakes, putting Cryo in those positions to thrive is so important, especially since on the other side, Zekken was also having an incredible game on the primary duelist.
Zekken started hot and cooled off, and on the opposite side, as you were saying, Cryo in the first half had 8 kills, and in the second half, he had 24 kills. So when you get that man on defense and you get the op in his hands, it's so important for 100 Thieves, it can't be understated, to win the pistol rounds and get the economy going and getting the op in Cryo's hands early, because he can just take over the game. He had 13 op kills in the second half.
Yeah.
When that dude on defense is just totally, he is so different. He is insane on that half, man.
Well, you know what I want to do?
What?
I want to hear from our other coach. That's right. We got that standing by. We're ready to go because we actually have Kaplan standing by with Sue ahead of map 2. What you got for us, Mix?
Thank you very much, as always, Golden Boy, Kaplan. Thank you for taking this quick minute to speak with us. I know that map must have felt bittersweet for you in that first half was absolutely amazing. Nothing could have gone better. And then it was just on that second half on attack where things seemed to fall apart. What are the biggest takeaways, and how did you get the team to sort of reset as you head into split?
Sure. So I think, we've been really proud of how we've been playing in scrims, how our game plan strategies, how everyone's flowing together. I think we just need to keep it a little more simple. I think we were getting into post plants, and then we just played things a little bit different from how we usually do, and just said, hey, let's stay confident. Let's recognize that we just did things a little too different, and that's why it didn't work. Let's just make sure we keep it simple, do what we've been doing. We've scrimmed a lot, so pretty confident if we just play how we practice, we'll be good.
Amazing. That's amazing to hear, and I'm sure the Sentinels fans here are very happy to hear that as well. Golden Boy, back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Smix. And yeah, very calm. You know, Kaplan, and you know, it's usually his demeanor, but I think it's also important to note that you need that kind of calm voice in those hectic situations. But something that he did say that I thought was quite fascinating was that they weren't playing the way that they were in scrims, which as a coach, sitting on the sidelines, watching the boys, you know, execute, has to be a little frustrating, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's tough. That second half was brutal for Sentinels. But I think to rewind a little bit, to talk about what was happening earlier, I thought they actually executed really well this composition that they were bringing out. On their defensive side, the retakes, combining that Sova utility with their flash utility was really well done. And I thought they adapted to 100 Thieves well. The issue was, as it was so many times throughout the season, it was those end of games, it was closing out that it seemed to be an issue for Sentinels quite often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the third time. By the way, these guys have only played 4 maps. This is the third time it's been a 14-12 between these two teams.
Jeez.
Closing it out has been tough for both of them. It was tough for 100 Thieves the first time they actually met up. But now, as you know, we're kind of looking forward towards Split. This is an interesting pick to me for Sen because 100 Thieves looked great on Split. This is a map that they've liked since this iteration of the team has formed last year. Essentially the entire time, because you get to throw Asuna on the Raze, and when it comes to that attack side entering, he is straight up better than Cryo, and that just unlocks a whole new, a new potential for rounds that they can gain that they were struggling to gain on Pearl.
And to harken back, the composition 100 Thieves is running, most of the teams here in Americas were going for the double duels. 100 Thieves was actually kind of the only squad that was going for this Raze Sage composition that was really good. They had a lot of executes based around locking off one side of the map with that Sage wall when they were going for the XX and late splitting it to side. I think of that pistol round they always ran that was A heaven into the A side. They had a lot of little gimmicks built into it, which was kind of what we came to expect from 2022 100 Thieves, and what I think was lacking in Americas. But as we've already seen, I think in LCQ, this team has gained a lot of depth. I imagine getting that new assistant coach into the mix, a facet of that. But let's take a look at what they're playing now. And it is the Cryo
That is what
chamber.
I was looking for. Mike loves the Cypher on this map. Historically, they've always ran the Cypher and the Sage, and teams have understood how to play against 100 Thieves, despite them being so good on the map, still getting wins. Cryo on the Chamber is going to be very interesting to watch. I think that's going to be the critical factor here. Sentinels, they're going back to that double duelist they were running earlier in the season, maybe.
And it's been good for them. You can expect these fast hits. It takes some of the pressure off of Tens, allows Zekken to be that entry. It's honestly very similar between him and Asuna, taking pressure off their star Opper. But really, we have to look out for Cryo. He was electric on the defense on Pearl, and now he's playing the perfect agent to op on.
And we keep asking ourselves, is Chamber back? Well, we're about to find out at the hands of Cryo. Let's go ahead and see how this one pans out and send it back over to your casters and find out how all this shakes up. It's Brent and Sideshow.
Yeah, let's get this one underway here. Map number 2. I mean, Josh, I feel like we're cursed as well to just watch these teams perpetually be playing into OT all the way to distance. I'm not complaining. It's not quite a curse, man. It's a blessing at this point. Seriously, maybe that's the subconscious slipping in. but who knows? Listen, let's get this one underway. It's Split that is the staging ground. We've already seen it. I mean, how do you rally back if you're Sentinels now after losing in that fashion?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Kaplan was talking about, focus on the fact that you know how to win, you've been doing it recently in your practice, and you just need to bring it to the stage. All of these players are familiar, they've got experience, they've all played matches before where they started out sucking or lost a big lead and bounced back and won. They know it's possible. I'm very interested in how this chamber works. And for Sentinels on the attack side, it's gonna cause a bit of pressure, but also in theory, the double duelist and the pace you can play at should be good against Cryo's chamber.
What are we going to see in terms of looks? That is a heavy face-up. Look at this from 100 Thieves, stacking with 4 of their players. It's a flash being held off of some form of contact.
I think it's Asuna's. I think Asuna's supposed to just take a crack angle over towards B Heaven and call the pop.
Yeah, no one's taking the bait, though.
No, and instead we're going to see a little bit of pressure onto Cryo. He's in a nice spot here, pretty passive. Not going to get caught by any Trailblazer or flashes.
See the new chamber buffs as well. He can play a bit of a wider angle. TP tucked behind into screens. Nade.
Does that clear it?
And down. It does not. Yeah, it's very tucked to the corner. Set it up with it. Why not? Grab 2 for your troubles.
What a mess.
Yep. Just raw spam coming out from the ghost there. No reload inside, but Mardwell is known to make plays like that. And here's the flank attempt again. Straight out of the playbook of Pearl. That's what it feels like. And Pankata just uncomfortable. Not
so
knowing which way to watch. Yeah.
Party's over.
It has to be the face from Tens. And it has to be the clutch. Pull out the performance here. It's a double face up still. Left up to Tens. Here's the shot. Disengages. Flashback on line 3 in the round. Cannot get the 4th. It's Stella. Does the job, gets the pistol round for his team.
And it's exactly what you say, Bren. The same kind of strategy coming out from 100 Thieves on defense. They play around mid super heavily, push it out, and get a good flank for wherever Sen are popping. And Sentinels have been really pop heavy, grouping up as 5, getting into a site. This, though, devastating. I don't really understand why they were so timid there to try and swing the chamber and trade him out. Some lack of coordination there on how they were pushing off the back of the flash, perhaps. But Cryo being able to get 2 there is massive for them. And as Wyatt was saying on the desk, this starts to build the economy. This now puts it in a position where they can start saving up for Cryo to have an op. He's going to have one whenever he ults anyway.
Yeah, but why not double up? Makes it much more likely you're going to be able to get that one. They hear the jump spot and the pre-fire.
That's a headshot through the wall, I think.
Yeah, it might have actually been 2 players actually landing the shot as well. They timed that one up. Maybe a 3-2-1 swing, but
yeah, a lot of damage.
Healed up though. Trailblazer. Only spotting the 1, I believe, so some good information. Asuna. Oh, goodness, okay.
The blast pipe there to stop him getting punished, and the nade as well to hold people back. He's now got a lot of information on where Sen are playing, and you can see him calling for the rotates.
Yeah, giving this one up. A lot of noise being made here by Sen. Skipping and hopping. Bouncing up towards heaven now on that ramp angle. There's a grouped up here, but when he gets into close quarters and with the sheriffs in hands, you never know. You really never know. Nade dropped. What in the Lord's name is that? Oh my! I mean, series of fortunate events here for Sen. It's a 2-player advantage, and now complete heaven control is there. 30 seconds. Decisions need to be made.
They could pivot, but instead it looks like they're committing to A.
Onto the site and still anchoring towards the back. Into the corner here, it's Asuna. He's weak though. Weak and can't quite land it. So much damage being done.
And Stella decided to try and push through, seeing if he could use the distraction, but he only had a judge. Now it's all left down to Bang. Look at the weaponry on the other side of things here.
Yeah, it's exchange hands.
I was talking about the economy starting to bloom for 100 Thieves. This is all the way down in the dust already.
Bang feeling like he has to play into it. Players are weak. There's chances.
Too stupid.
But it's got to be perfection. There's the first hurdle. Star. Online as a pull towards the back. Bit of a prediction. Oh, damage is certainly being done. Player's weak enough. Yeah, but time is running short now. Spike's starting to tick. Further and further, and no chance in hell. Yeah, he realizes it. Bang just got to back away. Decent attempt at things, but I mean, Sen. I called them miracle plays here, but that nade, I don't know what the intention was for that. Maybe just to clear out heaven, but I think it's unfortunate. It just chased Derek.
It did.
Heat seeking.
Yeah. It chased Derek, and Derek had just team flashed. I believe it was Cryo too, who then is just completely alone, goes for a swing, and isn't quite able to deliver. Stella only has a judge. You see him there getting caught. Everything falling to pieces. And this is big for a couple of reasons. Obviously, it's big just because Sentinels get on the board, break the economy, etc. But like we were talking about, it delays the op getting into Cryo's hands. And when you have a player like Cryo who is so defense-sided, so op-focused, he got 75% of his kills on defense on Pearl. I mean, if you can stop that momentum early, you're going to have so much more success.
Triple play. Oh, the timing of this one. Marvin's watching it, but it's already low. Oh, that is not clean yet. Okay, gets the job done.
Perfect play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last player standing.
And it is actually really clean here. Unless Stella can get anything done with the Classic, which does not seem likely. Sen are going to be able to keep all of these rifles going. And the economy's just blooming.
Yeah, there it is. Just holding.
What a great...
No casualties, yeah.
Great way to begin the attack side. Something that was a massive failure for Sentinels on Pearl. And an area that they've really struggled in. Both teams went 2 and 11 in first kills to first deaths on Pearl. Both teams on their attack side, 2 for 11. And in general, that has been something that's absolutely plagued Sen. Running the double duelist.
Enemy remaining.
Throughout the regular season, Zekken was winning about 46% of his opening duels. Ten's devastatingly poor, only winning 26% of his opening duels. So anytime you can get him firing, it's going to be excellent.
Back into the action, aren't we? Nade. Close left corner, but so much focus and emphasis being placed just into A main by SEN at the beginning of these attack side rounds. Also looking to try and take some mid control. Boombot didn't see anything, but nobody wants to press the advantage here, so.
Small mistiming there. Could have been dangerous up in B Heaven, but instead 100 Thieves have backed off and offered SEN the whole of mid control. Trailblazer comes up ramp here, looking to try and squeeze anybody.
Yeah.
But there's no one home.
They're starting connected. You would have seen it.
Blinded.
That squeeze going online. Good flash. Even better jump spot. Derek, no. Goddamn. He's not safe there.
That's no baiting.
But baiting, yeah. And maybe can get a bit of a payout for it. Wow. There's 2 for it. High ground ankle. You don't expect that. Tens updrafting in the midst of all the chaos, in the midst of all the gunfights.
And leaves Pancada in a great spot to be able to collect anybody who's trying to come back through Heaven. The wall up for the moment, obscuring vision. Stella ready for anyone to try and swing through, but Pancada, again, plays slowly.
Yeah, there's no swing attempt. Uh-oh. 5 bullets left. Unfortunate time with a snake bite. Pancada gets out of there. The reposition is very good. Still lots of time, and damage has been done. Bang still wants to go for it. Dropping down now. Just seeing the elbow, trying to force one of the fights out, but he does not know where this other player is. Still lands the headshot. Star laid down, but as it blooms, as it blossoms, it's Pancada who swings the return.
Excellent finish there. Pancada got the read perfectly on when Stella was about to pull out that snake bite. Realized that he'd been spotted in that corner somehow. Excellent awareness. And at the end of the day, Asuka's gameplay ends up being stifled just a little bit. Felt like he had that moment where he just hung his teammate out to dry and got rewarded massively for it. But instead, SEN carry on the pressure, knock 100 Thieves down, their eco suffering. And Cryo's still yet to have really any moment where he can get the op online, get his ult blossoming either.
Smoke in the face of Cryo. You know he wants to take the timing here, but his TP is so close to him. It really doesn't get him out of danger. Pushing through, the smoke gets watched for. All that pressure damage done to Stella. Cheeky attempt just to try and trade it. The round has been slowed down entirely. Waiting to see if there's some sort of reaction, but now the Trailblazer getting through into Heaven. Doesn't spot any players. Asuna now trying to take up that space once more. Doesn't have a rifle. Does have the Stinger though. Flash. What a time to take that, but the Stinger doesn't get it done.
Yeah, Marv's able to pull out his Vandal just in time. They're all going to be heading into... it looked like they were going over towards A, but they're just making sure they re-clear behind them for a moment. Marv on that flank watch as everyone heads into Derek, who only has a Sheriff. Does not look winnable for them. This is going to be SEN with another clean round. I mean, even the rounds in which
30 seconds left.
They're on the anti-eco, they're really just being able to save every rifle.
Connection with the flash. Derek revealing his position, you're right, yep.
And that lack of economic damage, it's going to hurt in the long term. Look at these players. Pancada, he's got 5.7. Tens and Sassy with tons of money as well. They're not worried. Marv's playing with his food.
No way.
I mean, this looks...
That is, yeah. I mean, heads up from them, saving the kill for Sassy so we can build towards his ult.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, when they're thinking about those kind of details...
You know they're in control.
Yeah. But they were in control of the first half in the first map too. Side swapped. But this should be, in theory, the side where Sentinels have the most success, I think. Their double duelist composition should work very nicely here.
See how to get it done. Timeout. It's forced out. And yeah, we'll see it. Supporters coming out in droves as we queue out the door. It's a line of 10,000. They couldn't get in, Josh. Match of the century.
Yeah, well, the wild part about this match is that it's single elimination.
Yes.
You know, neither of these teams doing well enough to make playoffs in the regular season, so both stuck in that single elimination portion of LCQ, where one of these teams can potentially go on a run. One match might be all it takes to start the momentum, the snowball going, and maybe, possibly, have that dream of competing the champions this year. But guaranteed one of these squads, the end of their season, the beginning of the off-season, Rostermania, whatever.
Excellent point.
It's going to be starting.
Yeah, just a hit again.
Just a matter of hours.
So it'll be the last time at least one of these teams plays in the 2023 VCT season. You gotta think that comes with a tremendous amount of pressure. Well, here we go. Timeout taken. 100 Thieves. For some adjustments, they can bring back the round differential. This time mid, launching themselves deep into it. Straight up drive dash play by Tens with a flash to accompany him. Maybe set him up, but just backing away. The poke and prod. Biding their time now.
Trailblazer clearing things out, and Cryo getting posted on a much deeper angle. This is the round where Cryo's finally got the operator online. Look how deep he is on this kind of position.
Denied.
This is going to allow everybody else to start rotating away. Only Derek, who flashes up into A heaven and realizes that Sentinels are not quite there, but they always have the option of pivoting.
Asna has a showstopper though. Well, on the other side is Zekken. Lets the rocket rip, moving forwards. Across his bang, holding it close to the pillar position. And now you're finally seeing it. A return with a rocket and a return with a kill. Takes down the opposition. The counterpart of Raze.
Look at the Viper's pit here on B. It covers everywhere, every part of the plant area. So even though Sen have the player advantage, this is going to be very tough to get the plant down.
Causing some difficulties. How do you clear out the pit now, despite that squeeze? I mean,
just a little fake
are they going to
tap.
wait for Marv to look all the way through here? He's worked himself into A heaven.
I mean, they can't possibly, sure.
There's 20 seconds roughly left, man, and he's going for the backstab here, but they're going to have to coordinate something to try and play this one forward. Snakebite to try and deny Stella with the counter spam. He's still up and still alive. That means the pit is still in play. And here's Marv finally. The extra element I was talking about, the extra level to it, the backstab is there. Plan online, denied once more, and Stella still dodging around. It's round one.
What an ult from Stella there. That absolutely wins the round for 100 Thieves. That is an ult from back spawn when you've completely given up the site that covers every inch of the plant spots. And it creates such an enormous amount of pressure on Sen to try and get the plant down. Even when they have every player dead. Stella's still going to be inside the pit, making it very difficult to NB. Sentinels had opportunities there to pivot in either direction. But now that Cryo has Op online, this is going to change the entire dynamic of the map.
Free aim, just for the jump spot. I see both players, Cryo and Tens, face to face with the operators in that duel, but currently positioning opposite sides of the map.
I mean, Tens just using his attack operator in a more passive kind of role to hold angles for the rest of his team. Not quite looking to do the Kang.
My ult's ready.
Trailblazer now used though. Sassy pushing forwards. Not sure if there was a connection there, but made in a snake bite. It's good util being used on the defensive side. It's allowing Sentinels from taking some of that space.
Yeah, the trademark here is absolutely imperative as well. It controls, or at least gives information at the top of vents. And now as it's broken, Cryo realizes that he's going to get pinched. He's got to make something.
Pushes forwards, catches the lurk. Seeker still at his back, but look at 100 Thieves flooding and surrounding them. They've given them access to the heaven. And he put the question in their hands. Well, such a white face by Marv, not favored. The reactions are just too damn clean right now. Cryo, a jiggle with the movement, trying to bait out a shot. It's Tens, his adversary. Brings him down with the op head-to-head here, but they still need a way to get into the site. It's not looking likely. 13 seconds left. Smoke to cover the cross. Angle still held. Up onto the high ground, but he misses it. Tens now out in the open, wide. Asuna with the punish, and no time left for the plant. They face it, they realize it.
Yeah. Excellent opportunism there from Asna, making sure that he punishes and converts the 4v2. But it's Cryo that, to me, is just showing the value instantly of that operator. Even when he gets pinched there, as soon as his trademark gets broken, he realizes he has to make some kind of play. And then here, you know, Marv really should be favored in that kind of spot. If he has a read that Cryo's tucked in that corner, he's close enough. He should be able to swing. But Cryo's reactions are so good.
Enough money, though, still for a buy for Sen. Konu is being kept honest. Still that pesky operator. It's the thorn in their sides. The way that Cryo's being set up, just holding down that A angle. A repeat of the prior rounds, just using a Trailblazer to clear through and set himself up forwards.
Yeah, it's all the same kind of thing, but this time 100 Thieves are playing mid more aggressively.
Snake Bite at the feet. Nobody can really push past that one, but now looking to try and creep forwards, aren't they?
Satchel out.
Smoke fading.
Asuna was thinking about catching people there. He was looking to take the fight with the blast pack.
5 seconds left until there's a flash online for Sassy. There's a nade close to the corner. Using the util to try and choke them out here. Beautiful nade as well with a spam. Skip and hop over it. Not a single bullet lands. Could have been a difference maker for a kill, but Stella survives.
This is a minute for Sentinels to just take mid control.
Yeah, and they are just being bogged. But all the util has been expended now. 100 Thieves don't really have too much left. Asuna doesn't. No flashes left available towards it. Dash forwards. Asuna still his claim to the kill here. Onto 10s. Forwards. Seconds out in the open. And what is occurring right now? Reactions. Repositioning. Bang with the two-piece. Leave it up to Pancada. Tiniest of angles to watch. Down onto the ground. Players low enough, but his position rapidly approached now by the 3 remaining players. And again, no time on the clock. This is becoming a repeated problem now for Sentinels.
As long as 100 Thieves can leave Cryo in control of A and get him set up there with the Trailblazer, they just have too many people covering the rest of the map for Sen to deal with. There's 2 players permanently committed to mid.
remaining.
They can go and help B and assist Bang whenever they need to. And Sentinels had to commit 4 players for mid control. There was only 1 with the spike trying to come through Garage. I mean, when you're not pinching into B, the anchors have all the freedom in the world to just focus on the people coming through B heaven. They're struggling way too much with winning that map control battle, and then they don't have people in position to properly pinch into the sites. Now, having said that, we really don't know what to expect from either of these 2 teams in terms of what a good scoreline is going to be on this first half. We don't know. Listen, maybe 100 Thieves are going to be terrible on the attack side, and Sentinels have already done enough. We really don't know what to expect from these squads. But at the moment, it looks like 100 Thieves are rallying back, and much earlier than they did on Pearl.
Bringing it nice and even. You're exactly right. It's Cryo being set up with that deep op angle. The amount of map control it gives 100 Thieves. Yeah, it's Asuna. He can just rotate the util, use it himself, in and out with Stella using the snake bites, and the amount of delay.
Yeah, I mean,
it's insane.
It looks like they're set up for it again here. The Trailblazer just so commonly coming down in this, long angle over towards...
I'm surprised there's no attempt of a punish being called here by Sen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them at least break the Trailblazer. Because I think if you break the Trailblazer early, right at the beginning when Derek's trying to use it, it makes Cryo less confident of being able to push up. And Cryo is a fairly defensive player in, how he likes to fight. He's not just going to walk up on angles on his own, usually.
He's a bit dodgy here for Sentinels. Mount doesn't have a rifle. Spam, that is ridiculous timing. Look at the damage he's doing here.
Yeah, that's so much.
Backing away onto Sassy.
And it's Sassy. It's the only player they can't heal back up.
Exactly. Rotation here. The smokes. Hopping up onto the boxes. Are we still going to see that same delay? It's spam into it. There it is. Dash forwards and attempt at a punish. Tens. He's going to dodge the nade at his feet. His teammates want at that. Backing away. Position's going to be found here. Still a nade to try and delay. Here's a Trailblazer. There's a nade. Rebounded off, but has he missed the timing? Pass and forwards is up to Bang. But Asuna, he's the one who collects.
The nade, the collapse. There's 4 players ready on B. Ready, waiting for Sen. Again, because Cryo just controls the entirety of A.
Yeah.
The trademark at the top of vents. He's watching the long angle. And remember that Viper utility that Pancada has down takes longer to cycle now.
Asuna is just a menace, man.
30
Holding that
seconds
top
left.
position at the back of stairs towards B heaven. The util's good to just to delay. I mean, Tens is forced to jump past the nade and just try and take advantage of it, but anyone who's trying to follow up just gets turned into mincemeat.
This is a big struggle now for Sen to figure out what to do.
Is it 4 rounds in a row now, I think, where the
10
time's just running
seconds
low, just getting delayed, and when they try and rush it like that, they're getting punished?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something's got to change.
I feel like going for a big A exec is also keep it simple, but would also have some level of value. When Cryo's usually looking to take a more aggressive angle, not that he did in this particular round, being able to overwhelm him early as he's trying to get set up there with the, double duelist hard exec onto A. You could even try and double blast back up, ramp, have TenZ updraft dash into heaven.
You have the tools to punish, you do. But it's what they're setting up for.
It's really been lackluster after that initial burst of rounds from Sentinels. And it coincides exactly with Cryo getting the off online.
Retaken for 100 Thieves now. Flashes. Like ships in the night, sailing past.
Here's that Trailblazer.
Yeah, and typically this is used with Cryo pushing aggressively on ramp, but last round playing a bit more passive. This is a contact play. Pushing up. Stella's holding the market angle, so Asuna can post himself so aggressively.
Yeah. Zekken may end up having to take a fight in mid here, but Asuna and Stella look like they're just happy holding these positions. You think about the Trailblazer, though, that Derek used. Even if Cryo isn't pushing up off the back of it, Sentinels have to assume it's a possibility he is. So they still have to be very diligent. Now they've used their own Trailblazer and did not time it with the wall going down. That was so dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous indeed. Sassy.
Got away with it.
Could have paid for it with his life. We're up to 50 seconds mark. Trailblazer was used. Trademark was broken into A heaven. And so it does add that extra element of uncertainty for 100 Thieves.
Here.
Noted by Cryo's reposition with the operator backing away here. Flash round to the side. There's an A being used, but it's a pivot.
They head into B, really?
Yeah,
they have
rotating.
nobody coming from B main again. This is all going to be B heaven.
30 seconds
They've got a
left.
snake bite at their feet.
This hasn't been working.
It hasn't, but Asuna's not here, so they don't have that to try and bog them down. They dash into the side. And TenZ didn't feel favored for it, yet Stella. He falls. Asuna in the smoke. Looks like he wants to try and take a timing off of that one. Bang falling. Here's the pit. Great time for it. Second coverage. It's necessary now. The plan has to go down. There is no punish. And maybe thinking about calling it quits here if you are 100 Thieves. Retaking into the pit with the operator. It's 2v4.
They have extraordinary wealth.
Ooh.
But I'm not sure that's going to avail them much.
Yeah, angle there by Marvs. Plenty of damage done. Lovely movement. Repositions, resets it. Zekken. Make sure it doesn't get messy. Make sure it doesn't get dicey.
And yeah, I think you called it out, Brent. The big reason that they're able to make that work is that Asuna doesn't have his utility ready to go as they get into B heaven there. It was just a little further away from the action. And Stella also in a bit of an odd position, tucked underneath, hoping that he's going to be able to get cheeky kills on people, flooding, dropping down from rafters, but instead gets cleared out hard by TenZ.
Here.
Still,
even.
Cryo now is going to have the tour de force in hand.
Here.
And the same defensive setup. I mean, they're really not shifting things to... Oh, here goes Cryo actually in mid. I thought he was going to try and take a ramp once more.
Yeah, he's changed it up.
And look, the teleport put all the way back in B heaven, so he can take an early kill here. Or an early fight, at least.
Does mean that A is going to be weaker. Essentially just relying on Derek to be holding this.
And you're relying on the conditioning that they're expecting Cryo to be over at A.
Yeah.
They just don't expect him to be playing mid.
TV to get out of there. But they want to force the issue. Shot missed. Derek still at the back of the side here, but there's the flash forwards. TenZ. Dropped off the operator. Dog, did it connect? There it is. Reactions. Asuna, he launched himself into the fray, and he's brought down and punished because of it. And kind of missing a shot with the operator. It's gifted to him prior. Still the tour de force is there.
Spike
In the
planted.
hands of Cryo. No one's giving him a sideline. No one is giving him an angle. Danger around every single corner. Smoke fades. Into it though, bang. Already taking the space into elbow. Still watching onto the, just the shoulder or the elbow. A ridiculous shot to hit. Pancada still with the op. Stunned up into the corner. Sassy can't do a thing. Just left it up to him. With the Cosmic Divide there, this time not making the same mistake of rushing into things. It has to be the rifle picked up, but it's being covered. Bang, towards the back. Stella just covering it, and as well, pushing right through. The punish in place.
Great work there. I mean, the Cryo's shot onto a fraction of a target.
Yeah.
Just trying to bait out the operator's shot with tiny, tiny jiggles, and yet Cryo's still good for it. The reactions are just ridiculous.
I was wondering about that. I was wondering what was going on there.
Asuna loves being the tip of the spear for this team. It really increases the pace that they like to play at, but yeah, I'll be happy that his team won that one.
Yeah. It's a narrow lead. So even between these two teams.
It really has been. And yet it's been streaky.
Yeah.
Back and forth, but in long consecutive periods.
This time it's really all in for SEN. Fully grouped up, Trailblazer, this time directed towards the side. Showstopper, dash forwards, up in the air, exchange on either side. Who knows what's going on, but Tens does fall, and it's covered into the elbow. Holding the line, stalwart defenders, reinforcing themselves as well. Players are swarming onto the sides, and everybody is just falling. Scattered to the wind, it's left up to Pancada once more with a dog chasing right behind him. All but wrapped up for the half here. Should be looking like that 7-5.
And Pancada left in the same spot that he was in the final round of Pearl. Just knowing that game's over for this one. Having to go back and think about things as the rest of his team looks down the wrong end of a 7-5 half. And if they couldn't do it off the back of a 9-3, what does that mean for them here? It could be completely different, of course. It's been so long since we've seen these squads.
Getting cheeky with it.
And Cryo closes things out in just perfect fashion.
Yeah.
As soon as they got the op into his hands, it was a game changer. Instantly allowed them to put way more resources, manpower, over towards the B and mid sides of the map. And just completely shut Sentinels down.
Yeah, absolute difference maker, wasn't it? Well, that's it for the first half. Let's send it down to GB.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And yes, 100 Thieves currently sitting at 7-5, and it's very clear that coming into this one, all eyes were obviously going to be on the impact fraggers for this team, right? Cryo, Asuna. I think without a doubt, 100 Thieves definitely delivering, and if anything, Asuna has really proven why when that kid's on the raise, man, you got to watch out.
Asuna's been absolutely insane, and I think the comeback that they managed to bring into this half all started with that one round with the Viper's Pit. 100 Thieves, I think, is continuing to show us that this team is willing to bring out new creative things, as we've seen on Split in the past. Now with this new comp, still doing it. This round was the one that brought them back, and they built such great momentum off of it.
By the way, like, what is that Viper's Pit anyway? It covers the entire site, every single spot you could plant. Like, that has to be some kind of TikTok, you know, esque Viper's Pit. Like, they definitely didn't cook that up themselves, I guarantee you. But either way, like, that was the momentum shift right there. Like, winning that round, getting the op up on Cryo.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, and now looking towards this second half, the player that I think you have to watch out for is going to be Asuna, as you were mentioning. He was insane in the first half, but on these attacking sides for 100 Thieves, where Cryo tends to struggle a little bit more, they normally look to this guy to be that primary entry, and he's consistently great on the raise here on Split.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that Sideshow had asked is like, they couldn't get it done on a 9-3, baby, but now they find themselves here in an even closer situation. Can Sentinels, what does Sentinels do to pull themselves back into this game?
Pistol round is very important here. You have to start off strong. You got to win this pistol round and not get eco'd.
That's what you have to start with. But the question is, what can you build from there for Sentinels? This double duelist comp, they're normally solid on this defensive side, particularly when it comes into this retakes. But again, you're playing against this new comp from 100 Thieves that I think is going to really want to slow the game down, play into that mid round. And if 100 Thieves can punish Sentinels' likely kind of goal of re-pushing to clear space on the mid round with the double duelist and call their mid rounds correctly, this really is their game to win.
Yeah, this is it, folks, for 100 Thieves, an opportunity for them to move on to this competition, but Sentinels have to force their way back into this series. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Can they do it? I mean, Baby Boy set it up, has to start with that pistol round to try and bring it even. And expectations, you know, there's still that level of uncertainty. Month and a half of practice for all these teams. You don't really know what we're going to get.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, 100 Thieves pistol rounds have been looking elaborate so far. They've put serious work and time into drawing up specific pistol round strategies. They usually like to double blast pack up towards A ramp. This time just going for a full A exec.
Yeah, straight.
There's no one home.
Into the site, completely ignoring heaven, ramp, whatever. Trying to get that plant down, but a nade sails right over the top. You have to respect it, so bang. This the plant pulled. A lot of delay out in the open. It's just spam again.
This could get really silly over towards ramp. Cryo's got his rendezvous in a position where if he uses it, he's just going to be on top of these players.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's get stupid here. Moving forward, try and take the fight towards them. It's barreling with a player advantage. Ghosts and headshots being found. Second and 10's leading it for them. Nade regains, rebound.
Look,
Cryo.
he's on top.
Oh, he's on top! What am I watching? It's 3 kills and he might have just salvaged it.
I'm telling you, we're getting silly out here.
Leave it into the corner. It's Asuna. He's cleaned up, but Cryo, last one left, 5 health. The gap into the smoke. Pancada's watching it.
But what was that? As soon as he put down the rendezvous, I knew that was getting a bit stupid, but I mean, love the idea. Didn't quite work for them though, and Sentinels pick up a very important round here. Are we going to see the players have to react to it? I think this was a little earlier while they were clearing this area out. But look at this. Rendezvous up top. Sassy realized instantly, but he had his utility out in his hand, and he just couldn't quite figure out how to punish the play. Nevertheless, Pancada's got his back, cleans up the final one, and they're able to secure it. It's big to get them back in.
Looking like as well. Direction leading towards that 7-7. Made to try and punish that. Ahidior being grabbed close to the corner. Maybe I spoke too soon. It's a lovely first kill, but Mark still holds his ground. Holds the line. Bulldog. Now we see contact plays here. Snakebite plays a close corner here. Mark forced to use some of that util. Dog trailing him down, but he's got support from the rest of his team. Pancada supplementing it. Derek ripping off heads, but Tens meets him. There's an upgrade for you. There's a kill. They're brought down to 47 health. It's a 1v2. Single shot of the Marshal will do it. Tens should be favored. Misses it. Shot goes wide and backs away. Kyle's like, okay, plenty of time left.
Plenty of time, but no access to the spike. I mean, the spike is so far down on B here. And Cryo's weak. Like you said, one shot from the Marshal. Body shot, whatever.
Marvel's
should be
aware.
clean for Sen.
They're very aware. And look, this is Cryo. Knife out to try and take a timing. An unexpected one, but weak enough. Risks need to be taken to convert it, so it is that 7-7.
It was expensive, though. Yeah. Sentinels are not going to be coming in here with a really hot bonus round with a ton of weaponry. 100 Thieves kept it suppressed a little bit. That's going to make things easier for them to hold the momentum. I think a big question, though, for 100 Thieves is how do they get value out of Cryo on this half of the map? You think back to the old Chamber meta when it was super dominant. It was about your entry player being able to make a ton of space, and then the Chamber cleaning up.
Here. Keeping a close eye on it. Don't exactly have the same tools as a Jet would, for example. Can't quite dash in. Doubling up that aggression. Pretty big reliance on Asuna to be that spearhead. You mentioned it earlier, Josh. Loves to be it, so...
Yeah, and he's been good at it, too. Yeah. Especially on the Raze. His Raze has been significantly, I mean, more impactful, I would say, than a lot of the other roles that he's played for 100 Thieves.
Interesting read here. Trailblazer only spotting the one. Dog now going to be used, but cleared out. Single shot will do it.
And Cryo's put his trademark down in B.
Teleport's ready.
And that's to make sure that nobody can go for a reactive push out through B main. And instead, he's setting up for the fight happening in B heaven. This is just going to keep kind of information around the map.
Flash connects. I know at least one player's there, but three of them already approaching towards ramp.
And look, as he pulls back and the trademark disappears, now they go for that same B main push I was talking about. So there's three players here on Sentinels. They know it's going to be an
30 seconds left. How do they fight this one? There's a pull at their feet. A Satchel's play to avoid and dodge and juke. They're vulnerable up. And there's so much damage being done. There's 100 Thieves chunked down. It's brought to the wire. They've been bogged down, playing it a little bit too slow. And the weapon advantage might just be skirting away from them. Face into the corner. The rifles, the stingers, everything at work. It's up to Stella. Damage certainly done. An 8-7 Sen. Working with absolutely nothing. Bottom of the barrel stuff.
Yeah, a monstrous round for Sentinels to get. They stacked the correct site, had the read that it was going to be A. They had three players there, committed. They had a Gravwell Snakebite out, ready to stop that. And they're going through a wall and taking decay damage. Then they're vulnerable up by the pool and by the Snakebite. It just makes those lower level weapons hit so much harder. 100 Thieves were playing very slowly on their attack half on Pearl too, and I think that was a big problem for them.
Yeah.
And we just saw it bite them once again.
Smoke propped up. What is occurring there?
You want to play? Let's
Cacophony of util. That's our recall pull. Cryo, he finds the first open. He's got the Tour de Force.
Exactly, Tour de Force online. Now he needs to be getting up towards the front of the pack.
Timing. Here's the footsteps. Pancada. He rushes forwards. Trying to plug up the defenses. This is all over the place, man. Sewers controls there. The Seeker's ripped off as well to try and clear a path for them. And now a pivot over towards B. Running away. Got nothing to do with the other side of the map. Still grouped up here. Keeping it up to Marved, but playing off site. Safety in numbers, they realize that with the weapon advantage on top of it. Happy to give them control of the site.
Yeah, but this also means that they're giving control of key angles to Cryo.
Snake bite.
Although to be honest, at the moment, he's not playing with them.
Yeah. Just watching for the heaven angle, but now, wow, this timing, yep. Bait and switch, there it is. Ramming it down with a rifle, Marved. What a player.
And they sweep aside any level of resistance from 100 Thieves. Cryo not impactful in that kind of spot, open to way too many angles. Easy cleanup with the economy advantage.
The lesser team staring down, you know, okay, losing in the fashion that he did in map number 1. Disadvantage when you get into the second half of this map here. They might have faltered, but not for Sentinels. They got that veteran presence and now leading with 2 rounds of themselves, forcing the timeout from 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves are going to take attack here. I mean, seems absolutely needed. They haven't been able to put a single round on the board on their attack side. Remember, 100 Thieves' attack side was dreadful on Pearl. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about how good the comeback was. You can only have a comeback that large by having a horrid first half. They were 3-9 down, weren't able to really make use of all of the mid control that they were getting. Couldn't split into the sites properly, went 2-11 in first kill to first death.
Yeah.
And it's looking like at the moment, those same issues are really starting to rear their head.
I think you're right about a tempo shift is what's needed. For 100 Thieves. It's a bit difficult though, because they're not running the double duelist. They can't exactly, you know, dash double satchel into things. Cryo is very locked down. He's slow. But when you play slow on split, you need to do enough to try and pull the defensive util out. Otherwise, you're going to get bogged down.
Right, and I think there's different ways that you can increase tempo. Increasing tempo doesn't just mean we're going to rush A or rush B.
Sure.
It can mean we're going to look to fight more aggressively for map control. We're still going to play for mid and for A ramp, but we're going to do it earlier in the round, and we're going to go deeper than we were before. And we're going to put more pressure. We're going to force those fights.
I see evidence of that now.
I mean,
everyone grouped up.
This just looks like it's going to be a fast piece.
Yeah. Look who's watching it. Tens onto the ramp hanger with the operator, taking the peek, taking the ankle. Shots there, but Sassy seeks to claim a prize of his own. Shot did go wide. Second one also missing. That's a dash active, a pull to try and push them back. Nade rebounds off over the top. I'm sure nobody can play up into that heaven position. You can see just how brutal this util is, but again, the shot's just not quite there still. There's that player advantage that's still kicking. For Sentinels, if they play it safe, cool, calm, and collected, slow it down a tad, they're still going to be favored.
I mean, look how much control of the map 100 Thieves have here. They can pivot in many different directions. They have the ability really to go even all the way through spawn over to B, hop down, go through vents. I mean, they have tons and tons of different options here. And this is what I mean about increasing the tempo. They still have 50 seconds to play with right now. This isn't some kind of late round hit, but they've got to use the control that they have and figure out what the best direction to go in is.
Orb gained.
So much pressure on Cryo here to just hold down heaven on his own. Yeah. He's got to be worried about multiple
Smoke
spots.
fades. That's a wrong timing for him, but again, another shot. Just going wide, Stella. I don't know if it's a pre-fire or what, but it's just pure brilliance on display. Sassy seeks to make the most of it. Holding towards the back angle, but he's brought down and traded. Viper's orb going down. Stella close to the corner. Where does he expect it? Zekken! He's got a util kills and another nade online. Leaves it into a 1v3. The wider face by Asuna will be punished.
What excellent control by Sen to be able to get up to double digits. Just allowing 100 Thieves to have so much control of the map and yet still being able to be in good positions to retake. It's so reminiscent of the way that they were playing A on Pearl. They didn't care in the first map where the 100 Thieves took the entirety of mid.
Yeah.
Because they weren't converting once they got to the site. And Sentinels had been running their retakes over and over. It was about the only good thing when you look at the stats that both of these teams were doing in the regular season. They were both still winning about a third of their retakes, which, while it might sound bad, is actually fairly decent. Most of the time when teams get plants down against you, you're not in a good spot to pull off a big, miraculous retake.
Yeah.
But Sen have been solid with them.
What's the approach here? On either side, absolute war chest of ultimates at their disposal.
If 100 Thieves can't win this one, then it might just be game over.
Yeah.
You're expecting both teams to invest super heavily in the ult department here.
It's a massively pivotal round.
And once more, Trademark goes down in B main. You're expecting Cryo to potentially drop off that angle and still retain presence there.
It's calm to begin with, but you're going to see it. Satchel skips across just in case an operator was holding that angle. Nade. Push back and punish.
Yeah, possibly looking to showstopper.
Second with a showstopper! Satchel forwards and spraying in the air! It's not accurate. And Second somehow makes the most of it.
How's he gotten away with that?
Retreats back towards the staircase, gives up the space, and now it's going to be scaled up on by 100 Thieves, but they've lost a player once more. Here's the pit from the high ground position. This is a weird one, isn't it? Drop down, creates a bit of an opening, tucks itself into spawn, spam from Marv. SEN, they have control of this one in terms of the positioning. They can swarm this one. They can spam these angles.
5v3, but into a Viper's pit is still so difficult.
Get 2v5.
I mean, surely this is enough numbers to be able to get it.
Surely, sure, with the spam angles. I mean, bang. 33 health, pushing forwards. Right through it, still alive. Stella is the active participant, and he needs to stay alive. He does do just that, but with the counter spam, it's Pancada. He follows the traces. It paints a happy trail right towards a round win.
And look at that, even with 5 players alive, it still took the final one. A series of
I always hold my breath,
trades.
Josh. But listen, when the Viper's pit's on, I don't, listen, 3v5, 2v5, it doesn't matter.
But like I said, if 100 Thieves weren't able to win that round, then it could have just been game over. They didn't even get the chance to invest the showstopper because the tempo was ripped away from them by Zekken with this play.
Yeah.
A cute hop from Asna to try to avoid it, but he still goes down. Can't use the big entry tool that they had access to. And SEN end up with a massive player advantage converting. This puts 100 Thieves in a very rough spot.
The economy isn't good. Spoke about how important it was. Stinger's purchased. A lot of ults committed on top of it. SEN setting themselves up for a slam dunk, that 12th round, getting one step closer, claiming the map, bringing us to a third.
I feel like we saw, you know, set tactics on Pearl a little bit for when they had these eco rounds, which I'm not really seeing here on Split. I was expecting Asuna to get much more aggressive to try and find value out of double blast pack plays with a Stinger or with a Showstopper supported in some way. It's been so slow the whole time.
Ultimate Divide.
What is that? This Showstopper is just walking up mid.
Into mid, Asuna alone! But it lands anyway. Gets the target. Zekken was wondering exactly what was going on. Here's Tens.
It's another TikTok Viper's pit.
Yeah, it's the Viper's pit. Something must be going around. Tens, he's just trying to slam them as well as they're trying to take control of it. Knife still hitting. The refresh is there. Into the pit with the right clicky faces. All of them.
360 for their style points as well.
This is absurd. The pit's still up. Spike planted, of course. Smoke here. Derek doesn't want to fire to give away his positioning. Half onto the defuse. Needs to land the flick. He will not do so. Shut down. As it was preordained. There's that 12th round for Sentinels.
And it looks heavily likely at this point that we're going to 3.
Match point.
So many questions about what both of these teams were going to run, whether we'd see role changes, comp changes. I think a lot of people were excited to see Asna pull out the Raze and Cryo potentially play Chamber, but it's not working on their attack side. Both maps, attacking has just been so poor for 100 Thieves. And we thought we were going to say potentially the same thing for SEN, but you know, they really got a couple of good rounds in there. In a streak in the first half here on Split.
It's explosive.
One of the first times that we see Asuna go for this double blast back. And he sprayed down through a wall.
Yeah. Split changes. That was a while ago, but yeah. Opens up that angle for the pre-fire.
And a nice flash from Sassy there as well to make sure that nobody else pushed up behind Asuna. And the Trailblazer using all of this Sky utility to make sure that A is clear. And now they can focus a little bit more elsewhere on the map. Just a very standard setup. Cryo looking to try and equalize.
Yeah, he heard the jump spot. He's hoping for another peek. It's a 4v5, and this is for everything in the map itself.
Cryo really has to be the difference maker here. He doesn't normally like to attack side up this aggressively, but he's going to have to now.
Yeah.
His team needs it.
Needs to be the impetus.
Oh, it's a fake play towards B potentially, or a double pump. Hard to tell really what 100 Thieves are cooking here. Astra Stars over towards A. The spike was in that direction. Now they come back to Cryo.
Out in the open, they know the Cryo's there. Jumps down, punished in the end. Second. He takes out 2 of them. One's a bit more, taking a fight straight to them with the nade. Eventually fading away, but it's a 2v4 now. Played together, and it should be sailing it away. Derek, quick reactions, snaps towards the side. Sassy meets him, near-sighted, into the angle, into the corner. Pre-fired. It's damage done to a multitude of targets, but it matters not. Sentinels and 100 Thieves, we are destined to go to map 3.
How could it be any other way? After the blinder of a map that was Pearl, we get rewarded with a comeback from SEN. And there are worries now with the attack side of 100 Thieves. They recovered it. In that first map of Pearl, it took everything from them, but their defense side was good enough to make up for the qualms there. Now, though, you see what it looks like when they're not able to pull off a masterclass on the defense side. A 7-5 half, not enough. And this is going to introduce some really interesting questions for Bind, because if I had to guess, I think them playing the Raze Chamber on Bind, that feels like an obvious, right? A slam dunk. If you're going to play it on Split, probably you're going to end up playing it on Bind too.
It's going to be a real possibility. This match is delivering. Seeing such high peaks in terms of everything on this display, from top to bottom.
And there is an enormous amount of pressure on 100 Thieves now. I think even more so than Sentinels, they'll want the win in this game to ensure that they can go on a bit of a run and justify their position in the partnership system as players, as a roster.
That's what they're playing for. It's elimination this early on in LCQ. No second chances for either of these teams. It's what the year culminates into. This is what it all lands on. Time for a quick break. When we return, the analyst going to get us ready for map number 3.
Welcome back, everyone, as 100 Thieves and Sentinels continue to be the gift that keeps on giving. We're going to map 3, and boy, oh boy, has this been a good one here. Of course, Golden Warrior alongside with Baby Bay, Mimi, and Wyatt as we break everything down. And Wyatt, start with you here, man, because what a series this has been. But most importantly, I think, for Sentinels to really be able to just, pull that one off after the crushing loss that they suffered in map 1, that actually shows that this team is ready. They are prepared. And as a result, map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they showed up in great form on what was their map pick, and a bit of a question mark because it has been a great map for 100 Thieves and one of their few solid maps, honestly, in the actual split. But Sentinels played extremely well. They were able to convert more 4v5s than 100 Thieves, even though Cryo was getting a lot of first kills, actually. It was 4-0 for first kills.
And it was the curse that really got 100 Thieves again of these attacking sides. Thus far in the series, it's something like 21%, or 19%, sorry, win rate on that half, which is brutal. This team just really is struggling to find their stride on that side. But to give credit to Sentinels, the way they played on this defense was really good. They were super proactive with these rotations at re-clearing space with this double duelist comp, and in particular, in these late rounds at winning in those retakes. They looked so coordinated in those late situations.
Yeah, it looked way more fluid on this map, running the double controller as well. Seeing Pancata not on that Killjoy, seeing him on that Viper roll, he shined on it. He had what, 8 kills the first map? And now he just he was in double digits, maybe at the top.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Near top at least.
Yeah, and then seeing 10s on Jet and that clip he got with the Jet knives. Come on, we haven't seen that in a while, let's be honest here.
Well, and I think also, too, right, another thing to note is just the flanks that we were seeing from Sentinels, the way that they were just kind of putting 100 Thieves right where they wanted them time and time again, Mimi, was really clinical.
Yeah, because 400 Thieves, I actually think they were able to get the spike down, to get into these post plants quite a lot of the time, and it did come down to how they were playing those post plants that were slipping away from them. With the double duelist comp, it is really hard to play on that defense effectively, because with that comp, you don't have 2 initiators to constantly cycling utility. You have to actually be taking risks and being proactive to get information, which they did really well. And for a team that, remember, dropped their IGL that they had for most of the season, have a guy who has never really been a primary caller before now taking that role in Marv, I was really impressed at how they were making those decisions in the mid-round.
Yeah, and when you also look at how some of these players have been performing here, some names that obviously stick out, we just kind of highlighted them briefly, but got to talk about the controllers here, right? Pancata and Marv. These are 2 names that, at one point in time, we could not stop talking about them, Baby Bay, but now here we are, and Pancata and Marv, and Pancata as well, really just going back to that role, stepping up, and then Marv always being just so positive contributions to the team.
Yeah, last year they were 2 of the best controllers.
Yeah,
in the game.
Plain and simple.
Right? And now they're on the same team playing controller together. So going into bind, it's gonna be good for them, I think.
Yeah, and not just actually being 2 of the best in the world last year, if not the 2 best. They're also rivals the entire year. Both of them took a championship. They both took down a
champs
tournament,
finals.
an international trophy.
Frenemies.
They were always going up against each other, and now seeing them both together playing controller together is pretty sick. And we're going into bind where they can run that back again. And it was like you said with Pancata on Sentinel, he is pretty flexible, but it's clear that when he gets back to those controller agents, he's just back on a totally different level, right?
Yeah, and for map 3, this does pose a lot of interesting questions, I think. We saw 100 Thieves try the style that I think some people were hoping they would return to, with leaning into the chamber, giving Cryo an opportunity to kind of go back to the days of yore when he was dominating on that agent. And if there's a map to do that again, I think it would be bind. We've already seen top teams like Loud, like EG, experiment with that agent on this map, and I think it is where he is strongest right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if they make another comp change here.
Yeah, I would much rather see him play Chamber on this map than seeing him play Sage. I feel like he's so limited on Sage on this map when we've seen him play it before. And for him to play Chamber on this map, it's actually you get enormous value on it, right? Because you can hold down entire lanes, you can kind of check the Viper in short A and stuff like that. So I am hoping I get to see him pop off with the op like he did on the first map.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that about him being limited on the stage as well, because, man, Cryo, you kind of see it. Same thing with Tens. You can see them express themselves in the server, right? And I feel like that when Cryo's on Chamber, you see that. It feels as if you're watching someone who's just getting right back onto the bike, Wyatt, and riding it to perfection. This guy he's so good on this role, but on top of that too, it's good to see him comfortable again.
Yeah, 100%. And we're going to see if he picks.
Whoa! Shut the front door.
Okay, well,
never mind. Our entire segment's through out of here.
I mean,
could
by
be
the
a
way,
little too hard.
Their third map, Bind. 100 Thieves are playing this potentially their last map of the year. Everything on the line for them. And they're picking Yoru
And Chamber
into
Go big or Yoru going home.
Let's talk about these two agents, though. What Yoru excels at is control through the TP. You can send a clone, his flashes as well, and fast rotations on that defensive side. You can also make a lot of plays forward through smokes, almost using him like the sky roll in the composition. And also the gimmicks, hard to play against, and the synergy with Harbor. That's what I was wondering if they were going to lock in, and they do commit to it. You can flash through those walls really well. You can scale past one of those walls that's moving forward. You can fake that with clones. There's tons of bright ideas around that, and I'm glad to see a team take the risk on a comp like this.
My only problem that
Bring us back to Earth.
Yeah. The only problem I have with this comp is he's going to be the only one that's going to be getting through. Like, we've seen PRX use the Yoru many times before, but they always pair it with a Raze, right?
Right.
So now it's only going to be him, and is he going to be on an island most of the time? Like, that's something we're going to have to find out, right? Like, how is
The stakes. One of these teams is going home, ending their season for the rest of 2023, and they are both locking Yoru.
This is the match of the century.
Yes. Bro, if you would have told me that this game would have boiled down to a Yoru mirror match, I would have called you a psychopath, to be honest with you. But here we are, man. This final map decides which team is going to move on to face Cloud9 tomorrow, and which team has their LCQ run come to an end. Of course, I'm sending it over to Brennan Sideshow. What you make of this Yoru?
It's a culmination of the entire year for both these teams. All the pressure's on the line, man. Why not bring it out? The Yoru mirror match. The Yoru mirror match, man. Okay.
What is going on in the scrims? That's what I want to know. And who started this?
Yeah, I do not know, man. I do not know.
I mean, obviously we've seen Yoru Raze been played before,
yeah,
but we haven't seen it with this exact comp, and we certainly haven't seen it recently, and we definitely haven't seen it from these two teams.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen Tens play Yoru in the past, right?
Yeah,
I know that's in his wheelhouse. I haven't seen it on the other side.
Let's get into this, man.
I'm ready to be.
Don't know what to do. I'm ready to just be bewildered.
Yeah.
This is,
unreal scenes.
For map 3.
And like Wyatt was saying, this might be the last time that we see one of these rosters this year. I mean, it is going to be the last time we see one of these rosters this year. It might be the last time we see one of these 5-man squads in VCT. The roster mania is a deadly place.
Yeah, it's just around the corner. The champs after LCQ, everything on the line playing for this one. We are fast, aren't we, off the pace? Look at this, the full rotation around to try and wrap into showers, but Tens is out of there.
He's out of there.
Yep.
I mean, he is gone. Gate crash, miles away. And on the other side of things, Asna repositions over to B. So there's still 2 players here.
And this is going to be twisting my brain into a pretzel, I think, trying to keep up with some of this, because already it's the bait and switch.
Yeah, but things have descended a little bit. Right, the tempo's slowed down.
Yeah. Here we go. Moving forwards out into it. Asuna. There's forward. Cascade into his face. Tens. He was playing anti-flash.
But still, Sentinels don't use that to be able to get out into the site.
Yeah.
Player advantage to play slowly, and
I mean, it's not
just
a huge player
swings.
advantage. It's a weird situation. Looking like it. Kill found for Bang. Reposition shut down. One left standing is Derek. TP is noted, and that's going to be the pivot. With the spike running away, it looks like at this point, yeah, Tens is DC. What will that mean for the round? Not too sure, because Center won it anyway.
Tens is just pretending to be a Euro clone.
Oh, that's what he's doing. He's going for the clip.
Yeah, he's just
that
playing in the corner.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, we may.
No, I'm sure we're going to be taking a look at that, because I was like, okay, that's weird to play anti-flash when 4 people are with you.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be.
There we go.
Getting a take pause here, but
wouldn't be battle of the century without this.
Absolutely, you've got to have one for the cause, for the culture.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like there's a bit of an issue here with 10 setup, but didn't affect the round too much. You know, things had pretty much settled in Sentinel's favor before anything had gone wrong there, which is nice to see.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk a little bit about any expectations we possibly can have for this. With how poor 100 Thieves attack side has looked, I'm looking for them to have a big half here on defense. But in all of the chaos and the carnage of a Yoru Raze mirror, are they going to be able to rack up round after round after round? You don't really expect compositions like this to be perfect, to be, you know, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted. You expect there to be some anarchy involved.
Baby Bay was highlighting as well in the agent slate. He was like, okay, we've seen Yoru being played, but, you know, when Paper Rex do it, they set it up. They have, you know, additional players accompanying them. They have the Raze to satchel in. And they also have a Breach when they used to play it, right? It's that global utility to set it up with the stuns. You don't really have that as much in play.
No, you
How
don't.
is that going to work? I mean, as well, just to keep everybody aware and honest at home, Tenz's PC went down. Someone's been chewing at the cables. Probably Josh. Been trying to get him to stop.
No. I haven't been up to that.
But yeah, we're getting the PC back online momentarily.
Yeah, so a short pause in the action here. I'm also very intrigued as to, you know, in all of the madness about this being a Yoru Raze mirror, there are slight differences in terms of the controllers that both of these teams have brought.
Yeah.
And I'm intrigued to see the value that Stella can bring on Harbor. I'm thinking back to the way that, again, Paper Rex is my guiding light here in this game.
Yeah.
Because when Forsaken plays the Harbor alongside another Brimstone, they tend to play very aggressive. They use the Cove to be able to get into places. They're trying to push deep onto A. You know, they're really playing with high tempo when they're on the attack side or on the defense side. So, are we going to see that same level of set play and aggression from a player that is usually a little slower, a little calmer?
Maybe.
The CNED tech from the fated EMEA tech pause.
Yeah.
Second's been...
He's like, I don't have enough cups.
Look, I can see 3 cups on the right side.
Yeah, but he's like, how full are they? He's like testing for liquids. You can see he's like, I don't want to top of the whole thing. Oh, there we go.
I mean, if there is a spillage and it takes out more of the electrons, we could be here forever.
Yeah. Not enough structural integrity with that one.
Come on.
Yeah.
Go on, really shove them down.
Go back to the drawing board. A little bit with it.
You know, it's a metaphor. Sometimes you have to break things down in order to build them back.
Yeah.
And if that wasn't the whole of Sentinel season, I don't know what was.
Now they've been given that time. A month and a half. There we go. That's the meta, by the way.
Triangles, the most safe and structured of the shapes.
Yeah, when it comes to cups, I mean, it's riveting. There it is.
Yeah, see, what we need now is 100 Thieves to just start lobbing objects from the other side to take down the tower.
Yeah, that's good. That is good stuff.
It's good to see both of these teams having fun in a match that is full of tension. I mean, there is so much on the line here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and it absolutely is full of that tension. We've been highlighting it, we've been hitting it. But it's elimination on the line, and this is the entire 2023 VCT season. If you win here, you continue a little bit deeper into LCQ, a chance to try and qualify for champs. It's going to be around the corner.
But if you lose, even if it's in incredibly close fashion, people are going to use this match and the fact that you didn't make it to playoffs during the regular season to define how your 2023 ran.
Yeah.
And it will be branded a failure because you went out in the first round of LCQ. But one of these teams has to. There is no path forward for both of these squads.
The brutal aspect of it.
It really is. It's a tough, cruel system. But it puts everything on the line. Wow. For one of these squads, off-season is going to begin very shortly.
Yeah, as we get these PCs back up and running, let's hear from 100 Thieves IGL Stella, who was surprisingly candid with us about his mindset heading into today's elimination match.
I think the community doesn't even expect us to win, so that just helps us out a lot. I don't think I felt like any pressure from community expectations. I mean, a lot of people have been hating on our team, hating on me especially, so it's whatever. I mean, I'll just show up to play, and whatever the outcome is, happens, right?
It's a valid point that he's bringing up. You know, there's the size of the fan base on either side of these teams, honestly. It does apply. It comes with a certain level of scrutiny, and more so compared to other teams of a similar caliber.
Yeah, and think about how 100 Thieves actually built up those expectations. It was by winning LCQ in 2022.
Yeah.
It boosted their stock and made them look like they were on the ascension and going to do so well. They thought that they were going to make a very simple firepower upgrade by bringing in Cryo and a meta shift with Chamber dropping out. And also playstyle differences, a lack of manpower at the coaching staff area, all of these things conspired together to stop that potential being realized. When you have a big fan base like that, it comes with large, weighty expectations. And it does apply a lot of pressure to players that were only recently given their shot at the big time.
Yeah.
Well, we can see that it's about to engage in serious business because the cup tower has been disassembled.
Yeah, take it down. Let's get to it. Sentinels winning that pistol round despite being player down.
I got the spike.
TP play.
Yeah. Asuna going through that. He does have his gate crasher back A pipes.
What a reaction! Dodging a flash, adjusting the aim. Kraus still finds one. Eventually traded though. Asuna now pushing forwards here. It's going to keep them guessing as to whether or not he is there, but no, it's watched. Not getting away with it, is he?
No. And you would think that he would just be looking to tuck into that spot. Had a gate crash to be able to escape potentially, but I mean, again, this is an eco round where 100 Thieves are only bringing classics into it.
Yeah.
So you're not expecting them to find too much value here.
One and done spot. Diligence from Sentinels. Very cautious in terms of their approach. Not giving anything away. Will this corner get cleared? There's no way. Close into it. Stuns up. The classic does do the job. 65 health.
And Sentinels, they don't even try and help. Instead, just reacting up B long.
Yeah. It's a high-low setup here. TP is going to be heard. Footsteps as well. It's a clone taken care of. Nades. Bang is taken out. Drop down at his feet. Derek doesn't spot the head. Tens
30 seconds
cleans that
left.
one up. Again, it's Bulldogs in. Lots of value. Exchange of hands here.
Spike planted.
Beautiful crosshair placement. Takes out Tens, but still has a lot more to deal with. High tide. Comes across, isolates the fight. I believe Zekin's still posted up on the high ground angle, so at least see him cross. Doesn't look it.
And you can also silently drop here.
Yeah.
That's what makes this high tide so good.
Sender going to be guessing over the top. That is the Bulldog at play.
So winnable.
And very winnable at that. 77 health. Stella with the Cove. Pushing forward. Spots it. Anticipating it. A push forwards into the play over the top as well. Using the Cove against him. Sassy. There has to be an attempt to stick now. Stella left guessing. And it's a gamble here. Hunter for the kill. Will get it. Damage certainly done. Not the round win like he was hoping for.
And an excellent attempt from Stella. That puts the squeeze on Sentinel's economy. Halts it in its tracks. I mean, losing all of those players. This is cinematic, I like it.
Taking a look down B long.
Planted.
But almost winning a 1v3 in this spot and taking away 3 weapons, it is massive from the 100 Thieves IGL. It's going to offer them much more of an opportunity to get back. And like I said earlier, they probably need a big half here. The attack side has looked slow and sluggish from 100 Thieves.
Time to jump.
Let's see the setup. Flash into the high tide here.
But the flash opens the door so Asuna can reposition. If he gets cleared in this area, he's always got the gate crash away into spawn.
Yeah, that is very interesting.
And this looks like it's going to be a play off the trademark, which is in hookah.
Decoy.
So ready to collapse. Obfuscation in terms of Yuto being used. Close corners cleared though. Decoy sent forward, sent flying. Tens takes away two of them just like that.
Raw mechanics. Marvin is back up against the door.
Yeah, he does not expect it. It's that prior work that was put in. And there's the timing. There's a strike. There's no indicator. Only the door opening up from the flash. You just don't expect it. TP to get your way out of there.
And Asuna can still leave hookah with the presence of that trademark. Now, Tens has his ult online. Is he going to be able to do anything with this in terms of scouting and just trying to make some space, grab some info for the rest of the team? But the only player he'll even be able to spot, I think, is Stella. Oh, just grabs a bit of info there on Asuna too. They're going to realize that the plant is capable.
Looks like he wants to try and go for it, just pinging it out.
Wow.
Just spamming onto the positions wherever he...
Yeah.
Using the pings.
I mean, I like that, but I also think Stella needs to be aware that that kind of play can happen.
It's a cryo now on the flank, but as the Seeker latches onto him, Tens is feeling it.
What a major round from Tens.
Yeah.
Just him alone with a clone, takes shower control.
Single-handedly opens it up.
Yeah, wins 2 duels. Marv was, Bang was scared to try and trade the kill onto Derek. And Tens split it up into 2 1v1s. Uses his ult to be able to get another pick. He's just torn him apart. And won a bonus that looks like it might be the first nail in the coffin for 100 Thieves.
Positions being swarmed. I'm gonna try and take this gun away because it's that full investment. They do just that. 3 players surviving. Beautiful conversion. 3 in a row.
This is
economy back.
Sentinel's 3rd bonus round of the series so far. And this one particularly devastating to me because it comes against 100 Thieves on defense. And 100 Thieves attack side has been awful.
Talking about, we needed to see a big step up on the defense side.
Yeah. And it has to, and again, the momentum that you get from the economy is going to get operators in the hands of Cryo. And that's a huge win condition for 100 Thieves.
Flash and TP. Door opens up wide here, just trying to pop through and punish any player that was playing deep outside of showers, but no one's there. Sentinels heavily grouped up for the B hit. You're going to need a miracle round to get things back on track if you are 100 Thieves. The money's not good. It's going to take some share of shots.
And this, I think, is where you want those tactics to come through. And instead, it doesn't look like they're particularly set up for it. They're going to go through the teleport, see if they can crunch the controllers from behind.
Still committing onto it. TP forwards onto the side towards the back of it. Stella is here. Not cleared out, but finally, there it is. There's the trade. Cryo with the TP. Fight of his own that he does win out, and he's gained control of Hookah for them. Spike finally planted. Re-clearance now into elbow. You can see that flash play. Used in kind, pound for pound. Back of the side, going to be watched for Derek. His shot. He knows the back horse is compromised now. Diffuse side of stick, weapon in the hands of Derek. Is he going to win it? Not quite. Zekken peeks the angle. Diffuses. Stop the Cryo! That is insane.
Monstrous play from Cryo that starts with the headhunter through the teleport.
That's a thrifty win, Josh. I mean, listen, I said it. Heroics in order. The economy wasn't good. You need to get things back on track. You can't let the round slip away. They do just that.
Yeah, they needed it. They absolutely needed it. And the conditioning here, really, for 100 Thieves is that even when they make teleporter noises, it can all be a bait, right? Because Asuna goes through the teleporter there, gate crashes away, and then Cryo swings through. I'm not exactly sure that the Sentinels players were expecting that to happen. Thought it was a bit of a bait and switch. Ended up being the real threat from behind here. Tactical timeout being taken for 100 Thieves right now.
Try and get the assets in order.
Yeah, and not expecting to win the prior round, I would imagine.
Yeah, they probably queued this one up for this round, thinking that, okay, well, there's not really a chance to win the prior.
Now, having said that, does it really matter that they won the prior? In terms of the wider picture, it's not like there was something replicable there, I don't think. I mean, unless you were planning to run a lot of teleporter plays in the retake. And really what was working for them very nicely on the prior 2 maps on the defense side was going for those flank plays. Yeah. Flank retakes definitely functioning well for the side.
Being proactive with it.
And getting Cryos up online.
And Derek Seekers when they want to go for the flank plays. Let them clear out all the close corners, make sure nobody's just lurking. But yeah, one thing to note that was important about that prior round is it does get the economy flourishing. Look at Cryo. 5.2k that he's sitting at. Doesn't need to use it. He's got the tour de force, but the operator online was a pretty key component of the defensive rounds of 100 Thieves.
Not just that, it breaks Sentinels a little. They're still going to buy, of course, but they have a Sheriff, a Bulldog. It doesn't look great.
After winning 3 rounds. Just the one. Snap back the economy. High Tide rips through Cryo. Again, quick reactions. Posted up, dashing through. There's a decoy.
Bang has got to be a little cautious of tens after how aggressively he's been playing showers and how on point his form is.
He's looking precise. There's a little bit of conditioning towards showers. I believe a flash actually just missed into showers, so 100 Thieves don't have information. They can't rotate for this, but as soon as Cryo takes contact, that's when you're going to see it. And look at his TP. Doubled up. Snake bite, close to it. Tour de force, evacuated. You do not expect Asuna to be here, and they want nothing to do with it.
No, leaving it completely. There's way too many potentials for trap plays to be happening there where Cryo can take contact and disengage.
Another TP, it's just a bait and switch.
Yeah, so much baiting with the teleports happening. Asuna gate crashes away. There's 4 players. Asuna's thinking about it. There could be 4 players ready to collect set.
Throws the game plan into disarray. It's a bit of a team flash. Reckoning. As soon as the signs of life, Showstopper to try and squeeze through the back of showers, but nobody is present. Orbital strike. Denying it. With 30 seconds left, a lot of tools are being used. Kitchen sink chucked at it to try and deny that plant. Sassy making another go of it. There's the molly. Another line of it, but it has to stick it this time, taking so much damage across the board. Sens and Sassy lucky to get out with their lives. Marv, fully blinded up. Close to bench. Can he get a kill? Yes, he can. Maybe a little bit more. Still alive. There's the ult. Clearing through towards the back. There's a bit of breathing room. Attempting to lamps here. Fight's being taken. Asuna winning the one. The spray down not landing. That's Asuna with 2. But still a 2v3.
And Marv does molly for the spike. This one isn't winnable. 100 Thieves are going to have to give it up.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves there just gave up a lot of control towards A. They did not have backside, weren't able to, stop Sen from taking those aggressive peaks. And they had to use a bit of time, a bit of utility to even get back through Heaven and Pipes to start that retake from occurring. And that meant they weren't in position to be able to swing bench off Derek's flash. Marv was able to take that full to the face and still recover and get the kill on his opposing number.
Just sitting there.
Yeah. So the timing not working for 100 Thieves defense, despite the fact they had 3-4 players, in theory, positioned in a nice spot. But just sat too far back. Do they have a set plan around Asuna's ult? These are the kind of things that 100 Thieves in the past have been excellent with, the tactical gameplay.
Into the TP. Oh, Blazer. Looking to see if they can catch someone. Only the one spotted though. Cryo posted with the op.
Oh, he's like, wait, what is going on here?
It's not a...
No, I know. But he's tracking it. He's away. I saw it, the hesitation.
If TenZ pulls out
a fake decoy play in the potential biggest game of these players' careers in 2023.
If he pulls it out.
Yeah. How many gifteds?
Yeah.
Well, still watching. Not baited by it. Oh, he wants a little bit more! TenZ! He's on fire! It's unorthodox at the angle, and he lands those shots.
Launching smoke.
The Seekers also letting 100 Thieves know that there's still players over towards B. It gives Sentinels the perfect timing to commit to A.
Only laid down, though. Trying to stunt this push as it's coming through. Double satchel play into lamps. Be contained for them. Back with a reposition. They still have that shower's control. Ready with a flash this time. Will there be that follow-up? TP's all over the place. What is occurring? Flashes into the back of it. Sen want to try and fight for the back of the site, and they succeed. Just 2 left alive. Asuna, I believe, used the gate crash to get out of there in the midst of all of it as well. Derek finding the first, but
clashing market.
Is there really that danger in this with Asuna falling? It's less likely. Good awareness from Pancada.
Yeah, Derek's in a rough position here. And it feels very similar to the prior. Yeah. Where Sentinels are given all of the space they need on A. The crossfires are just not there. There was one player over towards bench and showers. Like 100 Thieves kind of control that area on their defense side, but they don't really have anyone to play off.
One enemy remains.
There isn't anyone hard anchoring towards lamps or triple or backside. Too far away. Yeah. And Sen have so much breathing room once they commit on A.
It's difficult to hold. Trying to play that retake. You think about the double flashes to try and fight into the back of the site. That's what worked out for Sen in that prior round.
Blinded.
And 100 Thieves. Yeah, the economy is rough. They haven't been able to get Cryo and Operator in his hands apart from the ultimate. Nothing's working for them. And remember, Sen put together a run of rounds like this on Split, but 100 Thieves were at least able to answer back once they got Cryo that Operator. If you keep suppressing the economy, that doesn't become a win condition. When do 100 Thieves fight back?
Made into the corner. Decoy taking a bullet. They're going to be baiting with that one. It's a gate crash. It's
very
messy.
nice.
It's scrappy, but it gets the job done, doesn't it?
Lovely gap closing.
Still working away into the front side of B. There is that, again, confusion has been thrown into it because they hear the TP. Pancada seems to have adapted quite well. He's aware of all of these flanks that could be occurring. And the reactions there. Flick, just a minor adjustment. Still there for it. Not ready for the double face. Asuna with that rifle.
Cutting through.
He's got 3 players to contend with, and no one's giving him an opening, are they? Fake teleport. It's going to be spotted out by one of the players. Snakebite firing away, but Sassy was there. 6-1. It's the scoreline we're sitting at.
And that is devastating for 100 Thieves, unless they've cooked up something ridiculous on their attack side. Something that would completely turn the tables from what they've shown so far in this match. This may already be over. And the players have got to be sweating in this kind of position.
You got to think, man. Everything on the line. There's no second chances after this. It's either a chance for redemption for the entire year. Both these teams having these ups and downs. Immense amounts of pressure just placed on them. Expectations from the fans, of course. And brought to the limit here. You're going to be asked to try and come back in this fashion.
Very tough. And for Mike's, I mean, what do you say to the guys here? Are you looking for some kind of tactical adjustment so that you can get back into the game? Is the mentality falling to pieces in such an important match? In a situation where you're 6-1 down, it's hard to know which direction to go in, the emotional or the strategic. One thing's for sure, SEN do not need to change too much.
No, there's been a similar approach on our attack side most of the time.
I think TenZ is getting away with way too much. I mean, the fact that he's able to be playing on his own, but still taking map control.
That's the trouble with Yoru, man.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's the trouble. He can vacate. He can get out of there. Some rounds his job is, purely just to contain showers, throw in a bit of conditioning like he could be faking towards it, and then TP's run over towards B, but something needs to change tactically.
And 100 Thieves have not been aggressive very much over towards A. We haven't seen, big teleporter pushes down sand. We saw a bit of a showers push earlier.
Cryo was not, and he is in danger.
He's got no armor, too.
A lot of targets facing him. Trailblazer needs to be broken. Has a TP. Backs away. Not doing damage to him, though, and here we go. Ult online for TenZ, picking out these players. Decoy inside the smoke, Shorty in his hands. Looking to make the most of it. Disengages, though, right back to it inside the smoke. Stella really taken off. Taken out Zekken.
And this is one of the best situations 100 Thieves have had for the retake. They actually control backside and they've got a player advantage. And what is that pit? I mean, that is...
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there.
The world's most limp pit.
It's just tiny. Either a lineup messing up or what, I'm not too sure. Asuna moving around here. Inside the ult, getting body blocked, trying to pick out these players as well. Dimensional drift, what is going on? What is occurring? Stella, he's sticking him out. Hammer the diffuser kills, not letting Penkata has 2. It's up to Stella, but he's low. Players drop down, has to react in time. No easy angle, no clean shot. Half on it once more. A tap to try and bait the shot. 6 bullets. It's Spam that does it once more. 7-1.
Even when it goes wrong, it goes right for Sentinels. And then the look on their faces tells it all, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Just flummoxed. Even after they were in a 5v4. Where did it all go wrong here? Spam just seemed to take so many of these players out. TenZ collecting 2.
I'm out of stuff.
It's very difficult for 100 Thieves to create space there for the rest of the spike to get diffused.
Yeah.
And their economy broken once more. This is Sentinels in the ascendancy, looking like they're completely in control on Blind.
Ready to move forwards here into LCQ.
B Long has been where 100 Thieves have these kind of tricky setups playing, but as soon as they realize that Cryo is playing over here, Sentinels have been avoiding it. See if that ends up being the same again.
Trailblazer through showers.
So that was a Viper molly being sent over from Pankata at short that cancelled that Trailblazer out.
Derek trying to take another peek at this one now. He's out in the open, needs somebody to try and bail him out. Dodges the flash to the side, Cryo. High ground angle, but can't get it done. Orbital strike, it's late, it's delayed. Kaseka, he's in the action, he's in the fight. And he's in the thick of things still. Brought down, flashed up, TenZ is there. Ready to back him up.
Spike drop. And these hits, unstoppable. A different Sentinels. One that's able to barrel their way into sights, get huge value from both of the duelists. Remember, this is a team that was 2-11 on attacking first kills on Pearl. A team that has been disastrously poor in their attacking first kill rate in general, and they are just sweeping their way into rounds. It looks trivial for them to just open the door and cruise in.
It's domination on display. But at the side of map. Sentinels putting that month and a half to good work.
Yeah, definitely.
Paving the way as well. send 100 Thieves home. Get a string of rounds out from 100 Thieves here to stand a chance. Lots of chances still, yet. Want to fight over long control pretty heavily. Flash play around the side. Derek wasn't really favored there. It's being faced. Asuna high ground angle. Finds two. Bang's got his back. The crossfire set up enough to just dismantle that attempt.
Much more aggressive, much more investment in terms of how they were fighting over B-Long, and this time Sentinels went for it instead of just prodding there and disengaging.
Okay.
Asuna didn't even have a gate crash up there, and he was forced to stand his ground, and he delivered.
Stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
But what is the chance of 100 Thieves making a level of comeback like they did on Pearl when the sides are swapped and they've looked so poor on attack? I'm struggling to feel the birth of hope.
Yeah, it's so
it
damn
still
hard,
feels
man.
very.
It's 2 rounds of
very
stand
difficult
left in this half. You know, you're looking at 8-4, potentially the best you could hope for, but if you're 100 Thieves, just gotta focus on it 1 round at a time. Can't fall into despair.
Cryo's looking to take an early fight back up. Tens wins the duel again.
Does he do this, man? He's single-handedly controlling Showers.
So consistent.
Trail.
Doesn't matter who faces him, he's winning the duel every time.
Yeah.
This is a player that was only winning just over a quarter of his first duels in the regular season.
He's on point with it. Got the lineups. Flash over the top. Did not connect. It's just a white face. And a fight taken. Asuna, he's happy for it.
I love the tech, but that one didn't quite work as intended.
Molly laid down as a flash to try and push forwards.
What movement.
Yeah. Asuna, I believe, tried to set that one up. There's a volley at your feet, Asuna. You are in danger, son. Cooked to a crisp. And everything's fallen to pieces.
Do you believe in curses? Because that looks like the only thing that can save 100 Thieves at this point. Sentinels utterly in control on Bind.
The chokehold on the map in the series.
And not necessarily with the most elaborate set plays in the world, but with players in exceptional form.
Yeah, Tens has been a menace.
And the timing could not be worse for Cryo there. I mean, the clone almost intercepts the shot, and Tens has just got the perfect crosshair placement. Zekken as well has been excellent on entry, opening up space. What a turnaround.
Seeing the best brought out of some of these players. Grouped up towards B. Last chance. For another round and to develop 100 Thieves here. Sentinels would love a 10-2. And, well, it's just carnage on display. Ult's rattled off. Tens behind him with a shorty.
And another
on display.
Another attacking first kill.
Asuna's time to shine. The ult laid down with the Reckoning as well. What's he looking for? Some form of repositioning. Notifies his team. All grouped up onto the site. How do they want to try and play this? Flash. No follow-up, no push forwards, over the strike. Stella is running for his life, but no. Once more, brought down, cooked to a crisp, left up to Asuna, fully blinded up, and my God, man, it's flawless.
10-2, no chance for the curse here. It would have to be a miracle for 100 Thieves to save their season now. The off-season looks like a black hole inexorably pulling them forwards.
Yeah, and that's the half concluded here for our third map here. Let's send it out to GB and the analyst desk to break it down so far.
Well, I mean, so far, it has been all SEN City and 100 Thieves struggling to find something, anything to will themselves back into this game. 10-2, Wyatt. You're putting yourself in dire straits with your entire season on the line here.
It's going to take a miracle. We've seen them do this. I mean, in this series, they did it on map 1. But I can't help but feel like this is coming to a close the same way the regular season did against MIBR. In these high-pressure matches in 2023, 100 Thieves just haven't come together in the way that they've needed to as a team.
They have not, and now it's a situation where you have to start to think towards the second half for 100 Thieves. 10-2. Both these teams put a huge risk in investing in this Euro, in coming out with a new composition, and we've seen cool things from it from both sides. But the issue now really is on 100 Thieves, because you look towards Sentinels, and we've always expected them to be good. We've always waited for that moment where they're going to pop off, where they're finally going to be the team we've been waiting for. They have 4 champions, 4 world champions on their team. 100 Thieves, on the other hand, is a squad who has names that have always been better than the sum of their parts. And for them, I think the pressure of going out in this fashion with so many fans behind them is even bigger.
At the moment for Sentinels, I'm watching a team that I feel is almost reminiscent of the crew we saw earlier. Tens with that killer instinct that we'd seen Kesnet have as well. And these guys, again, this is the last match of the year for both of these teams. Everything is on the line heading into this second half. 100 Thieves have to pull off genuinely the impossible going up against.
And where does that come from? Where does that come from potentially for 100 Thieves?
I don't know. It really has to start with this pistol round, though. They have struggled so much on these attacking sides, and I really look to Asuna to be proactive, to be getting these entries and be able to set Cryo up. When Cryo was at his best, when he was on Chamber, it was when he was playing with Zekken, the guy he's across the stage from this time, who is being super proactive, diving in and setting him up on the angles to thrive on this Chamber. I don't feel like we've been able to see that thus far on 100 Thieves' attacking sides.
No, absolutely not. It was a stat that you brought up on the previous desk. So far in this series, only 19% of the attack rounds have been won for 100 Thieves. So it's not just that they have to pull off a major comeback, it's that they have to defy the expectations or lack
They have to defy their own
that
numbers.
they've set for themselves. I mean, it is just an unbelievable task ahead of them.
But if Sentinels can get this done, if they can close this one out, try and start a run, it feels like they can finally start to live up to the expectations that have been set for them that they have not been able to beat thus far. Remember, a game away, an inch away, a tiebreaker from making it to playoffs in the regular season, and now a match away from making it to the double elimination stage and maybe starting a run here.
This is it. If you're 100 Thieves, you got to dig deep and pull off a miracle, and Sentinels need to hold on for just a few more rounds. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
This is it. It all comes down to this last half here in this series. Des touched on it, you know, any chance, any signs of life here for 100 Thieves. They need to start with this pistol round, but really, it's almost just paving the way for Sentinels. Chance to go deeper into LCQ. Chance of redemption in some ways as well with the, you know, tumultuous season that they've had, the chops and changes.
With championship players, no less.
Yeah.
That's a good spot.
Defense side, different gate crash position. A bait. Looking out to see if they can showers crunch, but instantly Tens returns back to the action on B.
Smoke's dropped down. Not going to be pushing back any of these players, 100 Thieves. Looking to try and get something done here. Flash pushing them back, enough to get that plant down and online. They have side control, but they are surrounded. They gave up Octagon. They don't have control of B long at all. In the middle of all of this, and Sassy debating whether he wanted to pull the flash out. They're contacting themselves in. They want to try and take the fights up straight up with the pistols. They meet the match. It's Cryo and Asuna. They're the ones who are taking names off the list. Kill feed filling up with red.
They are going to need to do this over and over and over again to do the impossible. Having said that, great idea there. So the high tide completely cuts off B-Long. They don't have to worry about it or elbow whatsoever. Flood out from Hookah. That's one of the big advantages of running the harbor on this map with the Brimstone. We've seen that from Paper X in the past too. And then post-plan, success. I mean, was that Tens going for the fake Yoru play there?
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
It kind of looked like it.
There's so much going on.
But that is a post-plan. That is an attack round. That is what they need to put on the board. Again and again and again if they want any chance of coming back into this one.
I said it was necessary.
It's got to be perfect.
Yeah, it has to be. Flawless, essentially, from here on out, because the deficit is just far too much. Late take here towards Showers, grouped up with two of the players. Trailblazer, it's a stun. Just giving a hop to try and avoid it. Marved. Going for the right clicks, but not enough to bring down his target.
Tens has gone all the way into attacker's spawn here and is going to come behind with a Sheriff. Oh, I mean,
yeah,
he's in rare form today.
This is insane stuff.
But he shouldn't really be able to get too much done here.
Harken back to 2021 Reykjavik.
Yeah, again, on an unconventional pick. I mean, yeah, where was the Rainer?
Yeah, exactly. But this round, goal really should just be economical damage. Tens has picked up a rifle of his own, so maybe just opting to save it.
Yeah, you think about it. Tens and Sassy are both controlling, in some sense. the exit paths here for 100 Thieves. So they're trying to make it as inexpensive as possible. Although taking the teleporter would be very nice.
Yeah, they get out of there.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves are going to be fine. You can see how much respect they're showing, though. I mean, all 3 players, all 4 now, just hid inside the TP.
Don't want to give anything away. I mean, when TenZ is playing like this, it's absurd.
Yeah, you just have to hold on for dear life.
Yeah. You know, Des was touching on it, you know, what would be needed from 100 Thieves to try and, you know, bring back a comeback. Of course, you start with a pistol round. You've got to keep it together with a string of rounds. But ultimately, I think it's just keeping TenZ in check as well to a certain degree, because if he's winning every duel...
Yeah. Now, we've seen 100 Thieves using the teleporters and using their Yoru in interesting ways, but never actually materializing into a full tactic, I feel. This is where you need to showcase one on the attack side, because you need this, and you have disadvantage in terms of the weaponry.
Grouped up. 4 players of 100 Thieves. Going to make a mark here up onto the B-long angle. Orb in their face makes it difficult. Snake bite. Dissuades them. They want nothing to do with it. What does TenZ want to go for? It's a double pop flash play round the corner. And Stella jumping into the wall.
Lovely flash.
Stun connecting here. Coverage once more.
That's so rough.
Bang. Under the rifle. Everyone else backing away here. Spike now making its way over towards A. That's the space that was gained by Cryo just lurking.
Yeah, without the Viper wall as well. Right, so it's more dangerous for Cryo than it would be otherwise with a different composition. But he's gotten very deep. He's unaware, though, I think, of Marved in showers.
And wow!
And loses the duel.
Just insane awareness from Zekken. Showers control still not theirs. Spike planted. Leaves it up to Derek and Bang. You need a miracle. Look at the coordination. It's all paying off. Whether TenZ is the difference maker or what? If he's taking the fights himself, it doesn't really matter. Setting his team up with flashes. Sublime performance.
Clean. And holding on to B-long control. Really making that difficult for 100 Thieves to fight for.
Yeah.
SEN have ideas of how they want to play this. And they're confident at holding on to map territory and fighting tooth and nail for it. 100 Thieves came into that with slightly worse weaponry, but Asuna bought up means he's down to only a stinger in this round. Now, Cryo could potentially play for an ult or get the Tour de Force online, drop the Vandal, this kind of thing, but they're also 11-4 down. And they can't afford to put a foot wrong.
No, we said it needs to be perfect. For Sentinels, it's 2 rounds. All that stands between them and moving forwards. Attempt now towards Showers. Flash. The Showers crunch as well. They're exchanging fire right through the smoke. You see, it's a Trailblazer to set it up. Beautiful again. It's TenZ ripping them to pieces. The attempt to salvage by Bang, catching them unaware, but it's panicky at best. That's what round is earned. One more to move forwards in LCQ.
Absolute prime TenZ on display here. There's a reason why so many people around the world are fans of this guy and believe in him to pull off the impossible, to put up insane numbers in games like this. He doesn't always do it. Rough regular season, had to take some time out as well. But he came together in the final 2 games to be able to get a couple wins on the board. And now he is delivering for them in the first game of LCQ.
Forming under pressure. Flexibility on show.
1 round left.
That's it. 100 Thieves will need to get it over the line, but for Sentinels, they can feel it. Momentum's behind them. Pushing forwards now into the back here. TenZ inside the TP. Cryo! Right through the smoke. Shorty in his hands, punishes it and shuts it down. Maybe that can be the win condition. Asuna to the back of the site. Trying to spot out these players. 1 more foul, so he knows that there's 2 towards the back.
No spam, though. No attempt from the rest of his team to try and actually follow up on the dimensional drift.
Really quiet there. Cryo Tour de Force, open angle, top side of bench, rifle on display, and it is just pure precision on for the ace, and why not? A magical performance from him when his team desperately needed it.
If there is any hope of a comeback, we're going to look back on this round. But it's possible that Cryo's just gotten away with a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Only hindsight is going to tell us.
We'll do that 8 more times.
Quite. I mean, look at his face. It's not exuberance.
No, it's one for the archives.
But you'll save the Twitter clip for later and focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah. because it's everything. Timeout taken. And all it takes is the one round. How many times have we seen it? You can mount some sort of semblance of a comeback, but you just need to let it slip once. It feels like so often it tends to be like thrifty rounds, teams knocked down.
I think that's
on the precipice.
Yeah, that's a huge point. As 100 Thieves start to win the rounds and start to gain momentum here, Sentinels are going to have gun round, eco round, gun round, eco round. And when you have so many of those eco rounds, eventually one of them tends to break through, actually.
Yeah.
Sometimes that team making the comeback just takes their foot off the gas a little bit, focusing on using their strat book and using all of their energy to win the rifle v rifle situations. But this is a great opportunity for Sen to be able to push things over the line. Tens has been very impactful with the Euro ults.
Yeah, picking out the players. There's been spam and follow-up from the rest of his team. So, up in the hands of Zekken now.
And it feels so strange seeing Bang and Derek at the bottom of the scoreboard with massively negative KDs.
Cascade that dodges the flash.
Yeah, but Sassy isn't playing for the ult orb either, so he's not in a position where he can really get punished by the bad info.
Yeah, it's interesting tech. Could have led to something here. Trailblazer close to the corner. That's a stun. In the wall just in case there is a flash there. Line it up. It's Cryo. Wins that first opening. Damage definitely being exchanged.
Maybe he is going to ace 7 times in a row.
Yeah, might have to be likely here. Full evacuation. TPs across the board. Moving away.
Into the raise op.
In the middle of all that chaos as well, there was a gate crash from Asuna. He's going to be trying to backstab and late lurk all the way through and around here. Snakebite. Down and out. Zekken's here. Misses it. Shot doesn't land. He's weak. Nade has to sail over the top with just the operator in his hands. Is he going to be pushed and pressured?
Asuna?
Reclearance just yet, and yeah, it's that gate crash prior in the middle of all of that chaos. It's Zekken still locking it down and holding it down. And there needs to be a payoff with this flank timing. It could end just like this! Zekken is a menace! Showstopper sails through. Asuna, can you do it? Can you do it with the spray down? It's 2 claimed. Spike still planted, Tens with the ult, time ticking away and ticking down at that. 100 Thieves need that clean conversion. And the round is theirs.
With money to spare too, and Asuna recovering an operator.
These parasites aren't going to take
Attack side op it.
past this place.
I mean, going to be able to give that one over to Cryo as 100 Thieves stay in contention by the skin of their teeth. What a play from Asuna though. The gate crash all the way over to B. Full trust in his team to be able to hold it down in a post-plant when they've been so poor in post-plant situations across map 1 and 2, winning only 1/3 of them.
They're going to beat into the economy here for Sentinels. This is a full group up, a death ball in response. Risky plays indeed. Flash down, there's a nade at his feet, and damage done enough. The Stinger on top to bring down Asuna.
A re-exploration into Cryo's operator.
Just locking it down, waiting for the push now. There's a reckoning. Missing the shot. Action's not quite there. Sassy, Trailblazer, stun connects. TP to disengage right round the corner. Sassy's desperate for it. Getting it now. And set up onto the angle. Bang. Easily dealt with.
Spike planted.
It's always these rounds you got to watch out for.
But it's been very well handled by 100 Thieves there. It looked dangerous. Sentinels were barreling down B long, and 100 Thieves had a lot on their plate. But they were able to deal with it, dodge flashes, combine together. And to be honest, I was not even expecting this. I didn't think we'd get even to this point.
Yeah.
Where they've brought it within 5.
It's just so rare. There's no buffer, no room to breathe.
And also, 100 Thieves were playing so poorly on the attack side in maps 1 and 2. The Des was talking about it, winning only 19% of their attack rounds across Pearl and Split.
Think of what they'd have to achieve to even get something like a comeback started.
And think of what a gut-wrenching blow it would be to Sentinels.
But
still, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. It's not a comeback yet.
Yeah. 5 rounds, 5 chances.
I mean, I think if they're able to get past this next round, where Sentinels are likely looking to invest the orbital strike to try and deny a plant from coming through, potentially Sassy's going to get Seekers online. If they can completely reset the economy and the ult economy and start to get things back up maybe towards a 12-9 scoreline, then game on. At the moment, It's just a bit of a streak. I've seen a fake comeback or two in my time.
Oh, certainly.
But I can't tell which way this one's going. Surely.
How does this one begin? It's fast, it's rapid. And it's obfuscated once more.
It's
you
a
just
double
never know
fake.
what to accept. Yeah, double fake with the decoy. All the way on top. Gate crash back this way. That.
How cool is that? Using the gate crash and the rendezvous.
Launching smoke.
Just a fake like you could be putting pressure. It ties 3 of the players from Sentinels over towards B just to try and anchor this one. They don't have Showers control. Needed a feed here. Asna almost going down.
You have to deal with Marv.
It's brought down so damn low. Orbital strike with Marv still alive, still active. Seekers.
He's got
pushing
reinforcements
forwards.
now too.
Yeah. They know the sight line's clear. Nobody can get this spike down. TP this time. Is it going to be for real?
Nope.
Control is theirs.
It's another fake.
Another fake, trying to bait rotations, but they're not giving it up.
Because the thing is, Sentinels know there was more than 2 players committed. They hear 2 TP noises.
It's all on Stella. High tides from behind. He reveals his position by doing that, just to try and cut up the angle. Zekan brings down behind him while he's doing it, and it all crumbles. It's turned just like that. Orbital strike, 30 seconds left. Derek does claim 1, but it's a 2v4. To stay alive. With Sentinels in the driving seat. 20 seconds left. It's a pivot once more. And here's the backbreaker, Pancada. Again, lone defender, TP's behind them. No one clearing it. Derek wins the trade out, but he's
10
swarmed.
seconds left.
Everyone on his angle. 8 seconds left. It's impossible. It's not probable. And Sentinels are moving forwards.
What a big win to try and generate some momentum here in LCQ. Taking down a rival. We saw it at the very beginning of the season, this clash. Going in an extremely similar way, too. And you can see there's that feeling of sadness over on the 100 Thieves side.
Heartbreak. Yeah. This is how the season culminates for 100 Thieves. Not the way they wanted it to go, but certainly ups and downs.
And every thought through both of these teams' heads is going to be what next, what comes next, but a super different future for both of them. This is where the paths diverge. Off-season preparation for 100 Thieves, but Sentinels, Brent, I mean, they are looking forwards.
Yeah, they have made good usage of the month and a half. Tidy little break, some time to settle with the roster. You know, a lot of us were discussing this with Sentinels. We were saying, you know, with the amount they were chopping and changing the roster, all they needed was time that wasn't granted to them until it was essentially forced to. My God, what a step up in terms of individuals. They're playing a multitude of roles, Josh.
Yeah. I mean, so well. His form today was excellent. I mean, the fights that he was taking, somewhat similar to ones that he did in the regular season, but just winning every duel. He felt unstoppable on the Yoru, trying to just barrel his way into Showers. Very nicely done. And SEN, you knew that this roster had talent. The name value is enormous. Championship caliber squad. But couldn't quite put it together throughout the season. Now they're here. Their next game up against Cloud9. What's it going to look like? How far can they go?
Yeah.
They only really had one bad half in this series when they let Pearl slip away. Could have been a 2-0. Probably should have been. But I'm glad we got to see them on Vine too, because that was
great. I mean,
excellent.
It's got to be one of the most entertaining maps I've ever watched.
Yeah.
First time Euro was played in the Americas this year, and we get the mirror match against them. But yeah, congratulations about here for Sentinels. Give them time, let them cook, and come up with the goods.
It remains to be seen what kind of run they can go on. It is a tough path through LCQ. But these players have been on tough runs before, gone through the lower bracket, gone through upper brackets. They've been everywhere, done everything. And an opportunity presents itself for them to go a little further.
Make a bit of history, maybe.
Was it the match of the century?
Was it the match of the century? It was the match of the week.
It was a great match.
Yeah, yet to be seen still. Kind of more of the tournament, but
definitely.
Yeah.
But it was a great one.
It was a great one. Very entertaining.
And I think there's going to be a lot of discussion, I'm sure, about 100 Thieves. But that's the weight of expectations for both of these teams. You know, we said it at the beginning. Yeah. One of these squads was going to go away bitterly disappointed today. You knew it was happening because it was single elimination and because the stakes were so high for both of them. It was just a toss-up which one it was going to end up being, and yeah, short straw for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so where the cards land for that one. But well, that's the matches done for today. After the break, we're going to have the desk breakdown and the Verizon post-match interview of TenZ. So don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
I heckin' love that guy.
Welcome back one last time to the VCT Last Chance Qualifier, standing here for the Verizon post-match interview with TenZ as Sentinels take down 100 Thieves 2-1. So first and foremost, congratulations, TenZ. This was such a highly anticipated match. The crowd was going absolutely wild. How much better does it feel, not only, of course, to get this very important win over 100 Thieves, but most importantly, this was an elimination match, which meant if you lost here, it would have unfortunately meant the end of the road. So it must feel really good to also know that you're still alive here at the LCQ.
Yeah, obviously this match was pretty stressful just because it is one chance. Like, whoever loses just goes out and their year's finished. So really happy that we won, and definitely made it fun for the fans to watch, I'm sure. Pulled out the map 3. I mean, we were hoping to close out in 2, but Cryo popped off on the first map and just kept opping us, so yeah.
You're talking about that map 1, you're right. Cryo did start popping off, but it was such a dominant first half from you and the team. What was the mood of the team like after that first map ended? Was there any sort of remnant thoughts just lingering about it, or were you confident headed into map 2?
Yeah, going into the map 1, definitely we had the ball in our hands and we definitely dropped it. I do feel like we had a little bit more sloppy rounds. I know I messed up individually sometimes, and it kind of cost us big on the first map. So I'm just glad things worked out.
Absolutely, because then we saw on second map, it was really straightforward win from you and the team. And then we headed into map 3. I'm curious, what was your reaction when you saw that Asuna picked the Yoru? Because obviously you knew what you were going to be picking. And when you knew that it was going to be a mirror matchup, what went through your mind?
Yeah, so definitely, I mean, the crowd was going pretty crazy when they saw the first Yoru and then they saw the second one. So that was pretty funny. And looking at it, we definitely were confident. I mean, Kaplan kept saying to me, like, Yoru doof, easy, so.
Then I'm curious, on that second half, we started to see 100 Thieves starting to claw a few rounds back. Was there any worry in your minds at all that we would see a second half like we saw on that map number 1, or were you confident you guys had it in the bag?
No, definitely from map 1, we learned from our mistakes. We tightened everything up. We made sure the vibes were high, and we were able to clean up the map 3.
Amazing. Now, last question before I let you go. Up next, you're going to be playing Cloud9. The last time that the Sentinels played Cloud9 was all the way back on April 30th. Back then, it was a rough loss, 0-2, but you weren't playing back then. How do you think it's going to go this time around?
I mean, we'll see. We're definitely going to keep putting in the hard work, and we're definitely going to make it fun for the fans to watch.
I'm sure the fans are looking forward to it. For now, congratulations once again, TenZ, as Sentinels take down 100 Thieves 2-1. We're going to head back to Golden Boy to do a post-match segment with Zekken.
Thank you so much, Smix, and of course, thank you, TenZ, there as well. And now we're joined by the pride of New Jersey. It's the legend himself. It's Zekken. But first things first, man. Happy that you guys were able to get the win. You guys obviously put in a ton of work. How does it feel go out on that stage knowing that that pressure, that single elimination was weighing over your head, and you went out there and you did the damn thing? How does it make you feel?
Feels amazing.
Don't get too excited.
Single elim pressure is tough, but I missed playing on that stage, just playing matches. It felt good to be out there.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, I mean, my first question is, which I think is the obvious question, what was the reaction to seeing the Yoru from 100 Thieves Unbind? And also, why the hell did you guys also pick Yoru Unbind? What is going on?
I mean, Tyson's the biggest Yoru believer in the world. When we saw that they were playing Yoru, I typed in all chat, yeah, we're gonna break viewership records. And I just thought it was funny. I knew the game was gonna be done after that. But yeah, it was fun to see. I like seeing variety. People play the same stuff a lot, so it was cool to play against.
Yeah, there was some silliness and viewership and also some cool stuff from both of y'all with the Yoru. But I wanted to ask for the team generally, obviously, coming out, taking a big win after a rough season, just a game away from making it to playoffs in Americas. What do you think has been like the biggest thing to help the team progress and to improve between then and now, this month off?
Just being able to have like consistent practice for the last month, 2 months. On an individual level, I just finished school, so I can finally just play the game.
Yeah, nice. Congratulations.
You don't have to go back.
Yeah, I don't have to go back. But yeah, just getting a lot of consistent practice. The coaching staff was doing great. Jimmy fitting into that IGL role. He was growing every day, so just a lot of practice.
How has that been to see his progress as an IGL? Is it now at this point where he is like fully the primary caller, or is it still kind of a team effort where like maybe you're being more of a voice in the team, or how is that dynamic now working that you've had a lot more time to work with this roster?
We've definitely played into the dynamic of like letting people mid-round if they have ideas, but Jimmy's always the guy, like the calm kind of presence to just be like, we're gonna default this, we're gonna exec this. He makes like the final say in the calls.
You spent so much of your professional Valorant career playing with that X-Set core under the leadership of Def and Psycho, the coach. This is really the first time that you've played under a different IGL and coach at the top level. So what has the difference been between those guys that Sentinels started with and the leadership core that exists now?
I don't think it's changed too much, like the culture and the environment of the team, because Kaplan and Drew were also two like big backbones of kind of how we ran things. So it didn't change too much after Don and Rory left, but just the change to Jimmy was probably the biggest change for us in terms of IGLing at least, but the culture and the practice and the kind of team environment stayed the same for the most part.
Yeah, that is good to hear. And, you know, for you guys as a team as well, beyond just making those changes in terms of the leadership, you also, from that exec core that you played with for so long, on that team was Cryo. And back then, you guys were a duo where you'd be playing on the Jet, he'd be playing on the Chamber. And it seems like now you and Tens, with him starting to, you know, lock in the Chamber, flex around, sometimes go to these different roles, are starting to find a similar relationship, it seems like, on this team, with you picking up a lot more of that primary duelist. What has it been like to continue to work with him and to kind of build that duo between you two?
It kind of felt like deja vu, just being like, okay, there's this other cracked guy that I can just go in with. But yeah, it was a bit tough to like kind of make that transition initially of going from like Ray's flex to playing some more duelist. But it's been a lot of fun, and having like Tyson there to like give me advice, telling me after matches, like in between scrims, like what I should and shouldn't be doing. It's really nice.
As an individual player, too, I wanted to ask, even despite in the regular season all of the roster changes, leadership changes, you were able to maintain yourself as one of the best players in the league, and not just by the eye test, like actually by the stats. I mean, you were second rated only to Aspas, who is #1. What do you think it is about your individual play and what you've focused on that has allowed you to be so consistent despite the tumultuous times with the actual roster?
I think even despite like there being a lot of changes and a lot of like different things happening with the roster, just trying to keep practice as match realistic as possible, at least for me. That way that when we actually go out on stage, I still feel comfortable. I still feel like we're doing the same things and I know what fights I want to take.
Yeah, I mean, dude, one thing is for certain, your confidence is so clear, right? And it feels like you've just continued to just develop and grow as a player throughout the year. So just as someone who's known you for a little while, I'm proud of you, buddy. Good job, bud. All right, but you know, that being said, though, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. Why don't you join me on this one here, Zach? All right, let's go ahead and see where we are right now with how this is going to play out. So you guys are going to play C9 tomorrow, and then we have Leviatán versus Crew as well. I kind of want to get your thoughts on the Leviatán Crew matchup, because you've been seeing Crew kind of put up this little Cinderella run here. What do you make of this team?
Crew are nice, man. We've been practicing against them for a little bit, and the improvement from when we played them in the match versus like how they've been practicing the last like month or so, like, they look like a completely different team. So I'm really excited to see how far they go.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And then Wyatt, obviously, I don't want to ask Zach in the question about how he feels about Cloud9, because obviously he's going to want to beat them. But I want to get your thoughts here. Sentinel C9, this matchup, it also has a possibility to be one of those gigabanger matches.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be exciting to see Cloud9 after not having seen them for a while with how close they came. It was only a couple rounds away from actually being in Tokyo. They barely lost to NRG after having a sick run. So just seeing where they're at from that time off is going to be really cool. And I mean, with how good you guys were playing today, that should be another banger game.
Yeah, and for kind of a final question to you, who do you see as the biggest threat in the rest of this bracket? I think a lot of people are predicting Cloud9 as the favorite after their really strong season. Do you agree with that, or is there another team you're really looking out for?
I think Leviatán is getting underrated again. I still think they're not getting talked about enough. I think hopefully against Crew they'll be able to show what they're capable of, but I think they're really good.
All right.
All right, well, you know what? We're going to let you chill because your voice, want to make sure you save it for your matchups later on, all right, buddy? But always a pleasure to chat with you, my man. Much love to him. And, of course, you know, Zekin and the rest of Sentinels walking away with a massive, massive win today. But that is basically going to do it for our show today. I'm actually not going to be here tomorrow. Mimi's going to be in the captain's chair, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing that one. And I get to enjoy Mai Tai by the beach. That being said, guys, we're going to go and have ourselves a good old time here. I don't know, I'm totally fumbling this closeout. But thank you so much for watching. That's basically it. Here's your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. I'm fired. Catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Clean. Zach, did you also learn cup stacking in
And here we go. The pressure is on for both of these teams. Win, you move on in this competition, lose, and your season ends here and now.
They were the ones who were able to do it before against MIBR, but wait a minute. Faust one more time, 2 kills. There's that first, and close range on the second. He will trade off for his teammate, and Furia, and that'll take the lead 5-2. Now pitched in from Hellish, from Davies, up to Conan on a 2 versus 1. Oh, Davies once again on fire on the attack with the operator. Guardian dropping 2. 1 hit by the Sentinels. We're going into overtime. Let's go! And Furia managed to fight back, bring it into overtime, and win it. And as they rotate back, Messi is there! The fourth to come in! Melzer walking in, trying to go around the radius of the smoke. Walks into it, the spray, oh my God! He gets it for the kill! The Red Bull clutch, and a ninth round for Crew! Kesnet once again moving forward, Digizine falls, tap onto the spike, and the spray then onto the other one. And Crew just like that, hold down the map, and they push this into the third one. But Kesnet, the last man standing solo, catches Medzine off guard, does have 10 bullets left in the chamber of the Phantom. Paint shells on the ground, right at the feet of Digizine, and then gets the Red Bull clutch to save the round for Crew. Tap on the spike, Conan with the first kill onto Kesnet, a second one. On to Klaus, the Cosmic Divide comes out. Fury in great position. Conan with 4 kills into the round.
Trail.
Bombarded Medzine with the first kill onto Davies. Gravity well, flick back, another one for one. Klaus again through the tin. Khalil down to 51 HP. Klaus trying to move forward with the heroic play. Spikes across. The third into the round. As Crew claim another victim. And they move forward in the LCQ gauntlet.
Guys, let's just be honest here. There's a good chance you're probably hearing me on a co-stream right now. So I just want to say, hello, Tarek and Kaide. Hope you guys are doing really well. In any case, so today marks, it's a matchup that we've all been waiting for. The Cloud matchup between Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Win here, you move on, you'll go and meet Cloud9. Lose, your season is done yet again.
100 Thieves need to get a move on here. Swarming into the side, but again, it's that gun advantage all the way for Sentinel, second.
And that's the perfect player to be farming up those kills.
Oh, yeah.
Both teams fighting.
That flash is brilliant. It's a full connection. And Asa with a rifle. He's just dropped 3 of them.
I don't think the op is going to do the work.
What? So aggressive. With no one to trade. There's the collapse. What? 14 to 12. 100 Thieves taking map 1 in that fashion. Spectacular.
That's baiting.
But baiting, yeah, and maybe can get a bit of a payout for it. Wow, there's 2 for it. High ground angle. You don't expect that. Here's a Trailblazer, there's a nade, rebounded off, but as he missed the timing, pass and forwards is up to Bang. But Asuna, he's the one who collects. Something must be going around, Tens. He's just trying to slam them as well as they're trying to take control of it. Knives still hitting. The refresh is there. Into the pit with the right clicky faces. All of them. Sentinels and 100 Thieves. We are destined to go to map 3.
How could it be any other way?
Obfuscation. Gitcho being used. Close corners cleared though. Decoy sent forward. Sent flying. Tens.
Down.
Is he going to win it? Not quite. Second peeks the angle. Defuses. Stop the Cryo. He's out in the open. Needs somebody to try and bail him out. Dodges the flash to the side. Cryo. High ground angle, but can't get it done. Orbital strike. It's late. It's delayed. Second. He's in the action. He's in the fight.
And these hits, unstoppable.
Beautiful again. It's Tens. Ripping them to pieces. And Sentinels are moving forwards.
What a big win to try and generate some momentum here in LCQ. Taking down a rival,